nothing. Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti. I'm on Hotep, bro. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To Asaba Tehuti. Amen. Hotep, Ra.
And I'm going to tell you this. Once I was able to imbue myself in this frequency, I didn't want anything else. Nothing else was satisfying to me. Nothing else was nourishing to me. Nothing is more nourishing to me, to my consciousness, than the truth. Once you are actually imbued with it, once you learn what the truth is, it's nothing more satisfying. So, Hotep Henu to you, Great Saba, for this NEPA class. Your discipline, your example. I've seen it demonstrated consistently week after week. Like he was on another platform, Tehuti, like I was telling you. He was on another platform. He was invited as a guest, and he was answering questions like he does now. It was like an interview. I don't even know what the name of the platform is, but I definitely encourage you to go watch it, because that was a Nephra class as well. Whenever Saba is on any other platform, he definitely represents. But he was on this brother's platform, and he had one of his vipers, venomous vipers, with him, and he was teaching, answering a question, and the snake bit him on his hand, and he continued to teach. He didn't even stop teaching. He continued to teach. That's discipline. That is consistency. So it happened so quick, right? That I didn't even realize that he got bit. I didn't realize that it was anything wrong. I actually had to go back and rewatch it, because he continued to answer the question. His discipline was that of such. He continued to answer the question, right? So that's the Dr. Kepra, what do you think about that answer? You the one that asked the question, good brother.
Bruh, my mind is blown. That's a phenomenal, 2 minutes to 10 minutes? A breakdown. I can't even write down fast enough what he's saying. I'm gonna have to come back and watch it. And I've seen the movie. I've seen the movie numerous times. And none of that was explained, and I never would have come to that conclusion of what Saba just brought out. And oh my goodness,
what's beautiful?
Oh.
Saba Tehuti. I wanted to say Tua for your 3rd year anniversary of the teachings of my yacht and your Tehuti pod class. I wanted to say heck gratitude to you and your Hemti McKit, your side Raj, your side T's, to your supporters. Thank you for your dedication, for your discipline, your consistency, and echoing my yacht and teaching us to do the same thing. For keeping the Sakim Eve and teaching us the Temet Kuai and Pekka M. Ku. It's a great honor, and I just want to give you my gratitude, man. It's been a great journey. I appreciate your guidance and helping me become a Ba'ank, a great Nasser, and taking care of my Oud. And course, to Yoraud and everybody, all your Marie ones. I really appreciate you. I appreciate the panel, your consistency, your dedication, your time, your energy. Man, teaching us how to eat, how to work out, how to build. And you know, when there's nothing to stand on, we stand on my yacht and be men my yacht. That's a great honor though. So I feel your books, Stepping Out the Matrix, I still go back and read that often too though. It's like when you learn so much and then you go back and reread something, it's like, wow, you don't notice how deep it is until you recollect it. So man, I just wanted to give you my honor, my gratitude. To head gratitude. Sorry about my beard sweating. I just gotta finish a little workout. But yes. To head gratitude, much Marie, Sakim, Aunt Uja Saneb, Memaya, to Ur Saba, Atef, Nefer Nesser, Tehuti, Henu, Hotep.
Henu, Hotep, Saba. Just wanted to say hi and also wanted to give you your due praises. Since coming across your podcast, I've not only learned to discipline myself a little better and become more accountable for the things that I do and put forth in my life, it's just been a great experience overall. The knowledge you're spreading is pure truth. And you send it to us with a pure eve, and we thank you for that. Ever since this podcast, it's been life-changing. My life's been so much better. If you've been depressed or if you've been feeling low or feeling down, feel like life is just not worth living or anything like that, I promise you, come to this class, come get this knowledge from Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra, and it will definitely change your life. When things wouldn't go my way in life, say I was hitting some type of financial burden, some type of issue with family, I would get depressed. And since learning from Saba Tehuti's class, I no longer go through that anymore. I'm more calm. I'm able to step back, take a breath, analyze the issues I have set forth in front of me, and try to solve them. I do still have days where I might cry or I might feel sad. I still feel emotions, but I don't feel like I want to end my life. I don't want to discontinue my life or discontinue living for that matter anymore. I used to feel that way whenever I would get into a deep depression. I would just want to go to sleep and never wake up. And now I can't wait to wake up. I want to see what Saba has left to say. I want to see what more information I can learn. It's motivational. It gives you something to look forward to. And not only that, but it helps with self-improvement. This is better than any self-help book you can find at the library, honestly. But that's my testimony. And so, Henu, to you, Saba, Nini Uk, for all of the things that you do for us and continue to do. And thank you for being such a great model to follow after. Bringing this knowledge of the Neteru to us. I'm forever grateful. Thank you.
I just want to say Hotep, Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first 101, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. So I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that this is a scam, and and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way. You know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
The deepest parts of me that yearned for something I felt I was missing in my life has finally found what it was searching for. I now continue to find the answers to the deep, unanswered questions in my life because of my teacher, Tehuti. Who am I? What is my purpose on this earth? What happens after death? What is the truth, and how do I know this is the truth? Why have I been lied to so much in today's society? If I were to convey what Tehuti is giving me, it would take infinity to explain to you. Yet one word may encapsulate it all. Tehuti is giving me life, and I hope that one day you will walk through this door with me too, to see and feel the experiences of what life is, to receive a new love that you have never experienced before.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You sit and you stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
If you're the date. But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Yeah, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole war. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of Atom, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same thing about a rule and the same thing about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, mythological Neter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Osset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I gotta finish though. I gotta finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made. The premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Ankh-Senamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism. Ankh-Senamun and Aset.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
No, it's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I'm going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Sugar Ray. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform, I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not going to say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn, we have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Sign Under TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my pod class, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping, and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No. You can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now, like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Here's the problem though with that debate. I cannot say Jabari won that debate because his wife was there helping him. Reggie was there helping him. Sai was blocking for him, even though Sai was a bit more objective. He was giving props to Tehuti when Tehuti was smashing.
I discovered Tehuti on Sanetta TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Arakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your math teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here's just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. They claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
Hey, Mary Sekhmet, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So do I.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes. A few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's Oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing: how did you come across the pod class? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari. And there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old pod classes that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you're listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married man. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the podcast, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing. And I never thought it would be like this,
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. Anu, what were you doing in 89?
I was doing at the church.
Oxafek, what were you building on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Some of them daddy's big.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in '89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in '89?
Man. I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
Yo, we were
Let's see, this is fine and working good. Oh, it's my, okay, excellent. There we go. Much better. Excellent, I'll fix this. Okay, excellent. Wonderful. Everyone is here. Everyone's not here yet, but everyone is coming in.
Okay, we're going to do first a sound check. Press 9 if you can hear me. Press 9 if you can hear me, and then we'll start off with the proper frequency and then get into these wonderful questions that were sent in. So press 9 if you can hear me, please. Just press a 9. It doesn't matter if you've been coming here for a while or if you are brand new. Just press 9 if you can hear me. If you're brand new, welcome. Welcome home. Welcome to the House of Atten. If you're brand new, welcome to the House of Atten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netzeru. Peace and love to you. And we're glad you are here. And let's begin with the proper frequency. Now the 9s are coming in. Now they're coming in because when you all type in the chat, it doesn't show up at the same time in real life to me. So after a while, then boom, pops up. So we have now they're popping in. We have Fatu, Kemba, Hotep, Sabatuti, but Amunet with a 9, VRI with the 9, Kesbetu, known as Nupu with the 9, 432 Fetu with the 9 and 9 again. With the 9 and the 9 and the 9. We got Alchemist Tehuti the Converter. I like, yes, we'll be discussing that as well. And the healer and the cleanser is going to be a better word, and I'm going to elaborate that on the intro. But I know exactly what you're saying, because I've used that word too to appeal to the people's familiarity and consciousness, the converter. But the healer, the cleanser is going to be a word. It's going to be a beautiful class today. That intro is classic. How is my sound? Yes, sound, but usually sound more clear. Okay, I think I know. I think I've solved this thing. Let me do this. Here we go. Watch. Let's see. Okay, how is my sound now? Is it a little bit better? We hear you clear, but something sounds off. I'm not sure what that means. Do I sound clear? Can everyone hear me? Do I sound clear? Can everyone hear me? I see all that. I see the 9s. Okay, let me do this. Isn't that pushing forward? Oh, there we go. Okay, we're gonna start off, everybody. Sound clear now? Okay, sound clear now. All right, let us begin, everybody. Let us begin with the proper frequency, as we always do at the House of Atten. Let us begin with the wonderful frequency, and we're going to start off with the affirmation. For the new people that are watching, welcome, and the affirmation is something that we say at the beginning of important festivities, important meetings, the way that we start our day. And we're going to put it on the screen for people to see, whether new or old, so you all can read it along with us, or at least see a clear visual of what it is that we're saying. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Ankia ma'at, un and s, nin tet aset and ma'at, min habapet and ma'at, her and hu kiwi, per e kut. I live for ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day, I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wonderful, excellent. I'm going to come off the sound for a moment. Okay, I'm back on the sound. Greetings, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Welcome to the House of the 10. Welcome to this beautiful phenomenon that has been taking place for several years. Welcome, everyone. If there's anyone that is new, press 7. If there's anyone that is new, press 7. Some people say I sound clear. Some people say it sounds like the high end of your mic is. Oh, I think I know what that is too. Let me go ahead and do this. Let's see. Audio. Internal microphone. We're going to switch to Logitech microphone.
Let's see how it sounds now. Mic check, check, check. How do I sound now? Any better, any different? Any better, any different? I just changed it to the Logitech microphone. Hopefully that helped. And I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. Check, check, check. Okay, wonderful. You'll be able to see me, which you can hear me. Check, check, check. Excellent. I see people saying that it is better now. I figured that out. It is the from the internal computer microphone to the actual Logitech microphone. Okay, now I'll come back to the screen. Right, excellent, excellent. That's better. Angela Gates says, okay, that's better. Naku says, Iker, excellent. All right, everybody. Are there any new people in the Tehuti Pod class? If so, press A9. If so, press A9. Sorry, I'm saying press A7. Thank you, man. Press A7. Okay, welcome, everybody. So it looks like it is, right now, all House of the 10 people. Excellent. That we have an announcement to make at the end of the class, at the end of the donation support. I have an announcement to make about the MetaNetter classes. So stay tuned if you want to hear an update on that and what has to be done for them to get started at a reasonable time, or for them to get started, period. So welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. There's no new people watching as of yet. That is fine. But when they do rewind this and watch this, if this is their first pod class, peace and love, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Welcome to this wonderful experience, this once-in-a-lifetime, unique phenomenon type experience that has been set up very carefully and very intricately and very specifically, while at the same time being set up naturally. This is a beautiful thing. So peace and love, everyone. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. This is Aset Hejet Ma'ati, my white cobra. And these animals are an extreme important reason why anyone watching right now has any form of higher consciousness. Whether you be a Christian, whether you be a Muslim, whether you be a Jew, whether you be studying Kemet, whether you are a Nahi'i, that's the real way to say Navajo, Nuatu, Native American, whatever you may claim, whatever you are spiritually, these are the reason. And when I was extremely young, I found out that these were the reason. When I was extremely young, I moved away from going and playing with regular friends outside, hanging out with people. And I spent a lot of time in the ponds, a lot of time in the fields, and I observed animal life and what they call wildlife, which is really controlled life. The animals are actually extremely controlled compared to the people that I will come back to. It would appear the people were wildlife. People were dying of crack, diabetes, heart attacks, getting into
fights, wars, RAPE, each other, putting drugs in people's drinks, religious arguments leading to fights, bar fights, people having lack of knowledge of self. It seemed like the people to me were actually the wild ones. When I went out to view the animals, they were very controlled and structured and organized. And this sparked many questions for me to ask, which created an uncomfortable situation in a religious environment. I would ask, if we are the one in God's image and God's likeness, why are we so wild and crazy? But ants never act wild. Ants behave exactly how they're supposed to. They communicate. They never sleep. Ants never sleep. You'll never see an ant sleeping. They work, they take small rest, and then back to work again. Each colony has the extreme structure system that ants follow, bees follow, termites follow, the beavers follow, lions follow. Their ranking system and their structure system, and they were very controlled. People were the ones that were out of control. So I said, how can we be in the image and likeness of God? And we're the ones that are so out of control, and the animals are not in the image and likeness of God, but it seems like their consciousness seems to be behaving very well. They don't seem to be destroying the world as people are. So I spent a lot of time with the animals. I became very familiar with them. And when I was much younger, when I was a child, my mother told me something extremely interesting about me, myself. I didn't understand as a child what she was even talking about. But she told me that upon her conception, actually in the last months of her pregnancy, while she was about to conceive me or about to give birth to me, she said that she was laying down on the hospital bed and she saw a whirlwind type of shape, and it was spinning over her stomach. She didn't know what that was. She didn't know how that comported to Jesus. She didn't know how that comported to the Bible. There was nothing in the church that was explaining any such thing to her. And she said it just stayed hovering over her womb, and then it went into her womb, and at that point she went into labor and conceived me as a child. I had no comprehension of what she was telling me, why she was telling me these things, but she felt the urge to tell me that. And she said that I was extremely special to her, the most special to her. And as time went on, I ended up having my own child. And my child told me the same story, but from the other side. Told the mother the same story, but from the other side with my child, my son. And my son told the mother that while me and the mother were being intimate, he was on the other side, and he's telling this story as a child. He's on the other side watching us, and right when we were about to reach this climax, I don't know how he explained it back then, but right when we were about to reach a peak, he chose us and came in, and then the mother was impregnated. These things told me something extremely important. One, my mother telling me that, and then my son telling the mother, that's the story. And this important thing was that it appears like the consciousness existed or exists before the physical being comes out of the womb. I was extremely fascinated with this, and all I cared about was to study consciousness, to study the origins of what the ancient ancestors said. I moved away from the basic Christianity, and I started challenging the pastors on these topics. I asked, where do we go when we die? Have we been here first? And the pastors would say, we go to heaven. And I would say, which one? I would take them to Corinthians, where we spoke about the third heaven. They said, what is this third dimension, this third type of dimensional heaven that you don't speak about? Is there a second one and a first one? And so this caused a lot of mayhem in the household. My mother eventually wanted to remove me from the household by asking all of these questions, which was causing chaos in the house. So me and my mother had a wager, and the wager was if I debated my pastor, her pastor, and I won, and she was the judge, then she would allow me to stay in the house. And this was my first example and experience of working to actually keep a roof over my head, which was the first time I had to do something to actually earn a roof, which was to debate a pastor. And I was a young boy, a young man, and he was a 47-year-old pastor. At the end of the debate, my mother kicked him out of the house. She said she was embarrassed that I was whittling him up as a young boy, and he is the pastor, and he was getting trapped and riddled with all of my questions, and the information I was bringing out was beyond his. So I ended up getting a roof over my head by debating things that I was studying on my own and coming into my own consciousness. I didn't have to go to any school, any theology school or anything, but able to beat the pastor who spent years going to theology school, college, whatever he had to get to become a pastor. Here I am, a young boy, beating him in a debate, and the judge was another Christian who was biased for his side. And so after a few days, I noticed a letter on my door, and I opened it up, and it was a restraining order. And the restraining order was for me as a young boy. And I was confused as to why there's a restraining order for me. Oh, hey, Peace Minty, I have an announcement for you. Actually, I was hoping to see you in class. I hadn't seen you. There's a couple of classes I either missed you or I didn't see you in the class. But I know you've always been asking me for something to do, so I have something for you to do. We'll be discussing it. We'll be discussing it a little bit later on in the class, but I have something for you to organize, do, and tell me about, and it actually will pertain to you seeing me in person a few times. So, so I know you're happy to hear about that, and we'll discuss that later on. But I'm glad you're hearing me. All right, so the restraining order was against me. It was notarized by the pastor that I had beaten a debate. At this point in time as a youth, I realized that my words and my frequency had a strange effect on people, where it would switch people very quickly to different degrees of behavior without any warming up to it, without any type of okay, Vince, you got that, wonderful. Without any gradual change, my words would actually bring out the extreme wickedness or the extreme rebellion in people when it came to a certain type of style of questions that I had that I call snake style questions. And when I did, the people's reactions were very, very extreme. I named myself at that time as a young boy, I named myself the word, because I realized that word frequencies, along with the proper alignment, could change people's thought patterns or tap something that's within them that caused them to either move towards the truth or have these extreme type of spontaneous behaviors that doesn't match what they were doing prior to them talking to me. And this was one of them, a restraining order against a young boy for the church. So my restraining order wasn't against people. My restraining order was against the church. And anybody who's watching, you can be new or old, but if you've ever heard of that happening in Earth's history, if you have a friend or anybody you know, or even on the History Channel, have you ever heard of somebody having a restraining order for the church because of talking? Not because of hurting anybody in the church, but because of talking. So this restraining order showed me that the extremity of the effect of my being was proven. It was causing these strange behaviors. A restraining order as a child against the church. So what I did is I ended up going to the church, sneaking in the church before the pastors would come to the church. And I would do something called snake style, where I would talk to the deacons who didn't know about the restraining order. They didn't know about my debate with the pastor. I would talk to the newcomers in the church, the old comers, and I would put my understanding in their mind and have them ask questions that were my questions from the debate. Then when it was time for the Bible study to start, the pastor would come, I would go into the background, and the entire church members started blasting the pastor and other pastors with my questions. So they weren't paying attention to me, and I was the one causing this disruption. And I realized as a youth that the best way to interact with people when it comes to them having a belief system, one of the best ways to touch them is to have them experience that the person teaching them is a contradiction, is walking contradiction. As opposed to me coming in and debating the pastor, and they may be on his side because of biasness. They're already Christians. They're going to think I'm a pagan, I'm a disbeliever. But if it's you yourself as a Christian asking the pastor questions and he's looking at you making up stuff, it is going to transform you within. So I would sit in the corner and watch this happen. And then at the end of churches, at the end of Nation of Islam meetings, at the end of wherever I would go, I would walk out with people. And I would do this from church to church to church. Nation of Islam meeting, Muslim meetings, and I would do this snake style. And that's how I would start cleansing people. By saying you need to feel that your questions aren't being answered. So I would continue to do this. And word got around, and I became a threat now. I'm already banned from the churches. I have a restraining order against the churches, and I'm thrown out of every school. Every school I was expelled from all the schools, and so I would break into the schools. My mother would think I was going to school to go to class. I would actually go to schools that I was expelled from, and I would hide in the library, and I would gather up information in the library because it was my mission as a child, as a youth, as a young man, to break this matrix. And yes, years ago, long before the Matrix movie was coming out, I was calling it the Matrix. I was saying you have to break the Matrix. Then the movie came out a long time ago, way afterwards, I mean. So I would go into the hallways and I would teach the students question and answer class, have them ask me questions. And I would have 15 minutes or 20 minutes to teach them during recess. And then when the recess bell went off, I would go and hide back into the library again. I would do this from school to school, from church to church. I was on a mission to wake people up. As a young man, I had no podium, I had no synagogue or no place to teach. So I would use the hallways as my teaching domain. Peace to the new people. I'm going to say peace to Zoe. That's an interesting name. Zoe Yom. I like that. Zio Yom. Peace and love to Zio Yom. Peace. Nice to have you here. You look like about the age I was when I was causing this transformation. But I was a little bit younger than how you look right now. But yes, I was a young man, and I was it was spreading across the city, and I was transforming people. So I would prove to people that if you are on a frequency, a proper frequency, your words should be able to cleanse people, to teach people, meaning that you have something innate inside of you that has the truth within your DNA, within your mind, longer than the lie was. So you could take a lion from the zoo. It's jumping through hoops. It's eating the dog food or whatever they feed it. It's following the whip master, doing all type of tricks. And then if it goes out into the wild with the other lions and starts to smell the blood of zebras and starts to see the other lions hunting, its natural instinct that was there for millions of years before zoos were invented is going to come out. If it sees the original frequency, this is why I was telling Alchemist, no, I'm not a converter. The frequency that I tapped into brings people back to the original mind state of what they were prior to the Matrix. And I was doing this over and over and over again. I would run extension cords from properties into for rent properties through the window, break in through the window as a youth. Look, wait for the realtor to leave. If there were rental homes, wait for the realtor to leave, knock his sign down, drag the sign into the backyard, break in through the side window, run an extension cord. Oh, yes. Oh, of course. I remember this name. Zymatic resonance. Wonderful to have you. I got you now. Wonderful. Excellent. Anti-pistol fire. Let's talk to him. So I would run the extension cord through and hand out flyers, make flyers, and hand them out for the address of the rental property. The rental man would leave at 5 o'clock. My class would start around 7 or 6:30, making sure he's long gone home. I don't want him to come back and see me, and then I'm arrested. So here I am as a youth, breaking into the windows of rental homes, handing out flyers for the address of the rental home, running electricity through extension cords, turning on lights, and inviting people in to do question and answer class. Come and question, ask questions. This was a beautiful thing because it was very grassroots. There was no YouTube at the time. There was none of that. So this was the mission that I was on, which was to wake up people. I joined an organization. It was called the Nuwabians when I was a youth, because I saw them doing similar things, breaking down people. And some of the books that were out was Destroying Christianity, Islam, Jews. And it was quite intriguing to me. And the books were showing images of gods from ancient times that looked like they had melanated faces. And this was extremely intriguing to me. It was right along the line of my rebellion. It was right along the line of what I was doing. I ended up joining that organization, and I became the top teacher at that time in the organization, according to the teacher himself, who started to tell the other students and the other teachers, if you want to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep Ra, go to Amenhotep, which was me. And this created two frequencies. One was some came, and I set up teaching classes, and one was some were jealous. I can't control that at all. It's his words, not mine. And so this started panic. It resulted in, the teacher himself started saying that the information I'm teaching is not from him, and he actually likes that. He asked me to stand up in front of a class and teach on the animals. He said, that's not in my book. That's not in the Nuwabian books. That's not in these books. You're teaching using animals to destroy pastors. Go ahead and teach the class what you were teaching about the animals. And I taught about the plants, and I used a plant to debate a pastor and won the debate on nothing in the Bible, no verse in the Bible, just plants. And he said, I'm going to take that information. And he told the rest of that movement, don't be mad at me. You all take mine. I'm going to take Amenhotep's. And it got to a point where I was being threatened. They came with torches to burn down my belongings, that which was not produced by that organization. I said, this reminds me of the conquistadors in the times of the Catholics. They burning down on witch hunts. I never seen this in real life before. And again, press two if you know anybody in your life who, because of their teachings, have had others come to their property with lit torches. These are extreme things that are taking place when people come in contact with the frequency that I tapped into. Their decision making becomes an extreme opposite to what they were. So I'm now running around with restraining orders from churches. I now have people coming up to me with torches to burn my belongings that don't. If you all have ever seen this, go ahead and show a video, put a link or a book, and let me know if this has happened to anyone else on the planet other than when there was witch hunts. It's happened in the 2000s. If you have another different belief, people bring torches to burn like a witch hunt. I've never seen it before. If you've seen it, definitely send me the link of that. So I had to completely leave that organization. I pulled the teacher aside and I spoke to him, and he said, where you are, Amenhotep, in your mind state is beyond, it's ahead of what it is that I'm teaching them in the movement. He said, I cannot bring the people to where you are. I'll end up losing half of my organization. He said, I'm working on bringing them to that, because he said that I'm about the source and the roots. I'm always bringing people to the roots. And he said, I can't do that because you'll lose the movement. And I said, I understand. So we never broke away on bad terms. We never broke away on me slandering anybody. I don't do that. What I did is, for my safety, I took my family away because they were threatening me to put me in a body bag, and they were coming with torches to, who knows what would have happened if, imagine lighting a property on fire and your children are in it. I mean, I don't understand the serial killer type nature of the people that did that. Not all of them, just those particular people. But I had to get out of there. My frequency causes people to switch too fast especially onto the negative side. When they can't disprove what I say, they go into this, their behavior changes. So the teacher told the class at that time, he said, Amenhotep has a style of asking questions that traps me. He said it's the way that he asks questions, and it leads you down a road, and the next thing you know, I'm trapped. And he said, I don't get this from my students. He said sometimes the student raises above the teacher with the questions. And so I knew it was my time to go. No hard feelings, because my mission existed. What I was doing existed before I was in that organization. Nothing changes. I am Tehuti, and I was the word prior to filling out any application to join any type of movement. I was not in that movement when I was in the high schools talking to the children in the recess. I wasn't in any kind of any movement at the time. So what did I do? I continued with what the truth was. The truth was to wake people up and bring people back to the origin. So my name, Amenhotep, was named after the beings that you see behind me, because he was the Amenhotep that changed his name to the Aten, because he wanted to bring people back to the source. I want to bring people back to the source. And because of that, I was able to do particular things to tap in to to frequencies which assisted in me being able to do that. And so I went on this path, changing people back to their original way. I was converting, as they say. I don't like to use the word converting. I bringing people back to what they were. Nothing ever changed. I continue to do this. You see, the frequency of the netter, and this is for the alchemists and anybody listening. What is the unique thing about ancient Egypt or Kemet and the Netiru from all the other cultures? There's one extremely unique thing about them, and that is that every single culture and people that has been recorded to come in contact with the ancient Nile Valley people, they change to be like the Nile Valley people. It is not the other way around. It is not the other way around. When the Greeks came in contact, they started wearing namiz. They started having Purim Haruz. The Canaanites, I showed the Canaanites with the smiting god and the Haruz dance and the Osar, the Tef crown, and the namiz on. The Babylonians, Romans, everyone that when you come in contact with the network frequency, you want to change back to that origin way. There's no record of Ramesses, Pharaoh Khufu, or any of the pharaohs going out trying to convert anyone. This wasn't being done because they were conquering wars. Alexander conquered Kemet. That was being run by the Persians and Darius. Kemetians didn't conquer the Greeks, and then the Greeks started converting because they were being oppressed by Kemet. The Greeks were the conquerors, and they came in, conquered. As soon as they came into the frequency, Purim Haruz. They're reading the meta-net. They're calling themselves Par-EEs, Nestubites. What is that frequency? So I tell people, and I've told people from the beginning, that if you want to know what the netter frequency is, look for that which seems to transform people back to their origins. Look for one that focuses on the origins of what the original people say, and by that teaching, you see people going back, whether they're Hindus, Christians, Muslims, or Jews, and that's happening only here. There is no other movement or organization or teacher that's out there using papyrus to teach the netter are real. If there is any, they were my students. There's none. Why? Because the Netiru and Kemet was truly abandoned. What you're seeing today is a commercialized version. It's a new age version. It's an atheistic version. The original Kemet was not atheistic. So when I teach that frequency, all I had to do was go onto the Kill the Priest show a few times, and whoop, 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 everybody, whoop, 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 everything changes. Here comes Minty. Here comes Master K. Here comes Nukku. Here comes Sarah Jean. That's never happened on Kill the Priest before, has it? Has there been anyone that's ever been on the Kill the Priest show and all of a sudden people that are Hindus start converting to Ma'at? Atheists converting to Ma'at? Christians? Has that ever happened? No. It only happens when the Netiru are there. It happened to Alexander the Great. It happened to the Greeks. It happened to the Persians. It happened to the people that came in contact with the original frequency of Kemet. They automatically want to transform back to source. And as long as you hold that frequency, then when you come in contact with those, others that are around you will start to change back to source. So I don't care who the other teachers are. I don't care who breaks off from the House of Atten movement. I don't care who does whatnot. The frequency of the netter expands and cleanses people back to their original source. And if you don't have that, then it's just an atheistic movement where you're just teaching the molecules. So I realized that, and that's why I set up the Tehuti pod class. Since there's no new people in the room, there's no need for me to go through right now the entire story, but the entire story, you can go back to other intros and look at that. But I went on to YouTube. Students and my mates at the time were telling me to go to YouTube. And I went onto YouTube and I saw people teaching that were my students. They were branchaways. I don't like to say branchaways. Splinter off, because branch means you're still connected to the branch still represents the tree. When you splinter and break off, you try to start your own thing. So they were splinter off, and there were people that I taught who were listening to me, and then we separated, and they became teaching other things and putting the teachings that I gave them in there. But I noticed they weren't mentioning me, and this was disturbing to me because I always give praise to those who guided whatever. It could be the car mechanic. If you fix my car, when somebody gets in the car and they say, this car runs smooth, I'm going to say, oh, Marquite or Hernandez or Tyrone did this to the engine. I'm not going to say that I did it. Even if I was overseeing it and paying for it, I'm going to say, Juan down the street and Tony did it. Give them their props. I saw students of mine breaking off, starting their own thing, but of course they can't build anybody. They're not building anybody because the frequency of separation. But they had YouTube channels and they had views, but there was no structure, no movement. Some of your voodoo teachers that are on YouTube, they were my students, several people, and they weren't mentioning me. One even took it to the extreme and took my audios and photoshopped my head off of the picture and put his face on and started selling those CDs from here to London to Trinidad. And it was my voice. You could see my voice. You can hear my voice. I have the picture of the tape. You could clearly see it's my body, and his head was put on, and he even called himself Amenhotep, and pretending that it was his teaching, and people were giving him praise. And I'm like, no, listen to my voice. I have a very distinct way of speaking. It's me. I don't have an American, yeah, man, you know what I'm talking about, man. Yeah, you don't know where you 10 toes down. You ain't messing with me. I don't speak like that. Listen to how I speak. There's a frequency to the way that I speak that doesn't sound like Tyrone from the streets. It doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like much people, does it? So people say, oh, that's you. So at any rate, Kill the Priest was one of the shows I was told about. I was told about it by one of my students who had he eventually told me he had a selfish intent, and he wanted me to go and teach on the Kill the Priest show so that he did not have to come to me to get teachings anymore. He could watch the teachings from the comfort of his home. Because it doesn't matter what anybody's intent are. Once the nets get involved, everything transforms. So even though that student told me that his intention was definitely selfish, it was to be able to watch me on TV instead of coming to travel to come see me. I transformed that intention. I said, okay, Kill the Priest, I remember him. He's a music artist. He's a very good one. I'm going to go do a master class for Kill the Priest because of what he did for me with his beautiful music when I was much younger. I'm going to take the things he teaches about, and I'm going to show the facts and blow him away and let him get the facts of the things that he's teaching about, and he'll love it. I wasn't thinking about an audience. I didn't know anything about an audience. I don't know anything about the show. I didn't know. I'm not there to transform people, or I was there because of Killer Priest, and I wanted him to have on record the things that he was talking about. So I went on to the Killer Priest show. The entire show exploded. AD took his wallet, dumped it in my hands, said, "Take all this money. We've never paid anybody for the Killer Priest show before. You need to get paid. We've never seen anything like you before. I'm going to try to get Killer Priest to pay you." I went on a run and transformed it as the very first melanated, woolly-haired man to ever step on Killer Priest. He started teaching, showing screen slides representing Kemet, debunking people, debating, talking to people, flat earth, astrologists, talking to Christians. That never happened. Go back to the original Killer Priest shows, and it was a guy named Santos Bonacci who taught on flat earth and astrology, and there was strippers deep-throating bananas, and then they were just shooting the breeze, drinking maca tea. When I came on there, turned it into the Ntiru. He gave me the show every single Monday to teach, and actually gave me the show to run, and didn't come to the show the second time. Trusted me just upon the first meeting to give me the show to run. And I was the host, and AD was the engineer, and Killer Priest was gone taking care of business. I had never seen that before at the time. I never seen that. That's the frequency of the network. We had an astounding show with Mighty Hebrew. It was beautiful. I did magic on the show. It was wonderful. And we went on, and I just kept teaching and teaching. At any rate, I was teaching for over 36 years without receiving any form of real reciprocity for it. 36 years I was teaching just for the love of guiding the people, without any real reciprocity for this. And so I told Killer Priest, and Killer Priest they were getting money from the super chats, and that's wonderful. I want them to get all the money. They were getting $500 super chats, $350. Oh, wonderful. I told people, promote the Killer Priest show. Beautiful. I don't want a dime of it. That's not my show. But now it started building up as far as the people that were coming to me, the time it was taking to go on the show. So I decided to set up a show, a class. Remember that stripper? Right, with the banana? That's what's go back to go to Killer Priest show, the show number 4 and on, and tell me if the Killer Priest show is anything. Tell me what the Killer Priest show was. Beautiful. They sat and talked and shot the breeze and whatnot, and then they start watching from when I came on and watch what happened and watch the subscriber counts and watch what happened. It was a beautiful, beautiful thing. We had a very good chemistry, me and Killer Priest. It was great. I got Brother Jay to come on. It was a beautiful thing, beautiful thing. So I told Killer Priest that I'm going to set up a pod class. I'm not familiar with the computers. I'm not familiar with the internet. So I was just learning about podcasts. So I took the word pod from Killer Priest because he had a pod craft, and I saw that he divided the words. He said, I got the Rocketeers and the Spacemen or something, and he said, I have a pod craft. So I said, I don't even know what a podcast, I don't know anything about internet stuff, about algorithms and monetize and all this. I'm teaching on the streets and teaching running cords through apartments. I don't know about the internet. This was before the internet was invented. In that sense. So I said, I'm going to take the word pod, and since I'm a teacher, I'm going to invent a word. I'm going to bring a word to history. How about pod and class? So since I'm a teacher, I'll call it a pod class. And I said, this is going to be based on reciprocity, meaning that the people truly care about this as much as they care about Freddy Krueger, the basketball game, Doritos, getting a pizza with friends, Netflix and chill, marijuana, smoking it up, taking a couple of drinks, heading out to the club. The people care about actual life advancement. And I said, I'm going to create something that's never been brought to the internet before. Killer Priest said, what's that? I said, I see all these teachers out there that are teaching. They come up with topics and they give lectures. That's fine. It's something that they like, so the lecture should be good because it's It's their life joy. I said, I'm going to do something more dangerous, more risky than that. What about I set up a class where I don't come with what I want to teach about? I have wants that I want to teach about, but I'm not going to come with that and superimpose that on other people. What if I come to a class and just start talking and just say, send in your questions on whatever level you are? Shout out to Big Blunt. Shout out to Minty. Show some love and likes. What if I set up a class that's based on the audience? That's based on you sending in questions with reciprocity. And when you send in questions, you're gonna get a book for you, taught live with the words on the screen, like as if I wrote a book for you, which I actually am. Actually, what I did, what I do, I write a book for you. I teach it. I do live demonstrations, live magic, sometimes live. There's no limit. No limit. It's based on wherever you are. So I'm going to make the audience feel comfortable by saying, I'm not going to superimpose just if you come here, it's just I'm going to teach you about math and that's it. That's not how you bridge people. You talk to people where they are in their phase of their journey, which is just as important as your phase, which is just as important as the next man's phase, the next female's phase, because everyone is on a path looking for truth, looking for either immortality, spirituality, better diet, better whatever path you're on. You may not know any better that there's another path available. So what if I address everybody on their level? Feel comfortable. It's like a restaurant. Come here and test me. Send in a question. Send me a curveball. Send me something you don't think that I can answer. Send me something you crave that you want the answer for. And I said, I'm not going to just answer the question. I'm going to create an environment where there's testimonies. Not just, Tehuti answered the question. Thank you, Tehuti, great answer. Not that. What if I answer a question in a way where your life actually changes? There's testimonies. We say you brought it back to your family, you brought it back to inner self, and you've made life changes. That's a little bit different. And the questions aren't from me. The questions are from people from the Killer Priest show, people I never met before. Minty's on one level. Nook's on one level. Everybody, Lamar is on one level. AJ, who became Menku, he's on another level. Everybody's on different levels. Come and send me the question on your level, because I never met anybody. There was nobody in the Killer Priest show that had a Metanetter name. Is that right? Was there any Metanetter names in the Killer Priest show before the podcast? Anybody walking around with a Metanetter name? I don't remember that. There was one guy called Kemet 101, but that's not his Metanetter name. But there was nobody with a Metanetter name that I recall at the Killer Priest show. I came and brought Ma'at, and now there's over 25 people with Metanetter names. But I didn't meet them with Metanetter names. I didn't meet them even interested about Ma'at. There was Arcad Infinite. His name was Jazz. Now he's a Tef Mem Kim Ma'at. There was Lamar. Then Lamar became Scribe Ptah. His name was Lamar. You hear me? Lamar. You hear me? There's Sherry Ka. You hear me? There's Bella. These are Italian names. These are French names. You see? There's Sharon, Shannon. You see? There's Robert. These are German and Russian names that I met. Everybody with a German, Russian, or French name. I came with Tehuti. I came as Tehuti. My name didn't change. Yours did. Why is that? You were studying it before, and why did I have a Metanetter name? Because I come to you on that Meduseneb was Israel, right? Israel, he had the name of the Bible, Israel. Now look at his name, Meduseneb Seka, right? Huh? Menku, that was AJ. Ani Ptah, that's Lamar. Let's go back to where everybody was when they met. Because I came in as Tehuti. I came in as Tehuti. My name didn't change to French. So I came in with the energy to bring you back to your frequency and ask a question. Everybody asked me questions on different levels. Nobody had any high meta-netter questions for me in the beginning of the podcast. Everybody remember? There was no high meta-netter questions on page such and such of the Purim Haru. There's none of that. People are asking basic questions, different questions on government effect, government things, and maybe a religion or something. And then it got advanced as I started teaching people. So I set up the Tehuti class as a reciprocity system that's life-changing. And I want people to send in questions. It keeps this phenomenon going. No one else will risk what it is that I'm doing. When you see those other people that were unks and other brothers, they're not risking. When you see the certain brothers on certain channels, they're not coming off of that channel. You see? Because they're heavily protected on the channel. So what they came to talk about is what they come to talk about. Go out into the public and get it from the mud. Go meet Minty from the pier with snakes. Try that. Go meet such and such on a bus. I have students in the pod class that I went out from where I'm sitting now and went on a bus and talked to them 3 times, and they're in the pod class from me going on a bus. TT Amun came from the bus. People in the pod class, some of the people in the pod class, they've come direct. It was before Kill the Priest. They came from me just going outside and talking to you twice. And boop, 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 3 times. I talked to you 3 times and you're hooked. That's it. I met the man Ahati. His name was Massis at the time. Homeless. A couple conversations. Boop, 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 boop. Everybody. Scribe Lamar. I never met anybody with a Mednetter name. So I decided to set up this pod class where people can send in questions from whatever level you are, make you feel comfortable. You're never going to get smashed. If you're a Christian, to come in here and say, are there different mistakes in the Bible? Did Christianity really come from Kemet? If you're a high-level Kemetic and say on scroll 182 of the coffin text, it says such and such. If you want to come in and ask about conspiracies of George Floyd, out-of-body experiences, the bottom is Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rock ESV. And what happens when you send in questions to the Tehuti pod class? You send in the question through the Cash App, through the PayPal. And when you send in the questions such as why can we see spirits sometimes and other times we can't, you get an entire pod class dedicated to you. While the other young lady gets an entire pod class for a completely different topic in the same class, postpartum depression Psyops, helping the young lady with her baby. I'm helping people with their families and babies and keeping health with a baby that I had not met at the time, while talking to someone else about spiritual advancement and how to see and why they don't see spirits. This person here, another young lady, asked about pregnancy cravings, while someone else asked about incest and Kemet, consciousness in the womb. This is what happens at the Tehuti pod class. What is purpose? Has there been any Kemetic teacher ever in history that's dealt with purpose, destiny, based on the writings of the ancestors, not based on them coming from the top of their head, but based on opening the writings of the ancestors and specifically dealing with their sentences, their words, and what is their word for purpose? What is their word for destiny? How does that? What do they teach on that? How can we apply that word? And what is the secrets behind those words? And we dealt with bioelectric energy fields disproving physical time. This was an amazing class. Somebody comes in and asks about the Montauk Project. You get a class about the Montauk Project, and then I always reveal information that you never asked about. The Montauk Project and how they said it was inspired by Kemet. It's the ones who created it. Well, what about my physical body? Black Alucard at the time, who's now known as Inpu, sends in $100 support. He wants to know about bodybuilding nutrition. What happens to him? Boom. He now has before and after pictures. He looks nothing like he did when he asked that question. This is what happens at the Tehuti pod class. Cash App, TT Moon, Edward Lorite, Big Vapes. He threw this at me. It could have been a curveball. He wanted me to break down the never-ending story. I never watched that movie in my life. We did a 2-hour class, and his brain was blown away. Someone else comes and asks, Sarah Jean asked about feng shui. Someone says their parents are having heart stroke. Someone else says they have a problem with their eyesight. Someone's asking a question about Navajo Native Americans. The list goes on. There's no limitations of what you can send in. Eczema, known solutions. Drug diagnosis, prescription palindrome, Psyops, the Psyops with eczema. How people having eczema is a Psyops. All type of things happening. Young lady comes and asks about kidney failure. She's on dialysis. Asking about kidney failure. Liver failure. Young lady who's not with us anymore asked a question for their mother. The mother came on and gave me a testimony in my phone, a video testimony of her appreciation for my answer. The solution, which is most important, healthy liver as opposed to liver disease that's not caused by alcohol. This is life-saving information. This is not just, oh, that's deep. Oh, deep, man. No, you come with somebody asking about ADHD. How valuable is that? So the Tehuti podcast is no limitations to support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV, and that's what will keep this this podcast going. I'm gonna put the link in the room for the people to jump in, and I'm gonna just stay on and start getting right into the answer. I've already eaten my meal. I'm already relaxed. I may have to just get some more water, throw some water on my face, and get right into the answer. I don't have to eat again for another hour and a half or so. So there's the link right there. Support, keep this moving, especially those who have been here, who are watching, because it's always the same amount of people. When I'm at the peak of class, it's always 42 to 50 people, even though people say that they've left. I'm leaving the house of a 10. I'm not watching anymore. How come the numbers never change? The numbers are always 42 to 50. Always. Like every class. It's 27 now. As soon as I start teaching, 42, and at the peak it's going to be 50. And all these people saying I'm not around anymore. I'm gone. The numbers stay the same somehow. It's always the exact same numbers. So those who are watching, those who are been students for a while, support. This is the time to really support, because the last few classes, the supports have been discouraging. There's certain people I haven't seen in a while. Lisa supporting. Boots, who's named after the cat. I haven't seen him. Octavius Sly, not Octavius Sly. Octavius Sly is one. He's the one that sent in the question. Not Octavius Sly. Octavius Sly is great. So many names that I'm seeing, and they're here in the class watching. People are in the class watching because the numbers don't go down. There should be no pod class where, especially my students from Killer Priest who have been watching me do this for 4 years, there should be nobody watching that doesn't support once or every 2 weeks. It doesn't matter what the support is, but how could there be no support at all for months and the people are still watching? Shout out to all the people that are, Mary Sekhmet. I haven't seen Mary Sekhmet. There's so many names that I haven't seen. Just supporting what this is, and nobody's coming and saying I'm no longer with these teachings are false. Nobody in history, in the whole Tehuti pod class or in the House of a 10, has denounced the teaching. Not a person, but everybody came for the teachings. So the teachings are still there, and it's helping your life. And support the Tehuti pod class. There's people I know that don't go a month without buying weed. Does anybody in this room, Minty? You have any friends or know anybody who can't go 1 month without buying weed? Does that exist, or am I making that up? So there's people that don't go 1 month without watching a movie, without going and seeing the Avengers, Batman, whatever it may be, the football game, whatever it may be, going out to the club, whatever it is. This is more important than that. So this is there's a link in the room. I want the team to jump in, and then I'm going to get right into this, because this is going to be these questions here that were sent. This topic that we're going to cover is very, very interesting, because everybody, I'm sure, has used the term Mother Earth. Everybody has used Mother Nature. Kefa, have you ever used Hotep Kefa? Greetings to you, brother. I know you can't see me, but greetings.
Hotep Sawa, peace and love.
Okay. Have you ever used the term Mother Earth or Mother Nature before in your life?
Yeah, a lot of times.
Of course. And do you know why?
No.
Right. That's called hypnosis. But it's okay. It's fine. We're gonna break all the matrices like we do. There's so many things that we Okay, good. Emma said she'll make it the next break. Wonderful. Minty, I think she's at customer service. First Netter, press a 9. First Netter is here. All right. So there's so many things that we do and say, and it's just following the lead, and we don't even understand why it is. And some of these things have been put into place purposely to remove what was originally there. And there's an agenda for that. So yes, we use the term Mother Nature, and we're gonna just ask everybody why. You may not be wrong, you may not be right, but it's interactive. And when I start the class, I'm gonna ask everybody, why have we used that term? What is that? What's the logic behind that? I've literally heard nobody ever say Father Nature. I've never heard that. Have you heard that, Kefa? Father Nature? is that something going on around?
No, I never heard about Father Nature. Only
Right,
Mother Nature.
we hear about Father Time,
Correct.
but not Mother Time.
No.
What's happening? Does time and nature, do they have penises and vaginas and breasts, or what's going on here? They have genders? Time has a gender?
I don't know. I myself put Father Time in a song, so yeah, I don't know.
We're going to cover all that because you know what we're about here, the Tehuti Pod class, taking things that seem small because you're so used to repeating things and breaking the matrix and then bringing you back to what the original thing was, which is very, very important because of one little switch of what you thought was normal. When you switch it back to its original frequency, the change is vast. So we're going to be discussing Mother Nature, Mother Earth. Which one is it? Why is it? What was it originally? We're going to be discussing companies that are using the Natiru once again. More companies. I think almost every second pod class, I reveal some multi-million-dollar company that's using Natiru.
Well, the last class, I think is Michael Aquino. He was using the Natiru, so you know, telling who else.
And he's a Satanist using the Natiru.
Exactly.
More wisdom. Peace to the chat. Peace to you. More wisdom. All right. Let the people pile in. Send the link out. Let the people come. Send in their questions. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, Rocky SV. Let me go ahead and make More Wisdom says peace to Hootie. I don't even remember where originally. More Wisdom. Did he originally come from the Lions Den? That's More Wisdom thing has been around for years and years. I think it's from the Lions Den. I'm going to make some announcements about some questions that were sent in. Peace and love to everybody who sent in questions. I've made these announcements before. And First Netter has already addressed his, so I'm not going to cover his. We already went over that. But there's some other people that have not addressed theirs yet, and there are questions that were sent in that I can't answer for particular reasons. Dr. LaRoche, he covered his, and he sent in another question, which is what I answered last week, and then he sent in another question on top of that. But there's one other brother here that asked a question, and I can't answer the question. I'm going to put up on the screen one more time, and I'm going to let him know because some people may be wondering, hey, where's my question? Did you see my question? Did you lose my question, or some people ask me, did I answer the question and they missed the class? That has happened too. Sometimes I'll answer a question and the person may be away, or they come like 2 weeks later and they say, hey, Tehuti, you didn't answer my question. That was 2 weeks ago's pod class. Go look up 2 weeks ago to put in the middle of the class, like 11 hours, put in the middle, and you'll see your answer. And they go look and they say, oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes. So this is a question, though, that I can't answer.
I was saying, I see
you
somebody
see what?
good already. I see somebody was complaining that the question didn't get answered, and I watched that part class like before I come on the panel. It was a real enough class, and when I see them complaining, I was like, But I got a lot of knowledge off of that class, so I don't know what they're talking about. And they say you never answer the question. Yeah, and it was a real
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Wonderful. A brother named he goes by Octavius Nuthesa, and he asked what's up with his question. And actually, what happened with that one was his question got saved somewhere else, and it wasn't in my list of questions to answer. I went back and I got TT to find it, and that's why it's being answered actually today. So sometimes when I go to save the podcast questions, I may hit the wrong button and it may save to another file. That's happened before. So we found his question, and I was going to get it answered today. The brother Lawrence J. Gay. Let me go ahead and put his here. So Lawrence J. Gay, I can't answer this one because there actually is no answer. So this came in, Lawrence J. Gay. And go ahead and read that for us, Kefa.
$30 from Lawrence Jiggy. Recently came across misinformation that the Neteru of Kemet were actually fallen angels of God. It led me to this question. Have so-called sirens ever been mentioned or depicted in ancient Kemet? If so, can you detail this info as only you can in Overdrive? Thank you, Great Saba.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, because there's no record of sirens in Kemet, I can't do a podcast on it because there is no record of that in Kemet. So the question said, if they're mentioned in Kemet, can I do a podcast on it? So the answer is no, they're not mentioned in Kemet. That was developed by the Greeks and Romans, and it has nothing to do with Kemet or Nile Valley. So Lawrence, you can easily just change that question into something else, and I'll go ahead and lovely and happily answer another inquiry you have. But that one can't be answered because there's no record of that in Kemet. Okay, what I'm going to do, everybody, I'm going to step off, throw some water on, and come back and get into this podcast answer. I don't see if anyone else wants to come on the panel. Come on now, because when I step off, unless the Jed comes on, Kefa can't let people on. So I'm going to step off for just a moment, and when I come back, we're going to get into this beautiful podcast answer, everybody. The questions that are being asked and the topics that are going to be covered. Mother Earth, Heavenly Mother, the Psyops that remove the soul from one of the earths. What does that mean, Kefa? What does that mean, Kefa? The Psyops that remove the soul from one of the earths. Huh?
I don't know. That's the piece that really got me. Yeah, I'm super curious.
So we got Father Earth, and then Geb, the Earth God in Kemet. Scientists refer to the Neteru once again. And the scientists I'm talking about are actually those scientists you see at the bottom, geophysicists. We're going to cover that. And then we have the important announcement about the return of the men enter classes. I'm going to make an important announcement about that and see who actually wants those to come back. And under my name, it's the Tehuti, the first in history to reveal what Earth God meant, the true meaning of Earth God, while others were teaching that Geb was just a principle. I had come years and years ago and did a class. It was in the Mednetter class, and I elaborated on, I think one on Killer Priest too, and I elaborated for the first time on Earth God, because a lot of people just say Geb is Earth, but when you ask these people, what does that mean? What do you say Geb is Earth? What exactly does that detail? What does it say? What did the ancients say that meant? Not what you're making up from the top of your head. Open up the writings and tell me what the ancients said about associating Geb with Earth. What was it? What does that mean? And they can't, because the new Kemetic society is lazy and they're atheists. And they're just with the quick YouTube views, quick TikTok, Instagram, clickbait and all this stuff, and monetization, and they're not actually into the culture when the computer shuts down. So I've never seen a Kemetic teacher yet, especially melanated, go in and say Geb is Earth God because of unless they were my student. I've never been my student doing it, and that's because I taught them. Prior to that, there's no Kemetic teachers talking about it. They say, and I told Nana this earlier today. They say Ra is the sun, Noon is water, Shu is air, Geb is earth. Okay, and that's it. That's the teachings on it. That's why there's over 300,000 papyrus and tablets and stela written. All the Kemetians just Geb is the earth, Ra is the sun. Now, what's the teaching about that? What does that mean? Is Geb the word for earth? Like the word for earth is Geb, and then Pluto has a name? Or does the moon have a name? Do the Kemetians just know about earth, and then Jupiter have a name, or just earth? Because earth is not an element, is it? Is earth one of the 4 elements? I didn't know. I thought earth contained air and water and the fire of the sun. Earth. So ask them to open it up and talk to you about it. They get emotional, and they can't, because nobody truly believes in the teachings of the ancestors. Peace to Anki and Ma'at. Peace to Amunet. I'm gonna step off for just a minute. When I come back, everybody, we're gonna get right into this class answer, and I'm gonna try to go straight through without taking a break, maybe to relieve myself for a couple minutes. But I'm gonna go straight through. I wish everybody, the others were here. Where are the people that are here? Where's the dead? Where are the people that are here? Because once I go, it's gonna be straight through. So everybody, and then I'm gonna give my announcement, and it'll be good for the people that want the men and their class back to hear this announcement. So I'll be right back, Kev. Hold it down, talk to the people. Minty, if you want to jump on you're at customer service. Nukku, Kemet Geb Tru, jump on. There's the Jed. So I mentioned his name. And there is that's not the Jed. Well, it is the Jed, but who's that? 8-pack. That guy have an 8-pack? The Jed, the guy behind you. Move your head away, the Jed. Let me see that guy. He had an 8-pack. He wasn't 6. He had 2 extra muscles. He had an 8-pack. He didn't have a 6-pack. He had an 8-pack. He's like 6% body fat. You can see the abs under his rib. Appease the Jed. How are you, good brother? Oh, can't hear him. Can you hear him? Kef, I can't hear him.
Muffly. You sound muffly.
Can you hear me now? What about now?
Yeah.
That's a little better, yeah.
Better?
You sound a little off, but better.
Thank you. Okay, are you okay? I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a break. Did Jet say something again?
Can you hear me now?
I hear you good. You're good. Okay. Look who says he's I'm on the road. I'm driving. I can't. Look who drives. Really? I only visualize him like riding chariots and on like hovercraft. I can't imagine Nukpu in the what do they call it, in the whip with the full Kemetic the Heru mask on like this in the Benz with the Heru mask on and the silk garb. I can see him like on a hoverboard. All right. Hey, Pizza Jet, how are you?
Doing good, fella. Everything's wonderful. How about yourself? How you feeling?
I feel good. I'm ready to get into this this interesting set of questions question that branched off into other questions, and that's something so simple. It's something that everybody has stated, and I'm going to ask you also before I go. Have you ever used the term Mother Nature or Mother Earth before?
Yeah.
Could you tell me why? Why do you associate nature and earth with a mother?
It was always under the impression that you know, the earth receives like seeds and stuff like that, and it makes everything grow. So it, you know, it produces life. So I guess that's why I always call it Mother Nature.
Yeah, that's actually that's actually that's an answer I always get. Okay, so that's fair, wonderful. We're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into what was switched. We're gonna see if it was Mother Earth originally, or if it was Father Earth, and then we're gonna see if it wasn't Mother Earth, was the mother mentioned above the earth. So we're gonna get into all that. We're gonna get into was a mother mentioned that was above the earth, or was it the earth? And is there an above the earth? Being that the earth is a circle, is there an above it? So we're gonna get into a lot of these interesting aspects, and we're gonna get into the Psyops that removed the soul from one of the earths. I know that language sounds strange, but if you see the screen, it says right there, the Psyops that removed the soul from one of the earths. Is there more than one earth? We're going to talk about that. And what's very important is we're going to talk about what is it going to take to get the Meta classes back. I have 2 projects that I'm working on, and one is going to come first. It's either the Meta classes, or you're going to see me back pop up every once in a while on Priest. One of them is going to happen first. If 2 of them happen simultaneously, that's very busy for me, but we're going to find out. I'm going to make an announcement about it. I'll be back, everybody. You all build. Peace and love. I'll be right back in a moment. Right back. Peace. Support.
Peace out, Hotep.
Hotep.
Peace. Can you hear me? Am I good? Decent at least?
I hear you, but it's sounding a little more fully.
That's crazy. Well, hopefully it gets
yeah, now you sound more fully.
What about now? Speak.
A little more clear. You sound a little more clear.
Okay. I'll fix it when after because I don't want to hold it up. But yeah, man, Hotep, peace and love. Shouts out to you, Kepler. To you, great brother. It's always good to see you. Shout out to the great Saba, everybody in the chat. Shout out to y'all as well. Hotep. Yeah, definitely excited to see where Saba takes this Mother Earth.
You're gone back real muffly.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay. What about now?
Kind of the same.
What about this? Is this better?
That was.
This the one?
Nah, you're more muffled now. Now you're
worse.
Yeah, worse.
What about that? Nice check.
That better.
Nice check.
Muffled still low. Better, but muffled still. Now I ain't hearing you.
You hear me better?
Yeah.
Crazy. The same settings that I've been using, but I ain't been touching them. It's crazy that it's not
They're going in and out. They're going in and out.
Let me back in. I'm gonna come back. Let me see how that.
Okay. Hotep everybody. Uncle Justin Neb, per Aton. Big up everybody in the chat. Big up Minty Hotep, Robert E. Williams, Kes Betu, Amunet. I think Haras did doing good. Can't see her support in the last class. Salute Haras did. Angela Gates. Say something, bro. Let me hear you.
Hey.
You sound a little better.
They're kind of still the same?
Yeah, still muffly.
I don't know what phone.
And then while it muffly, it having like a little hissing in the background.
I know what it is.
Okay.
Let me turn off this fan. I probably because I got the ceiling fan on the bathroom. Let me see.
Okay. To all the supporters.
What about now? Does that sound better?
It sound better.
Yeah. I feel like I gotta be hugging the real close to the laptop. Crazy.
Nah, something wrong. It's still muffly. Something wrong. Normally it is be crystal clear.
Yeah, I don't know what it is though.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Normally it'll be crystal clear.
Yeah. Shouts out to Minty. What's up, Minty?
Peace. Hotep, can I be heard?
Yeah, loud and clear. Peace and love.
Great. Peace and love. Hotep to the panel. Hotep to Saba Tehuti. I'm glad that I got to catch this live. I'm at work right now, so I'm just popping in and out as I can. But I'm really excited to hear what Saba has for us tonight with the Earth Gods.
Yeah, looking forward to hear what's going on with this class as well, especially with the Geb, because we don't learn about Asar already. You know, like Asar being the Earth Netter, like we don't get them jewels on that already with the plants and all of that. So yeah, this is gonna be real never.
Yeah, it's very nefer, when Saba restores the consciousness of an Earth God being removed. I think I was in the class, the Metanetter class, where he taught this to us. I think it had something to do with Ptah. Hello. I think it had something to do with Ptah and him being the Earth God that nobody talks about, that was removed. So I'm really excited to hear what Saba has for us tonight.
Yeah, especially when he mentioned that the soul was moved from one of the earths. So that's Psyops there. I never heard about that Psyops before.
Yeah, because you always hear Mother Earth this, Mother Earth that, and that's beautiful. That's very nefer. But what about Father Earth? There has to be a mother and a father, as far as I know. So
yeah, normally we have Geb as the earth and milk on top, So yeah, I don't know what that about, so it can be real never for Saba to clarify that for us.
Let's see. Okay, there we are. Yay. Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back, Saba.
Check. Can I be heard?
Loud and clear.
Everybody hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
I don't think Minty can hear me.
You hearing Saba Minty?
Everybody hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, greetings, Minty. Hey.
Greetings, Saba. Great to see you.
Nice to see you too. I got a project for you right up your alley. You always wanted something to do, and I have something for you now. And
That's great.
I'm gonna go ahead and tell you. These events, you know a lot about different poetry events, hip hop, different things that happen in LA, correct?
Correct.
Yes. So I want you to everything's good with your phone?
Yes, my phone is good.
Okay, good. I want you to contact me. We're going to discuss when they are, where they are, and I'm going to be attending them. Sometimes with you.
Okay. Okay. Sounds like we're just gonna have to throw you an event.
Yeah, I'm gonna go into these poetry sessions, into these different events, and I'm gonna go in there and you're gonna watch me transform people live.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
I think that's perfect.
Yeah, I need to interact with people, grassroots, and let them see. And so far, the last 2 poetry events I went to, in one interaction of them hearing me rhyme, I came back with students, and just building with them afterwards. And it just takes 2 or 3 conversations with me, and you'll be right there to watch me do the magic.
Yeah.
And I'll be doing magic.
Oh wow. Yeah, I have the perfect couple of places that I have in mind that we could start. So yeah, that's gonna be fun. And the Jed, you're in Southern Cali, right?
Yeah, well, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'll line something up, and it's ironic that you bring that up because I was asked to do promotion for this one event. So I have a venue if you wanted to do like I don't think that they have open mics there. I think I get you booked to do time slot. So yeah, I'll definitely contact you and we could talk about it.
What's that? Oh, that's something in your background.
Yeah, I'm at work right now.
Okay. Yes. So yes. Wonderful. We're gonna set these things up, and I'm gonna go in and interact with the people, and drop jewels and watch the transformation begin. So wonderful, Minty, is right up your alley. It's what you do anyways, and who knows, you may even see me face to face with that other brother there that does some events. We'll see how that works when me and him meet. Smash. I wonder what happened to Mimi. We'll see. But I'm gonna start interacting. I'm gonna contact Kill the Priest again. I'm gonna start interacting with people in touchable form, and I find that's I've transformed Christians into my students on just going out and getting on a bus 3 times, and they're in the pod class for years. So I'm going to get back into that. So wonderful. You're going to enjoy it, and then I'll be there with you in person too. So that's another bonus.
That is a bonus. The world needs you. We really need you right now. So that's perfect. I'm so glad that you're willing to do that. That's amazing. And I'm honored to be a part of it too.
Excellent, wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. We got Maharu saying, wow, I haven't heard that in decades. Echo chamber. I don't know what, maybe there's a conversation going on. We got Angela Gates saying, let's go. We got Tehuti spit set. We got Black G's up. He's a new person, I think. Africa has been mother and fatherland. Okay, interesting. Ja Work says, when can you come to London? If I come to London, I may not be leaving, so I have people waiting for me to I have people waiting for me in London to kidnap me. They say, if you come to London, you're staying with us. So I don't know. I have London has a beautiful type of dedication to knowledge and wisdom. I don't know when I'm coming to London though, but I would definitely love to. So shout out to Ja Works. Okay, everybody, we're about to get started here. We're gonna get into this. I'm gonna put it back up on the screen. Oh, I asked Minty too. Minty, I'm sure you have used this term. We've all used it before. There's that 42 number. It's always 42 to 50 people. No matter who says they leave, I'm not watching. I'm not part of the house. Why is it the same number every week? So, Minty, you've used the term Mother Earth and Mother Nature.
Yes. I was just saying before you hop back on that you hear a lot about Mother Earth, but you never hear about Father Earth.
Okay, wonderful. And in your reasoning of why you've used it before, which is, I'm sure is going to sound similar to most, but I just want to hear you say it. What is the logic? What comes to mind that you think makes yourself and other people have associated Earth with a mother and not a father? What is it that comes to your mind to make you comfortable with that concept?
I guess that would be the womb and giving birth.
Yes. Okay. Good. Yes, that is the answer that I always get from people. So we're going to get into it. We're going to see what the actual teachings are, because you're going to find when you go to these other YouTube channels, when you go to other people in forms of consciousness, and you ask them about these questions, they never quote anything before the matrix. They come from the top of the head. Well, the mother Africa, the father, mother, and they're like, what did our ancestors say about this topic? I don't know, but I just know that I know. I was like, so our ancestors had no view on this. Was there any teaching on this? Any written thing in 5,000 years about a concept of a Mother Earth, a Father Earth? Is there anything we can go by so we can use a sense of reasoning before the matrix, before colonization? Were there ancient Africans talking about Mother Earth? It must have been. We knew it was a mother. You're stupid. So we're going to get past all of that and get into what did the actual people teach on the topic. And then as the class is going on, you're going to see why the agenda switched. There was a switch of agenda. We're going to get into it. I did introduce it in that class, Minty. You're right. You were in the original class. The men of the class, it was Ptah. It was Ptah that I taught and introduced as the earth god and the reason why. And we're going to get into the actual teachings of it. What was the relevance to the people? And once we hear the teachings, you're going to see why the switch had to occur. And then you're going to see major companies utilizing the original from the Natiru. So here we go, everybody. Let's get started. So Minty, I'm glad you is this the job you're at?
Yes, this is my job.
Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
It's across the street from my last job.
How interesting is that?
Yeah. It's a lot of synchronicities. Everything happens for a reason. So I'm in a great position to learn from small business owners before I open up my own business. I get to learn from these people, and I've learned a lot.
Excellent. That's exactly what you should be doing. If you're with somebody who owns a business, learn from them, and then hopefully grow your own, or even expand theirs, branch off, or partner up. Who knows what can happen? But I'm glad you're learning, because you definitely deserve to own your own thing. You've been working too hard for
Thank
other
you.
people.
Thank you.
And
Yeah.
So we're gonna and we'll talk about that more when I see you, and I'll give you some jewels and magic you can use. But we'll see. I'll see where you are at in life right now, which is, you have a very interesting journey with me. So
yeah.
We shall see. Okay, so wonderful. So we're gonna start this class, everybody. Press a 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get into this topic right here. Look at the topic and the question specifically. Mother Earth or Father Earth? The Psyops that removed the soul from one of the earth. Heavenly Mother. Scientists refer to the Nibiru once again. First in history to reveal the Earth God, what Earth God originally meant, while all others at the time years ago were just teaching that Geb was a principle. And we're going to get into so much more pertaining to this topic, and what that topic branches off into. So everybody get ready, get your pen, your pads out. I'm going to say peace and love as you're listening to the podcast. Support, send in questions. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Keep this phenomenon going. Send in your personal questions. See what happens when you send a question. See what type of results you get from the answer, and see the difference between you sending a question here to the Tehuti podcast and you shooting it to somebody at a barbershop or somebody on YouTube or wherever you may do with it. See what happens that creates the difference, and be a part of this great transformation that's happening from these questions. So I'm going to say peace and love to the Jed, Sadam Ma'ahem Paudku. You can jump back into the chat. Peace and love to Minty. Hotep, jump back in the chat. Is that an Unk on your hat? Look like an Unk.
Say again?
Is there an Unk on your hat that's curved with a curved hand?
Prince.
Oh, Prince. Okay, shout out to Prince, formerly known as. There's been nobody before him.
Peace,
like
Hotep.
Nobody like him afterwards. All right, peace to Prince. Peace, Minty. Peace to you. Peace to Kefa Eve Ma'at Fatu Kemba. Peace and love to you. Jump back in the chat. We are about to get started, everybody. I think Minty's locked. I'm going to help her out with that. Everybody in the chat that can hear me right now, press a 9. If you can hear me, press a 9. Let me help Minty out. She's locked in the back now. Let me okay, Minty is unlocked. Press a 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get started. I'm going to come off the screen and still talk. Check the sound. Check. I'm going to twist. Something here needs to be twisted. Okay, we're twisted. Chubby checker. All right, everybody, are you ready? We're about to get into it. Everybody press a 9 if you can hear me. Because once I start, I may just want to go flow and just keep going. And I don't really check the chat unless I ask the podcast the questions. So we have the 9s coming in. Wonderful. Everybody can hear me. We got oh, hey, Robert Unkim Mahat Hotep. I will replay. I'm on the road. Wonderful, Robert E. Williams. And check your emails if you haven't gotten the last one from me. And peace and love to your situation. And may you stay strong. Continue to support as always. You're always appreciated. Your energy is always loved. And come in and out as you can, because I know you love it here. All right, here we go. We got the 9s coming in. Maharu. You're going to love this class again. Saket, remember going to Cypher on West 4th Manhattan in Village. We got Angela Gates with the 9s, Nutbu with the Henu, we got Maharu with the 9. Here are the 9s. They're coming in now. We got Big started to come in. Big Blunt with the 9. Pestjet 9. Amunet with a 9. More to the wisdom to the more with the 9. 432 with the 9. Ja works with the 9. Maharu 9 should be back to future. Should be back to future soon again. Maharu, awesome, wonderful language. We're gonna figure that riddle out. We got black. No, where'd Black Jesus go? Black Jesus. Oh, it jumped. Okay, it jumped to Angela. And now it jumped to Alchemist. I don't know what's going on. The screen is jumping. All right, there's Black Jesus up with the 9. Alchemist with the 9. Prince was the man at all stages of his life. Yep. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Big Vase with a 9. Medicine Net with the Q. You remember that class? The P's and the Q's, and yeah, I don't remember it. We got Amunet with a yay. We got 9 locked in. We got is that Marion? Marion Hood locked in 1861. We got Jay Kirkland, which is Nefer Nature J with the 9. Here we go, everybody. Everybody ready? Let's get started. Let me pull this up and see if it's already on the screen so we can get right started. This is going to be a good one as always. They're always good, but this is going to be very interesting. The Mother Earth concept. Is it an original concept? Is it was there a Father Earth? Was that actually ever taught that we can verify in writing? And if so, what happened to the concept of the Father Earth? And when did the actual Mother Earth come into play? Was that something that was actually taught by the ancients? And has something been reversed intentionally? We're going to get into all that. We're going to get into the intentional change. We're going to get into the accidental change. And we're going to get into the removal of immortality from the original aspect of whether it was mother or father. So I'm going to close this out, close out the gods, close out the Param Haru. We just got Mother Earth, Father Earth on the screen. Okay, here we go. We are ready, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. You all can hear me, and here we go. Let me get this off the screen. I want to cut everything off, all the unnecessary things, because it slows down the podcast. We're going to cut all this off from November. Lawrence J. Gay. Okay, we cut it off. We're going to cut off Facebook. Okay, here we go. Everybody ready? Here we go. Let's get started. We're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, the question and answer class of the House of the 10. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages of spirituality, who are the Netiru, what about physical health and purity, what about mental detoxification, what about out-of-body experiences, are those from ancient sources, are they New Age teachings, what about government psyops and conspiracies? What about telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness? Now, fortunately, that you have left Christianity, Islam, Hebrew, etc., thinking that you have escaped the matrix, and now you go to the common conscious platform. Little did you know that you have stepped into another matrix, unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden in disguise, that has infiltrated the form of New Age consciousness, and atheists who have disguised themselves as the new conscious teachers. Now, atheists today are the new Kemetic teachers, atheists are the new esoteric guides, atheists are the new metaphysical teachers, in the agenda of the matrix, just to focus on knowledge, but not the spiritual disciplines of the ancients, with the agenda, with the indigenous references. They will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but just wear ancient symbols for fashion, egotistical, self-gratification purposes. They themselves do not live by any actual written culture, thus they can only teach from memes, pictures, or do what's called counter-teaching, but just to go against what someone else teaches. They only do debate, debunk, expose, or do challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs while not standing on any of themselves. The subject matter stay on the beginning phase, which is limited, but it is good, because it's good to begin people off with, which is the Bible's wrong, the Bible's stolen, the Hebrews are wrong. They're great subject matters to help one break out of the matrix, but after showing where it's stolen, none of them actually stand on the original specific part of the teaching that it was stolen from, and give the original teachings of that specific part, and most importantly, how do you apply it to your life? They do not stand on the original teachings that it was stolen from, excuse me, as their way of life. Their focus is to show you that it's stolen, then they leave you right there. That is called breaking something and someone down, but not building anything or anyone back up. If you show that something is stolen, then show how we should adhere to it in our original mind state prior to it being stolen. But that part takes discipline. For the next topic of focus, which are usually the race of the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are Arab, the Egyptians are white, But at the same time, all the people that are arguing over what race they are, but at the same time saying, I won't follow any of their conscious disciplines, whether they're black, white, Arab, Chinese. I'm not following them. I'm only proud of what they physically look like, which is complete laziness. But you don't follow anything. You're just glad that they have woolly hair, glad they have dark skin, and then you're back to Doritos in the Knicks game and smoking it up and hanging out at the club. They say the discipline part, forget about that. We like what they look like, but we don't like how their brain works. All their titles are argumentative, such as the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt, or we are American Indians but not Africans, but never just on what the pyramids in America are for. How can they enhance you? And what are the discipline described ways of the Native Americans that can be lived by and enhanced spiritually? They can only do counter teaching, which is when your popular teacher cannot do full videos on the actual culture they claim our ancestors lived by, that one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, but he or she does not truly have confidence. He or she does not have true confidence that any of the quote-unquote African or Ma'at or Kemet culture can actually stand on its own without the controversy and drama and hold the people's attention. They need contention. They need shock value for views. They themselves are not disciplined or stand on anything, never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place and what they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice when the computer shuts down or when the debate is over. Those quote-unquote conscious teachers are really just atheists, individualists in disguise, and they actually don't believe in anything. So they just have the earth to argue and discuss based on contention. They make you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and then you are insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is individualism, which is to disunite under the disguise of knowledge, but with no structure, no unity system, as all the ancient ancestors did. Thus, they have no movements, no ranking system, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals, as all the ancient ancestors lived, no accountability to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture, from group to group, to justify whatever their quote-unquote feelings are for that day or that week, with no accountability or obligation or accountability to anyone telling them where they have been wrong or where they've slipped up in the cultural way. Thus, they are about lonism, individualism, which is no matter what they do, they can always justify any behavior because there is no actual written concrete way of life that they stand on, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of Isfet evil. Isfet is about disunity, which causes people to break away, branch away, or splinter off, and show disloyalty. Unlike the bees or unlike the ancient people of Kemet, Isfet will cause their mind to find a reason to disunite without any witness-proven reason that exists in real time as it's happening. Thus, there would be real-time witnesses to their so-called complaint that cause their separation. And there are no real-time witnesses for their separation reasons because all of their quote-unquote reasons only exist within their minds. They can't show it outside of their minds. No, their reasons will come up months or years later because their mind actually created them after the fact. The word introvert is only exists in the colonizer's language. The word introvert doesn't exist in any ancient culture's language because we always move as a mentally unified group, not individuals teaching, I follow no man, I follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you, you must get back to your original roots and cultures. But every time you go back to those original roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of those original roots and cultures, we're a unified group of people with structure and accountability to a specific way of life discipline. Disunity is the New Age conscious community teacher's goal, to mirror your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists who are actually outsiders, just collecting quote-unquote knowledge on Egypt and discussing and debating Egypt historically to see who the top scholar was, but not from a disciplined person that actually lived the spiritual system. And the unified followers of Ma'at, that they, the outsiders, studied. The unified followers of Ma'at had structured discipline in a ranking system. Thus, the New Age conscious teacher's videos are merely complaining on what is wrong with other people. Here are wise words of the House of the Ten, or the House of the Ten echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for the people to drink, and thus people will have testimonies of how you cleaned them up, of how you brought them to the material from scratch, how you gave them a better way of life. If not, then you're just a complainer and not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from the masses who are in need. Your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the Clean Glass of Water, the House of Attend, the Tehuti podcast, the only platform class movement that exists on the planet where you can send in these type of questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type answer, customized, and on top of that, taught live with each answer. Get subconscious matrices broken, and even live magic and hypnosis performed for you and demonstrated here at the Tehuti podcast. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And here's what sparked the set of questions, or the set of answers. It was Nuthe Sama'at. Why is the planet called Mother, as in Mother Earth, Mother Nature? Where is Geb? Okay, wonderful. Another great question, and from one of our consistent supporters, the good brother, Nuthesa Ma'at, which demonstrates again the diversity of unlimited questions that can be sent in with reciprocity and only answered thoroughly here at the Tehuti class. But even though the question says Mother Nature, the association with a specific aspect of nature being asked here is about Earth, being Mother Earth, because the contrast is Geb, Ma'at is Earth. Now, when you browse through and look at what is called Mother Earth, you will find countless books, videos, YouTube channels, spiritual conventions that mention this Mother Earth concept. And you'll see a lot of these type of images. Okay. Mother Earth, Gaia, the spirit of Mother Earth. Sister Mother Earth. Mother Earth Day. Mother Earth News. Mother Earth, an album. The Tree People. Okay. Now let me ask, which I actually already asked before I started the class. Let me ask the class, from what you have told people or viewed or reasoned out, why have you used this term Mother Earth or associated Earth with a mother? So I actually asked that before I started the class to the panel, and I extended it to the people in the chat, and I wanted people to tell me why. So the question is extended to people in the chat. I'm not sure if I actually directly did that, but I definitely asked people in the chat, on the panel, why is it that they say Mother Earth? And I've gotten very similar answers from each person in there. So, okay, great. It seems to make sense, right? The green earth producing plant life and vegetation. Yes, in Kemet, we have earth as far as being identified with the gender, and parent as depicted. Yes, yet in Kemet. So even though in our minds today, it seems to make sense, right? The green earth, the dead and minty producing the plant life and vegetation, and thus when you see images of Mother Earth, you see her surrounded by greenery. Usually, Mother Earth is depicted green. Is that correct? In most of the images, she has green hair, some type of what looks like plant life going from her body. But she are drawings of plants on her green legs, just as you see right here. Yet in Kemet, we have Earth as far as being identified with the gender, and a parent as being depicted as this. And here is Geb, the Earth God, and on spell 44, which I will tell you where this is coming from later on in class. You have appeared as Lord of the West, having ruled the Egyptians, or the people of Kemet, who are on earth. Rise up to life, for you have not died. Rise yourself upon your left side. Put yourself upon your right side. Receive these dignities of yours, which your father Geb has given you. So here we see that the common, what they're calling an earth god in the Nile Valley, is an earth god and called a father. This seems to be in direct contrast to these images here, where there's Mother Earth and there's no Father Earth. Yet in the oldest writings along the Nile Valley, we find Earth is depicted as a male and a father. Okay, so Earth is associated with a father called Kemet Geb. So what exactly is going on here? Was Earth originally mother goddess and Kemet changed it? Was Earth originally a father before the Matrix? Or was Earth both? Or did one come after the Matrix for the intentional erasing of the other, for that agenda of atheism and the neurological disconnect of Earth and immortality? And of course, to find all of that out, everyone, what phase are we about to get into? What are we about to get into to find out which one of these concepts actually held the aspect of immortality? Which one was erased? Both of them exist at the same time. And what exactly was the agenda behind removing one of them? So what is the time for everybody? I'm going to come to the screen. What is the time to get into, everybody? I'm sure all the new people are wondering what is about to happen. Time for what? What is the time to get into, everybody? What is the time to get into, everyone? Go ahead and type it in the room. I don't see the chats at the same time that they're being typed. It just goes, time passes and it goes boop, and then they all pop up at once. I don't even see what anybody's typing live this moment. But it's going to go boop, and then I'll see. So go ahead, everybody. What time is it for, everybody? Go ahead and type it in the room. What is the time to get into, everyone? It's going to go boop. And here's the person that asked the question. A little treat for your nut, huh? You just asked last week, what happened to the question? And you get it next week, right? What is the time for everybody? Let me go ahead and put the comments on the screen. And there's the 50 people. It's always 50 people. Tehuti Overdrive. The new people must be wondering what's going on here. What is it time here for, everybody? What is the time to get into? You are absolutely correct. It is time to get into are you ready? All set? Hajet Maati. Set the white. The double vision. Are you ready to get into it? You gave a beautiful flare up when I went to get you. One day you're going to show the pod class how you. Let's get into it, everybody. You're absolutely right. It is time for one thing and one thing only to answer this question for the first time using the words of the ancestors. And what time is that, Tehuti? Did the crowd get it right? Boom. Absolutely. It is time for Tehuti Overdrive. Everybody ready? Here we go. Let's find out what exactly is going on here. Okay. Here we go. Okay, Mother Earth. See if I can expand this. Expand it again. Get it on the screen. All right, here we go. Okay. So Mother Earth or Father Earth. The confusion is because the New Age people that are repeating Mother Earth have confused Earth with Earth. Uh-oh. What? What does that mean, Tehuti? I'll say it again. The confusion is because the New Age people of this day and time that keep repeating Mother Earth have confused Earth with Earth. What does that mean, Tehuti? Okay. Let me walk you through and break the matrix, then open the door to the original immortality teachings, which actually pertain to a doorway. Here we go. Ready, everyone? Let's continue. Let's break this Psyops and break this matrix. What does Tehuti mean that the New Age people that are repeating Mother Earth have confused Earth with Earth? What does that even mean, Tehuti? Let me walk you through. There we go. Ready? Okay, everyone. What is this, everybody? What is this called? Type it in the room real quick. Don't be shy. Don't worry, you're not going to get ridiculed for your answer. It's kind of an answer everybody knows. So what is this, everybody? What do we call this? This is planet what? It should be pretty simple. What have we been told this is called? What is it called? What is this? What are we on right now? Just type it in the room. What is this? Is this Venus? Is this Jupiter? What is this on the screen? Go ahead and tell us. What is this, everybody? Type it in the room. What is that on the screen, everybody? Boom, 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 boom. What is that, everybody? Okay, boom, boom, boom. Okay. Earth. 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 Wonderful. Okay, here we go, everybody. Boom. Yes, you are absolutely right. Yes, that is Earth. Wonderful, everybody. You all got that absolutely right. So that is Earth. Pretty simple, right? It's going to start to get a little more complicated. So first of all, thank you, everybody, for that answer. Wonderful answer. Let me give you an applause. Excellent. And let's go, everybody. That was Earth. You're absolutely right. That was Earth. That everybody's associating with Mother Earth. Absolutely. Here we go, everybody. Earth. Okay, next question, everybody. What is this right here? What is this, everybody? Type it in the room, everybody. What is this? This doesn't look like the other thing. What is this, everybody? Type this in the room. What is this? It's a bag of something. Type it in the room, everybody. What is this? What is it, everybody? Boom, 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 boom. Pretty simple now, right? What is that, though? Earth. Well, which one of the elements is that, everybody? They say there's 4 elements, right? Fire, water, air. Which one is that? You got it right. Earth. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, boom. Earth. Okay, here we go. Which one of the elements is that? You're absolutely right. Boom. So we see some people type soil, and what does it say on the bag? Black Earth. Tehuti. Black Earth. There it is. So this is Earth too. You see a difference between these two things, everyone? Is there a difference between these two things? Are these two things the same thing? This one here at the top is Earth. And when you ask anybody what's the 4 elements, they tell you this here at the bottom is Earth. These two things are named the same. But yeah, the one at the top looks majority blue, doesn't it? The one at the top looks majority blue. Yet this one at the top that looks like a majority blue ball is called Earth. And the bag at the bottom, its contents, which are brown, inside this is called Earth. Confusing Earth for Earth. What is Earth? What is Earth? So like people typed, ground soil, dirt, dry land, district. I'm going to stop right there. Can you please look at that one at the top and tell me, does that match this description? Is the one at the top, is it soil, dirt, dry land? Is it a country or a district? This is the definition of Earth. When I look at the one at the top, it doesn't seem to match this definition, yet the name of it is this definition. What's happening here and how could this be? So this is Earth at the top. Yet the definition doesn't seem to match what my eyes are seeing. My eyes are not seeing ground. I think I see majority water, actually. Dirt, soil, dry land. How could this be dry land when the majority of it is blue? Is this a country? Does this image at the top match any of the definitions in the definition of the word earth? Somebody called this earth. Somebody has in your mind that this is earth. You first have to believe that this is earth. Then, after you have to believe that this is earth, then you start defending. It's a mother earth, father earth. The earth is a mother because the earth is the soil grows in a well, this doesn't seem to match the definition. Again, I'm looking at a blue ball and it says ground, dirt, ground, soil, dirt, dry land, country or district. This doesn't look like a district. This doesn't look like a country. It doesn't look like dry ground, and it doesn't look like soil to me. Okay, that's earth, the definition of earth. But over here, we have Earth now as a planet, the third planet from the sun, and the fifth largest planet in the solar system in terms of size. Mass, it's the single most outstanding feature. The single most outstanding feature is that near the surface environments are only places the universe is known to harbor life. Okay, Earth, ground, soil, dirt, dry land, country, district, or is it Earth, the third planet from the sun, the fifth largest planet in size? Which one is the Earth? And that's why I said in the beginning, the confusion comes about with the question when talking about Mother Earth or Father Earth. It's because people are confusing Earth with Earth. You're calling this blue ball Earth when it doesn't match the description that's in the dictionary. These are the things that cause you slowly to have cognitive dissonance and to accept things that are directly in front of you that is not true. But you will defend it. You will reverse reason it backwards and defend this open contradiction. It is things like this that I used to bring the pastors, the teachers in school. Hey teacher, how is this blue ball Earth when Earth is ground, dry, land, country, district? But this here says Earth is planet. How can both be true? And that's where the confusion comes in. Here we go. Ready? Let's continue. Let's walk through the matrix and get to the source. Yet when we see Mother Earth Day, we always see the planets. Why is that? Now here we go. International Mother's Earth Day. And look what they have to superimpose all over the... They say Mother Earth Day, and I'm seeing this planet. So yes, here's where the confusion comes in. Yes, the logic is that... Let me move this over for y'all. So the logic is that the Earth produces plants and greenery as depicted on the picture of the International Mother Earth Day. But is this actually depicting the truth that represents Earth as a planet? When they show Earth, they're showing all this greenery. Here she is, this green plant here, green plants on her legs. We just saw there's two things called Earth. Now the planet Earth, what they're calling Mother Earth, is named so by people because life comes from it. So they think. Life comes from it. When in actuality, the bag of soil Earth, that is actually the aspect of the planet Earth that plants grow from, which is to people the arable land. And guess what percentage of the entire planet Earth that is? Let me take you to Biology Insights. We're going to go to Biology Insights because when people describe Earth, Mother Earth, they always describe, well, the aspect of the Earth is It's a mother because it grows plants and it has all this beautiful greenery. And so we're going to call the planet Mother Earth. Well, let's go to the arable land and let's see what portion of the planet actually represents this title that the whole Earth is called for some interesting illogical reason. So here we go. Now we're at current global percentage of arable land. The amount of land that satisfies these complex criteria is small when considering the entire surface of the Earth, including all oceans and water bodies. The percentage of arable land is approximately 3 to 4%. This figure highlights that the vast majority of the planet is covered by water or is otherwise unsuitable for cultivation. What's cultivation? Planting the seeds in the plants. Focusing on the Earth's total land mass, which accounts for about 29% of the planet's surface, arable land represents approximately 10 to 12% of the world's total area. The World Bank report that arable land accounted for 10.69% of the land area. In 2022, this percentage represents the fixed capacity of the terrestrial surface to feed the population. Okay. Here we go. Let's move over. All right, here we are. Okay, so boom. Only 3 to 4% of the concept of the entire planet Earth being labeled as mother, because only 3 to 4% can grow the plant life, is completely illogical. So the name, the entire Earth, the planet, mother, because only 3 to 4% does this action, there is absolutely nothing on the planet that is named something because only 3% of it can do it. So there's nothing on this planet Earth that has a name only because 3% of it. Imagine you as a human, as a hominid, or as a, imagine a life form, you're being named because of only something your toe can do. Only 3% of you can do something, and that's the name that encompasses your entire body. That's a mislabel. There's absolutely nothing on the planet that is named, that's given a title, because only 3% of it can do it with this name. So that's how we know the mother aspect is only applied to the soil part. The farming aspect, okay, is not applied to the planet Earth, as they're calling it Earth. It's only applied to the 3 to 4% to up to 10%, the 3 to 4% arable land. That's the soil that's in the bag, not the planet. So the concept of the mother aspect only applies to the soil and farming aspect because of the ancient Kemetic farmers' planting of the seed, and the life sprouts up, and is associated that with planting the seed in the woman. Here's how it got reversed. But it was only a small portion of arable land, not the earth, but just a minuscule aspect of the planet called soil or earth to the farmer. It was the female that was associated with the soil, arable earth, not the entire earth associated with the female. It got reversed again. It was the female that was associated with the soil, the arable land only, not the entire earth with the female, calling the planet Earth mother. It was the female, human or hominid, that was associated with only the 3 to 10% arable land, which is not the planet Earth, but just the arable land. So that she was compared to the arable land. The female was the one compared to the land. The planet Earth was never compared to the female. Because of the female's biological imperative and family building purposes, today the focus switched to the planet. So even a woman today that has no interest in building a family or having children can speak on Mother Earth, the Mother Earth, the Mother Earth. That was the Psyops switch, focusing on Mother Earth. Mother Earth misdirects the initial focus which was to see the actual female as the small portion of the earth as a profitable field or land that sprouts life, as only the 3% does. So the earth that it was talking about was only the soil. They were not talking about the ocean. They were not talking about the female as the mountains. They were not talking about that part of the planet. The reproductive area is only 3 to 10%. Originally stated before the Matrix, this is stated clearly, word for word, prior to the Matrix in 2375 BC in the Laws of Ma'at by Ptah Hotep. Not by your current day conscious off the top of the head, I'm angry, let me just talk. Let's go back to what the ancestors said directly. Maxims of Ptah Hotep. This is 2375 BC, thousands of years before colonization in the Matrix. If you are well-to-do and establish your household, be gracious to your wife in accordance with what is fair. Feed her, put clothes on her back. Ointment is balm for her body. Rejoice her heart all the days of your life, for she is profitable field for her Lord. That was the comparison. It was the female that was compared just to the field area that was arable land, not the planet Earth. Let me break the matrix. Never in ancient history, not the planet Earth compared to the female. It was the female that was walking in front of the man that he could breed, have children in a family with, that she was compared to just the 3-4% of the bag of soil, not the planet. Which is why the farmer's plowing and digging tool was associated with making love. What, Tehuti? Here's the digging tool. What was it called? This was Mary. What is that? That's the name of the part that goes into the soil, and it's also called love. To love is to plow. It says to plow your female. Here's the word right here, myrrh. The same word for love and digging, because as the tool digged into the arable land, which is only 3 to 4%, that tool was associated with the phallus, digging into the female and planting the seed. So the female was compared to the arable land, and the male was compared to the plow. And thus the plow was actually named love, bringing two things together to create a third. That's what the actual plow was called. And all throughout the axioms, it talks about your wife is the field, plow your wife. It was the female walking in front of the ancient people. That was compared to the arable land. Never, ever, 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 ever was the entire planet Earth compared to the female. If so, show the ancient writings. Don't get mad. Don't get upset. Just open up the ancient papyrus, which shows the ancient people talking about a planet Earth as a mother. Boom. As of January 17th today, 2026, that matrix has now been broken for the first time. So let's move on to Geb, as he's depicted here from Ptah Hotep, the same one who wrote about the female being compared to the arable earth. We're going to go directly not only to his writings, but we're going to go to the walls of Ptah Hotep, of whom I've just quoted, 2375 BC. And here is Geb. This is the same one who wrote that the female was the arable land in the field to plow into and to plant your seed. On his wall, he has Geb, which is the earth god. No female is the earth. The male here is Geb. So how and why, though, was Geb associated with the earth in the original teachings? Not from the top of your head, not from emotions, but how and why was Geb associated with the earth in the original teachings? What part of the earth and what process was this speaking of? Was it the entire planet Earth? Well, today, January 17th, 2026, you will find out the other original name, which that your current teacher is miscalling the coffin text. I want you to know today you're about to find out a new word that none of your Kemetic teachers, none of your 5%er, Nuwabic, Moor, Kemetic, whatever they claim, they're not reading the writing, so they don't even know the name of the books to go to refer to. It's called the Metet En Shar. The Metet En Shar is what these people are miscalling the coffin text. It's called Metet and Shar, which are the words of vindication. That's what the writing says it's called itself. And I gave the other name for it in the Purim Haru, but when you actually go to it, it's called Meteten Shar. Meteten Shar is a completely different sentence than the coffin text. Meteten Shar is the words of vindication. That means something has been done wrong. That means it needs to be vindicated. A completely different definition than the coffin text. The coffin text. What does that mean, the coffin text? It's Meteten Shar because it's talking about vindication, which means that these writings are about righting the wrong. If you're vindicating something, you're righting the wrong. If you just say coffin text, that has nothing to do with any type of morality, no type of agenda. So they're removing, the Egyptologists see what the ancient people wrote. The ancient people said, this is called Meteten Shar. There's an English translation for these words of vindication. Forget about what they call it. We're just going to call it the coffin text. Or the coffin text. No, what were they vindicating? There was an agenda. So here is, I'm going to show my Meteten Shar. This is what I read in the mornings when I wake up. Yes, that is my finger. Let me shrink this down. Hopefully it's all in there. All right, yeah, it's all in there. Okay. So there's me holding the Meteten Shar and the translation. Now we're going to go to spell, what they're calling spell 829. And here it is. Spell for entering into the earth. Here's the earth mentioned and being transformed. So here's the earth. I am lion. That'll be re or re, whether it's double line or single line. So re is I am lion. Nuk re. Nuk re. Nuk re. Nuk re re. I know that the meta is not showing on here. I'm just saying the meta that I know that it is without it on here. so I am so nuk re. Nuk re re. I am the greatest of the priesthood. I am Heru, unifier. Here is where we get into the Meta and Shar, because unifier of what? Unifier of the lands. I am the second of four, 2 of 3 of his 4, who offer the netter, Ur, him who serve these netter. One moment, let me go. One moment. Let me check something very important. Okay. All right, let me go ahead and tell him. Okay. Okay. Wonderful. She is there. Okay. So here we are. I am the second of 4, 2 of 3 of his 4, who offer the netters Ur. To him who serve these netters Urs, I am he who makes calm after storm. I am Osset when she was in Chemeth, and I will listen like him who was deaf and who stared. And here we go. Here is the incarnation chant. Here's the imbuement chant. I am Geb, who did what? Who entered into earth. I am Geb, who entered into earth. What happens afterwards? I am he who assesses whoever serves him. I am transformed into one whose spirits are mighty. So you see the top declaration title, spell for entering into the earth and being transformed. And at the bottom, I am Geb entering into the earth. Here's the association with Geb and earth. I am transformed, one whose spirits are mighty. So this is speaking about a transformation process that pertains to the earth. A lot different from Mother Earth and the plants, isn't it? Boom. Yes, the soil in the process of the preserved burial of the body and preparation of the Ba, the pure energetic projectable double, to ascend into the immortal state of peace after the chaos. Peace after the chaos that you have calmed. I am the calm after the storm. This is the aspect of the actual earth as in soil, the bag of soil, not the entire planet. and being buried underground. Of course, ground equaling what? Earth. As we see here in one of the latest discoveries of over 40 ancient Sahu is the real name for mummy, discovered underground, which happened when? February 4th, 2019, in the technology science section of the Advertiser. I'm going to put this on, and then I'm going to step away for just a second. A moment. So here we go. Are you seeing now that we're walking through? We're going by what the ancestors left for us. Now the top of the head, top of the head, top of the head. The concept is completely changing from plants growing into a burial state and a transformation. Something is transforming. So here we are. Now we're in the Advertiser. Egypt unveils more than 40 ancient mummies in what? The underground. Let me shrink it down. Underground, which is what? Under earth. The underground 40 mummies. Why? Because they're in the earth. Thus, Geb, Lord of Lands, equals earth. As we see here in the Metet and Shar. And guess which aspect of the body is focused on? Let me take you to the Metet and Shar spell 793, in which you will see my fingers and my notes and pen underlining, framing out the focus. I'm going to put this on, and I'm going to step away for just a moment. What part of the body is Geb associated with? A boon. Boon which the king grants, a boon which Osiris is both. Also the netter, who is in the mound. That's the burial mound of the net crown. And he may permit, and which is whichever Par-EE's name goes there. We'll say Unas for now, or it could be Pepi, Teti, but any one of their names goes there. I have power over cold water, and his desire being what was commanded forever. What is good? The name, your name, has invocated offerings by favor of, then there's some damage. A boon, which is the king grants. Also, here we go. Geb, Lord of the lands, of what is under the rib. A boon which Osiris grants, that he may permit Unas to be what? A spirit in the head of the spirits forever. I'm gonna step off for just a moment. I'll be right back. I'm gonna keep the screen on for everybody. Hold on one moment. All right, I'm back. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom. Here we go. Let's continue. Go to the ancestors. Here we are. Well, let's see if I'm on mic. On mic, yeah. Check, check, check. Here we go. Boom. Here we go. So. Oh, I got the wrong. Hold on, everybody. One moment, everybody. Hold on. I got it. The way these glasses so strange. I got Nana's glasses on. Hold on. Okay, we're back. Here we go. Right, everybody, we're back. Let me move one thing. Hold on, let me move one thing. Okay, let me clip this back. Okay, this is. Clip this back. Animal laboratory. All right, here we go. All right, see right there. Boom. Stay calm. No bitey bitey. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're back. All right, boom. Here we go, everybody. We're back. Here we go. Boom. Got the right glasses on. Let's go. Here we go. Boom. All right. So we see what part of the body is Geb associated with. Geb, Lord of the Lands, is under the what is under the ribs, right? And what is under the ribs? When it talks about under the ribs, the Eve. Here we go. Boom. Ready? Boom. Here we go. Boom. Lord of the Lands Lord of the Lands, Earth, of what is under the ribs, which is the Eve, in which one once released from the earth, which is ground, equaling the Geb, you become reborn as what's called a Tepika. Tepika is the head of the spirits for eternity. Tepika. So once rebirth from Geb, your goal is to not die a second death. Totally different from the Mother Earth concept, isn't it? Here we go. Here's the original Earth concept. So now you want the Re and Tem. Re and Tem. Interesting. Tem means not. I'll walk through that in the Meta class. How does Tem mean not when Tem means complete? All right. So as in a Tem, atom. Here we go. So boom. Re and Tem met Mem, which is the chapter of not dying a second time. In actuality, this word met is the word for mother, but it's not dying a second time. Okay? So the chapter of not dying a second time, saith Osar Ani Maharu, which doesn't mean triumphant, but Maharu, which deals with examination, truth, and sound guidance. So Maharu. So hail Tehuti. What is it that has happened to the children of Nut? I have children of Nut underlined because Nut is about to come into this equation. So once rebirth from the Geb, the earth, your goal is to not die a second time. So you've already died the first time, so therefore now you're placed under the earth. So your goal is not to die a second time. Okay? And guess what? What the Kemet teachings of Geb becomes that your mother and your grandmother got and passed it down to you, and you didn't even know it. So the teaching of Geb was to not die a second time once placed in the earth. Now you want to ascend past that stage, because the place in the earth is the first stage. You don't want what resurrects from that, for that to pass a second time. What happened to the teaching of Geb? Here we go. Right with your mother. What's this? The Book of Revelations. Here we go. Talk to them, Christians. Talk to us about the teaching of Geb. Here we go. Okay, blessed, blessed, holy is that which has that. Blessed, holy is he that has part in the first resurrection. On such the second death has no power. But they shall be priests of God and Christ. All the things that were mentioned and the Meteten Shar. Regaining the power, there's the power. Not being a part of the second death, the second death has no power. And then remember, I am the priest. There's the priest, there's the power, there's the second death. Now it becomes the book of Revelations 26. Boom, and there it is. There it is which has been there right in front of you all this time. The second death, to escape the Geb. The first stage of Geb, the transformation, is that which is placed in the ground, and you have to escape that stage and ascend right there in your Bible. Now all of a sudden, second death is in the Bible. That's the teaching right from the Meteten Shar of the teaching of the transformation of Geb. There was no Bible written when the ancient ancestors were talking about the second death, because the ancient pre-matrix, before the matrix, before colonization, wisdom understanding was for your pure energetic projectable double called the Ba to not be trapped in the body that is in the earth unless it perishes with the body, but to use the earth Geb as a state of Kepera, that's a state of transformation. That's why the chapter dedicated to Geb was called the chapter of the transformation. At the bottom it says, and then you transform into the spirit as your special place lot given by Geb, which equals the earth in the earth Geb for your loved ones to visit, and your ka to come back upon visitation, back upon visitation, and not be trapped there, as we see here in the Meteten Shar and spell 822. So the ancients knew that the body was placed there, it was preserved. That was the first stage. You wanted the body to be there, so now your ancestors could come back and visit the body. And the laws of Ma'at say the Ba returns back to the place that it was familiar with. It goes back to the body, so you can do your practices, rituals at what today would be called the altar. So the body stays there preserved. It's not decaying, it's not stinking. It stays there for thousands of years. And the Ba is able to escape that, but is able to come back to that and keep going back and forth. And thus the ancestors could visit back at the altar. Now we go back and see that this was clearly stated, as we see in the Meteten Shar, spell 822. That's why people get angry and upset when they talk to Tehuti, because you're debating the ancestors. You're not debating me. And people that get angry, I'm like, okay, tell us what your teachings are. What are your teachings of the Meteten Shar spell 822? I never read them, but you're against it. That's just Isfet right there. So here we are, everybody. Here we are. And there I am holding that. This is what I do in the morning. There I am holding the Meteten Shar. So this is a spell for not letting the corpse perish in the earth, because it's a transformation stage. These are stages. It's placed in the earth, which you don't want. You don't want it to perish there. I am he who assesses the allotment. What's allotment? Land. Land given by Geb. When the ruler was born, then is damaged. The great bull. I am the tooth of Sapti. I am the throat of Neheb cow. We did a class on all this before. Go back to those classes of Neheb cow and Sapti. I am the hair of the great one, the Neb, which is the sustainer, lord of, and then is damaged. I am the phallus of Babi. I am the knee of the bull in Kem. My corpse will not putrefy in the earth. There we go. So they don't want their body. They don't want their body. We don't want our body to be putrefied, and that's what the Seneb wrapping is for. The Sahu wrapping is for, which was to preserve the body so it can still be visited. You don't want it putrefied, and you don't want your soul or your Ka or Ba dying there with it. You want it to transform and ascend on. And now that you have risen, you possess power. There's the power that's mentioned right there in the book of Revelation. You possess power in your original form. That was your original form before you even a physical being. That was your original form, and your pure energetic projectable double is now content. And Geb is also content, and the process is complete. And now your loved ones can attend your shrine and give you food offerings, and you are now one of the deified ancestors, a netter. Now you're feeding upon the energetic projectable echoed energy doubles of the physical food that's placed on the altar. Tehuti, you're making it up. You made it up. There's nothing about doubles of food and the spirit feeding off of the doubles. Yes, it's a pure energetic projectable double. It looks just like this world. It's the first realm of what people are calling the astral plane. It's the pure energetic projectable double, and that's when you have your first experiences of out of body. Everything looks the same. Your bed looks the same. Your couch looks the same. Your bedroom looks the same. You look the same, and you're walking around because you're in the double version of this realm that actually controls this realm. And then your ancestors, your family members, and your loved ones can now put the food there on the altar, and because the food has the nutrients doubled, your etheric body can feed off the double of the food double. Where is that, Tehuti? You're making it up. Yep, me and the ancestors made it up. Here we go. We're in spell 824, spell for empowering the soul as a gift for him in the realm of the dead. Ra rises, the mysterious one. Mysterious one goes forth. My soul, my Ba, is possessor of the power in its primeval form. O moon, that's Tehuti. O moon, O Ya, the great ones and those who are in the night bark, they're content. Geb and Pu are in attendance at the great shrine. Offerings are given. Who are they given? Offerings are given. The great ones, my soul is in the seal ring. So now your soul is in the seal ring. Geb, be content. This soul of mine will be content. You know the concept of content? Content is, that's the hetep. The hetep, that's the content. When it goes both ways, the offering given in the Ba comes. Now it's the state of content, peace. That word is hetep. The hetep is not just a word, it's the actual altar. It's called the content. It's called the hetep, where things are content because now things are going both ways. If Inpu be content, this double of mine, the pure energetic projectable double, will be content. For I have directed the food stuff, the food stuff to the shrine. So there's the food stuff on the shrine, and now your double is content with the food stuff that's on the shrine. And then we're in the Per Em Heru, plate 30, which states, I have come advancing to see the Netiru great. I live, Unki M, Etepu. There's the content, there's the offering. Which what? Which eat their doubles. This double of mine will be content, for I have directed the food stuff into the shrine. What's feeding upon it? They live upon the hetep, the cow sin, their doubles. What are they living? What are they feeding upon? They're feeding upon the offerings, which eat their doubles. The pure energetic projectable double feeds off of what exists in that realm, the double energy of that realm. So you put the offering table, and there's the pineapple, and there's the fruit, and there it is. But the double of it looks just like the pineapple. It's the echoed bioenergetic double Ka energy of the fruit that the Ka feeds off, because you're no longer in the physical electron fermion realm. You're in the doubles realm. So as you eat here in the physical form, in that form, you still see the pineapple, but now you can feed off of its energy double. And that's why the Perm Haru told us the Ka, which is you, feeds upon its doubles. Now you're content because the food stuff in the shrine has been directed, and now you understand or overstand or innerstand or outer stand. As long as you're standing, now you're standing on the truth that you can see the image, and now people can say, why did the ancient people along the Nile Valley have these offerings to the deceased with food stuff on it? Why is there berries and fruits, and why is there bread, and what is happening? It's on the hetep table. See the hetep table? There's a table. What actually is the purpose of offering these physical objects to beings that died? Because the double that exists from these objects is what the beings on the other side are feeding off of. It told you that specifically and directly. Let's see, if all you're learning about is the Mother Earth, you're not learning anything about what the ancestors taught about this process dealing with Geb in the earth. You see the complete difference? Now go find Mother Earth in a papyrus. I'll wait. Here we go. So was there a female energy associated with this process? Yes, of course. One of the most important aspects was the actual destination, because remember, you're on the journey, the destination of the Ka and the Ba, after it rose from the burial site. From the burial site, the burial mounds, as we see in the Meteten Shar again, spell 834 from the words of our ancestors. Here we go. Meteten Shar spell 834. Ho, Unas, or Pepi or Teti, or it can be you. Are you in the sky? Are you on the earth? Your mother, here's the mother understanding now with the process. It's not the earth. Watch what the mother really is. Your mother Nut will throw open for you the doors of the firmament. Your father, Geb, will open his doors for you. Are you in your southern mounds? There's the earth mounds. Are you in your northern mounds? There's the northern earth mounds, southern earth mounds, earth, northern earth mounds, earth. Are you in your eastern mounds, earth? Are you in your western mounds, earth? You shall come in safety. You shall have power in your body. The door shall be turned back. The gates of the tomb shall be opened. Oh, Unas, you shall go out thence spirit-like, mighty and honored. Here is the process, the Keparah, the transformation. Once again, here it is, buried within the mounds. And then what? Then the doors are open. You're escaping out of that realm of being trapped in the body, trapped in the mounds. The tomb shall be opened, which means that you have access to leave. Your pure energetic projectable double can leave the mound, and now you go out spirit-like, mighty and honored. And the mounds are associated with Geb. And what is the mother associated? She's associated with the earth. The mother Nut opens the door of the firmament. Mother is associated with firmament. Father is associated with the earth, mounds of burial, and the transformation Keparah process. We don't like you, Tehuti. I love it. Yes, the female frequency opens the doors to the firmament, which is what? The heavens, which is the above, the place where you will ascend. It represents ascension, going up. That is the female birthing frequency. Here comes the birthing frequency. This is the female birthing frequency, not the planet Earth, but associating with the heavens. Birthing frequency of Nuts, birthing you to where you originated from the higher dimensions. And that is where you regain your power in your primeval form. Remember, it said primeval form. What is primeval form? So here we are in the Meteten Shar again. The spell for empowering the soul as a gift for him in the realm of the dead. Ra, Re, rises, the mysterious one goes forth. My soul, my Ba, is the possessor of the power in the primeval form. O Ya, O Tehuti, great ones, and those who are in the night bark. So it's talking about the possessor of the power. You've already passed, you've already died, but yet you're going back to what's called your primeval form. Your primeval form, what's primeval? Primeval, of belonging to the first age. Belonging to the first age, early in life, youthful, the vital force, primitive, from the beginning. From the beginning. So here we go. This changes the complete concept, understanding now that the process of the Geb, or the process of the earth, is the burial. And what's happening is you're going through a process where your soul, your Ba, your pure energetic projectable double, is now going somewhere that is its original state. It's going somewhere that to it is actually the beginning, but you've already died. So this is going back to its original form. Why? Because the Purim Haru clearly states that you are the Ka within my body that forms the limbs, the physical, this touchable fermion electron world. This comes secondary. This comes second. The Ka, this is actually the body, the double of the Ka. So the pure energetic double, after your body is now wrapped up in the Sahu, now it's going somewhere, but where it's going to is where it began, which is why I started off the class with what my mother had told me and what my son had told his mother about seeing us making love and being intimate and then choosing us and coming down. Is what my son had said when he was a baby, when he was a child, trying to explain what he saw from the other side, because you start from that side. You don't start here, conception. Conception is thought. That's the mental plane. You start in the mental. That's the first conception. That's, you have a concept car, because it doesn't exist yet. A concept car hasn't been built in the physical form yet. When you say, I have a concept, that means that it hasn't existed yet, because this Samsung phone, at one time, this was a concept. Then it became a phone. Now it's in the physical, but it starts off in the concept first. So you start off in the mental. You start off as the ka first, and then your goal is to get back to your primeval state. That means your beginning state. That means you didn't begin here. Family, you didn't begin here. Your ka is not from Earth. Here we go. Tehuti's making it up. Yep, I made it up 3,600 years ago. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Primeval. You're going back to the primeval. After you've died, now it says the soul is the possessor of power in its primeval form. That's the first form. That's where you came from. That's the archetype form. That's the archaeus. The archaea? Archaea, the original, the beginning. So boom, yes, after death, your birth back into your original form from where you came from, the first age, the primeval stage, the stage of your vital force. That's your ka and your ba. The beginning where you started from, before the physical realm. You do not originate on Earth in the physical, as in Mother Earth. Man coming from the dust of the earth, and all that concept of the dirt and the dust of the earth, that was the modern day religion before the Matrix. We knew that death marked a new birth after where our body was placed in the ground. And that is why the word for birth or place of birth and origin is Meskenet. It's found where? So they teach you, they give you the Bible and they teach you that God made man from the dust of the ground. You find no aspect of man originating in any kind of consciousness until you get to the dust of the ground, which we know is the earth. That's what the Bible gives you. If you're going by the Bible story is there's a God that exists somewhere outside of earth, and then he makes man from what? From the dust of the ground. Then he breathes into him the breath of life. That whole thing was taken from the Menkara teaching of Menkara. I went over that several times. So then when you breathe in, then you came into existence. So according to the Bible, you came from earth. You came from the dirt of the ground, and God formed you. You had no consciousness until God went and breathed into the nostrils the breath of life, and then man became a living spirit. So the Bible concept reversed it. It teaches you that your origins are from the earth. Nowhere does it say in the Bible that man actually started from heaven. He started from earth, then he was given the spirit, and then from there, then his goal is to get to heaven. But he wasn't in heaven in the first place. This is a complete reverse teaching. One second. Here. This is a complete reverse teaching of what the ancestors taught, that your primeval, your primordial state was there first. And then you came here, and then in this physical body, then you go through your process, and now you're trying to get back to your original form, your original state. Okay, let's get back to it, everybody. Woo! You did not come from the planet Earth. That's not what our ancestors taught. If you don't like it, that's fine. They never wanted you to like it. So boom. So now the place of birth is Meskenet. That's funny. Meskenet just sent me a message right now. Meskenet. Meskenet is found where? Where is Meskenet found? So the place of birth is called Meskenet. Where is the Mescanet, the image found? Where is that image found? Want to see where it's found? The Mescanet, the place of birth, your origin, your cradle, as it says. It's found here. Uh-oh. This is an afterlife scene. This isn't a hospital scene. Huh? Your cradle, the birthplace. The birthplace, which is an origin, is found here. Where? With the weighing of the heart. What's that? The aspect that's under the rib, associated with Geb and the transformation of purifying this. And there's the Mescanet, the birthplace. Forget, it's in the afterlife. Huh? Not in the hospital. It's in the afterlife. That's the Mescanet. Birthplace, the cradle, because that's where you came from. You came from the realm of the afterlife that you are trying to ascend and get back into for immortality. Don't worry about the atheist conscious teachers. Don't worry about them. And been sold their soul. Here we go. The word Mescanet is found in the afterlife scene when the Eve, which is the heart, is being judged. Then you return back to your birthplace, your place of destiny, which is your destination. That was your original origin. That's again. Woo. That's again for the birthing and immortality. We always had male and female energy combined. No Mother Earth mentioned yet. You don't see this Mother Earth anywhere in the papyrus. Mother Nature without. You don't see any Mother Earth, Mother Nature without the father element. And now you know the entire Earth concept has been misconstrued when the ancients were imbuing the Earth's soil in the burial process to get to ascension, heaven, and the female was the open door. The female was the open door to that as which we see again was the mother, the heaven. She was the heaven, not the earth. That's what the ancients taught. You don't have anywhere in the English concept where anybody says mother heaven. They always say mother earth, mother earth, mother earth. The ancients taught the father was earth, the particular aspect of the soil. And in the same paragraph where Geb, the father earth, is mentioned as the father, the mother is mentioned, or the mother for the opening of the doors of the firmament. The opening of the doors of the firmament. That's the higher regions. That's the heaven. What the mother was associated with. That's what was one of the oldest words for heaven. One of the oldest words on the planet for heaven was pet. You see that shape right there? You see pet? You see when you're looking at the word pet, that square makes a p sound. That mound-looking thing that some say is that is a loaf of bread, it makes a t sound. So this already makes the word. So what is this image right here? This is an image of something, but this isn't needed to make the sound. This is pet. So this is an image of something which represents heaven. What is that an image of? Pet. And we see the image right here on the tek, or what the Greeks call the obelisk. You see it here on the tek. There it is right there. What is this an image of? This is an image of something. What is it an image of? Because the word for heaven. It's the image of this. There it is. There's Mother Heaven. The woman was the stars above, not the earth. Not the planet Earth. No Mother Earth. Not in the papyrus. Nope. Not in the ancient writings. Not before colonization. No. The woman was above the earth. The woman was the nut. You see that shape right there? The two arms coming down the front, and the two legs coming down the back. That's nut. You see within her body the stars. That's the area that represents the highest form of ascension. The heavens. You see the breast, see the vagina? We'll do that class another time. See where his hands are? Another class though. Here we go. Boom. So boom, it's nut. We had Mother Heaven, not Mother Earth. You see why they had to remove it? They had to change it to Mother Earth and have in everybody's mind Mother Earth, Mother Earth, Mother Earth. Because if you say what was originally there, it's called Mother Nut. The nut was the shape right here. This was the heaven, was Mother Heaven, not Mother Earth. You see, you have to eliminate this concept. You have to eliminate the original. Why? Because if you eliminate the original, which is Mother Heaven, now you got to get into the teachings that explain that. You see? You see? Anybody could say Mother Earth. A serial killer can say Mother Earth. Mother Earth, Mother Earth. The earth sprouts plants. Mother Charles Manson can say that. But if you say Mother Heaven, I'm going to say, what do you mean by that? You see? Mother Earth can be explained physically with no belief system. You just look around and say, hey, look, the plants grow, which we debunked that. No, it's only 3%. Must be talking about the soil. What if it was back to the original, which was Mother Heaven? Now you'd have to explain that. Hey, you explain the plants grow, but what is this heaven that the cock comes from? The ka is from that, this higher realm. Where's the explanation of that? Oh, now we got to get into the Metatron Shah. Now we got to get into the Purim Haru. Now we got to get into the Nefer Aset. Nefer Aset, the real name that I revealed some time back, years ago, some time back, is the real name of the pyramid text, which is called the Ara. The Ara, right? The Nefer Aset. So the Nefer Aset. No, because if you get into that now that's going to lead people down a particular path. You see? Take them off of that and just say, throw Geb out the window. There's the earth. Throw that concept, because somebody says, why is Geb earth? Now you got to get into the whole immortality teaching. Throw that atheist, throw that out the window. Throw Nut, Mother Heaven, out the window, because I deal with ascension with a particular teaching. Mother Heaven's gone, but everybody watching knows Mother Earth, the Mother Earth, the Mother Earth, the Mother Earth. What do you got to believe in to acknowledge Mother Earth? Nothing. Nothing. Charles Manson and Papa Smurf can talk about Mother Earth. It takes there's no accountability, there's no teaching, there's no spiritual writings anywhere in the Nile Valley that talk about Mother Earth pertains to any type of ascension, any type of discipline. But this Father Earth, the original teaching, is all about discipline, transformation, purifying the Eve, the mound, and the heaven that you're trying to get to. That's the Mother, but that all deals with immortality. And atheists can't talk that. You see? So they got to get rid of that and get rid of the Father Earth, get rid of the Mother Heaven, and just Mother Earth, the plants. Yeah. Mary Poppins could talk about Mother Earth. Garfield the cat could talk about Mother Earth. And atheists, Adolf Hitler can talk about Mother Earth, but he can't talk about Mother Heaven. But then you got to get into why that is. Can't talk about Father Earth. And then you get against that, what that is. And what that is deals with the purification of this to get back to the pure energetic projectable double stage. See the difference? Huh? Tehuti, you made it up 4,000 years ago. You're right, actually. You're right, because if I pass tomorrow, those writings are still there. Here we go. Boom, there's your Mother Heaven. There's the real Mother, Mother Heaven, not Mother Earth. Let's get it right. Let's get it right according to what our ancestors thought. I want to get back to my ancestors, my original African roots. What did the Africans write? What did they write in 2000, 3000 BC? Huh? They wrote about Mother Earth? Huh? Show me. Show me where. We believe it. We believe it. Boom. We believe it. Give the tarot card. There we go. Boom. Let's hear the original teachings right here. Here we go. This was actually a physical image that could be seen in the heavens. This was called the Cygnus Rift. This is actually what it looks like. Do you see something? Does that look familiar? You can actually see this when you look up in the heavens. There's the image, depiction of Nut. There's the Cygnus Rift. Huh? This is an actual visual thing you would see in the heavens. Huh? That's how you can take Nut's body, Mother Heaven. They put it right over the Cygnus Rift. You see that? Huh? Your Mother Nut will open the doors of the firmament. Nut was the word for heaven. The word for heaven is pronounced pet, but the image that has to go on that word is the image of Nut. The image goes with the sound of the word. You see that? And there's the word image, which is literally the Cygnus Rift. You can see it over into the heavens. You can actually see it. Do you see it now? I hope you do. That's not AI. Let me ask the class, what did they teach you was the word for earth in school? Oh boy, here we go. I almost forgot I had to put this part in. Go on, answer. Did I put this part in too? Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Let me type in the class, everybody. What did they teach you was the word for earth in school when it comes to the study of earth? When you're studying earth in school, what's that word they put in front of the words? Like if you're studying land, it's called, what's that word there? What's the word for earth, everybody? I'll give you a minute or so. What's the word for earth? What's the word for earth? Anybody got it? We got it. Gaia, Geo, Gaia. We got it. There we go. Who's this on ever? It's still talking about. What's happening right here? Brother Tehuti, you need to debate Jabari to get more views if you beat him. I don't know what kind of relationship I have with son. I don't know. This is the strangest relationship I ever had with a brother. It's so weird, but shout out to it's so strange. It's so strange. Here we go. You need more views. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. Shout out to Son Eder, and that's what he's about. He wanted to fight. Oh my goodness. All right. So tell the truth. You scared? Yeah, I'm petrified. Get me out of here. Jabari teaches way more Kemetic teachers than me. I'm out of here. All right. Geography. You got it. Shout out to Son Eder and oh my goodness. Strangest relationship I ever had. All right. Geo, geography, Gaia. You got it right. Here we go. Forget Jabari. Bye. Who's that? Who's Don P? Here we go. All right. Here we go. Boom. Okay. Here we go. Oh man. Original. Son Eder is original, man. That's what I gotta say. Son Eder is an original being. I don't know, man. Whew. Original. Here we go. Boom. Ready, everybody? Here we go. All right. So you ready? Got everybody? Geo. Here we go. I put a smile on my face. There we go. All right. Shout out to Son Eder. All right. Physical. Here it is. You guys got it right. Everybody. Boom. Gaia and Geo. See it? Geo, physical, geography. See the earth? What's that? The study of the natural features of the earth. Careers in geoscience, which is habitable earth. Geoscience for sustainability. Shout out to everybody there who got that right. You're absolutely right. It is Geo. Ding, 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 ding. Give a round of applause. Woo! Oh my goodness. All right, let's go, everybody. Let's go. Ooh, is it Tuesday Park class? Is this a class or a concert? It's both, man. It's both. We have fun while we're serious. Remember about the secret meaning of Saba? Means to laugh. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody's Saba now, by the way. All right, boom. Here we go. Boom. So you got it right, everybody. Geography. Geoscience. Woo. Oh my goodness. So geography, geoscience, that's the study of Earth, right? But this is different from just the soil part of Earth. It's different aspects of Earth, different aspects of what's taking place all over the Earth. So let me ask the class, what did they teach you was the word for earth in school when it comes to the study of earth? Bing, 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 bing. There we go. Geoscience. There you go. Geoscience, earth science, Geb science. Why do you call it Geb science? Great. Yes. Geo, as in geography, as in geophysicist, which is Earth's land. You see, the Earth's land. Geophysicists go out and they study the Earth land. So even though they study different aspects of the Earth, like the climate and how it affects things, but their main study is the Earth land. They don't really see a geophysicist doing the job of an oceanographer. You don't really see a geophysicist jumping into the ocean with scuba diver gear. He leaves that for the oceanographer. So he most deals with different aspects of the Earth land, which also, yes, covers the mountains and different parts of the land mass. Here we go, so Earth land. And let me show you the power of the influence of the netter. Let me take you to the EGU. What's EGU? 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 What is that, Tehuti? That is the European Geoscience Union. They have a large-scale agent-based social hydraulical model simulating 10 million individual farming households. So this project here is dealing with what? Back to the farming. So we know what part of the land that this project is dealing with, the same part of the land of the ancient Kemetic farmers that were dealing with Geb was dealing with, and dealing with the field, the woman being the field. They're not dealing with the mountains. They're not dealing with the other parts of the land. They're dealing with farming as a project to study what? Arable land. That's 3% of the earth, or 10.69% of the earth, depending on which one you're measuring. So 3 to 4% or 10.69% of the earth, farmland, the fertile earth. Let me take you to the European Geoscience Union. So what? May 9th, 2023, Volume 16, Issue 9. And what do we find there? European Geoscience Union, talk to us. What are you doing over there? Here it is, European Geoscience Union. This is the image that you see at the bottom of the, what is this right here? So the European Geoscience, this is what you see at the bottom of the, this is what you see at the bottom of the thumbnail for today's class. When you go to today's class, you look at the bottom of the thumbnail. What do you see? Boom. See that image right there, which shows a robot and it shows the geo, the earth. But then beside it, you see these scientists here. That is the EGU. So there it is. What is the EGU doing? Here we go. Boom. Let's talk to him. Talk to him, EGU. What do you call that project that you're studying? The farmland, the arable land, you know, the one that's like the field, the one that's like the woman, that part of the land, not the geo that's a part of the mountains, not that part, but the actual farmland. What do you call that? What's this project called? Huh? Uh-oh, Geb. Huh? Model description paper, May 9th, 2023. What's the project called, Geb? Geb, which one? A large-scale agent-based social hydraulical model simulating 10 million individual farmlands, you know, arable lands, you know, the field, households, and fully distributed hydrological model. What's it called? It's called Geb. Huh? It's called Geb. Continuously using the netter. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, only at the House of Attend. There it is, everybody. There's the EGU, study of 10 million. They never stop. I promise that these scientists study the netter more than the average melanated person walking on the street that's a Christian. Oh, you're studying the paganism. Nobody that owns these individual farming households are calling this company pagan. They could have a Bible in their house. They could be Hail Jesus, Hail Jesus. They're depending on this project called Geb, named after a netter. Not called anything to do with the Bible. It's called Geb. What do you think of that, Aset? I don't care nothing about this stuff. Give me a rat. We do what we do. We will let you all humans figure out the spirituality. Here we go, everybody. Boom, 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 and boom. Oh my goodness, the project is called Geb. Geoscience Geb. Here we go. Only at the Tehuti Pod class, House of Attend. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Pod class, House of Attend. Geb the Netter Earth. European Geoscience Union project called Geb. To study what? Of course, the farmland, the arable field. Huh? No Mother Earth there. Huh? Huh? Geb, here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. It's Mother Heaven. Mother Heaven, not Mother Earth. You're learning something new. January 17th, 2026 for the first time. There it is. There's the word for heaven. It's not Mother Earth. Here we go, everybody. Uh-oh, what's this, everybody? And let me break another matrix and show you how the influence, we're continuing on to the influence of Geb the Netter. The influence of Geb being associated with Earth equaling land has affected modern-day society. In your everyday talk, let me ask the class and the viewing audience, what do you call the person that is over? Oh, it's already showing. I should have put it further. What do you call the person that is over the land that you live on, or when you're renting a lot or a property? What is that person called? That person's called what? A landlord. You see that? Why is that person called a landlord? That's a very interesting title, right? A landlord, right? I want you to make note of the woman here. Make note of that woman there at the bottom, because that could be your landlord. And at the same time, it can't be your landlord. What do you mean, Tehuti? Uh-oh, here we go. Because landlord has a secret meaning behind it. What are we going to reveal for the first time, January 17th, 2026? Landlord. That's the person over the land. Okay, great. Let me ask the class, everybody. I'm going to ask the class this question. What is a female landlord called? Let me come to the class, everybody. It's going to take a moment for you all for me to see what you're typing in. I'm going to give it about 30 seconds. What's a female landlord called? Go ahead and type it in the room for me. Hey, Offset, I want to know. Do you have a landlord? No? No, animals don't have landlords. No, you all live for free for millions of years. Only humans have landlords for some weird reason. There we go. Okay, what's up? I'm typing in the room, everybody. What is a female landlord called? Type it in the room. Let me see what the answers are. It doesn't matter if you're wrong, you're right. There's no judgment here. Welcome to the house of a 10. You just participate. You overlook at the answers, and then just see what you come up with. We're gonna see, and then we're gonna see what can't be come up with. So everybody, type in the room. What's a female landlord called? Type it in the room. Somebody put Karen. Landlady. Uh-oh. Who put Karen? Somebody put Karen. Landlady. Interesting, right? Well, let me break it down to you. Let me walk you through. So interesting. The female landlord is called a landlady. What? Landlady isn't the feminine version of landlord. What do you mean, Tehuti? Let me get some water. Nope. Mr. Feminine version of Mr. is mistress. Okay? Lady is the feminine word of lad. Lad is not the word lord. So by them telling you that the female landlord is called the landlady, they didn't give you the feminine of the word landlord, did they? Lady is the feminine of lad. Mistress is the feminine of Mr. You see how the words have the male word in it? You see that, how it works? She has he in it. She, S, and then the he is in it. Female has male in it. You see? Lady has lad in it. You see that? Mistress has Mr. in it. You see that? So each of them can be made feminine because they already have the male word in it. So lady is feminine for lad, but it's not feminine for lord. So again, I'm going to ask the class, what's a female landlord called? Anybody know? Help me out, man. I need some milk. What's the female landlord called? Uh-oh. Here we go. Here's the answer. I thought the legal name was the same for both. Bing, 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 bing. You are absolutely right. The legal name is a name for both. Woo! Somebody else did it right too. Here we go. The legal name is a name for both. And somebody put, Lord is only male. You are right too, Dawn. Dawn to the P, P to the Dawn. Well, how could this be, everybody? How can these two comments coexist? Lord is only a male, isn't that correct? Have you heard, is there a female Lord? Jesus-et? The Lord is Jesus-et? Lord is? On the tenant agreement, it's landlord, whether it's a male or female. Why does it stay male? Lord is a masculine word. Lady is the feminine of lad. She, feminine of he. Female, feminine of male. Mistress, feminine of mister. What's the feminine of landlord? Huh? What is the feminine of landlord? What's the feminine of the word lord? Can't be feminized, can't it? Huh? Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom, boom, boom. Then why is that? Why landlord can't be feminized? Because the original landlord was never a female. Huh? Look where they get it from. The original landlord was never a female. Ooh-wee. Here we go. Let's break the matrix here. June 17th, 2023. Interesting, isn't it? There's no word change. Typo, no word change. The word Lord is only masculine, like Don Pete said. The hidden meaning within that, outside of gender, I will reveal that at the end of this class. Stay tuned, everybody. You know, the suspense builds. So there's original meaning of landlord outside of gender, even though the word Lord is only a gender. It's only masculine, but there's a secret meaning that we're going to reveal at the end of class. Here we go, everybody. So Lord, superior husband, God, only masculine. Master, only masculine. There's no feminine of it. Huh? See that? Superior husband, but it's also a word of a God. Boom. This word Lord only dealt with male. The male God who was over, let me move this over. The male God who is over property for lots. What portions of the earth, where did this concept come from? So it's only the landlord and Lord only dealt with a male God who is over property, and portions of the earth called lots. Where did this concept come from? And what is Geb only associated with? What is Geb only associated with after a star was killed? We're gonna find that out too. Some may be saying Tehuti. This is amazing. I understand the land part associating with earth and the Geb, but how does a landlord as in controller of lots and properties tie into Geb? Does that originate with him also? Yes. I'll reveal this for the first time in history, other than one of the original people, or other than the people in Kemet that knew of this. I'll reveal this today, January 17th, 2026. How does land, earth, and the concept of today's landlord, as in one associated with land who controls lots and who is a god, all of these things are in one. How did they all originate with the attributes of Geb? Are you ready, everybody? Let me take you to the Shabbat stone from 701 BC and the Metaten Shar. So to this point, I've associated with you the understanding of Geb pertaining to immortality, the afterlife, the mound, the burial, and the transformation, and the judging of the Eve, and getting back to the Meskin at the birthplace. So Geb, to this point, is talking about land that you're buried in, right? But understand that teaching only applies after a star was killed. Thinking cap. Put on your thinking cap. Put on your thinking cap. The Kemetian people teach that there was a time called the Zeptepi. That's before a star was killed and during the time a star was killed. After a star was killed, then the writings came about for man in the afterlife. There was no Purim Haru. Aset wasn't walking around with the Purim Haru, was she? No, there was no Purim Haru for the beings before. The Purim Haru was because of what happened to the Neter. That's after the Zeptepi time. So why is Geb associated with the land prior to the killing of Asar? Is Geb associated with land prior to him being associated with death in the afterlife? Let's find out, everybody. Are you ready? Here we go. Because the other Kemetic teachers come from the top of the head. Top of the head. Talking, talk. Talk. Let's go. We're going to go to what the ancestors say. I'm here to represent what the ancestors teach, what they said from their own selves. Let me take you to the Shabaka stone from 701 BC and the Metaten Shar, which your the false teachers call the coffin tech, 1250 BC. Here we go, everybody. Ready? What is this? There's the Shabaka stone. Oh. And let's go to it. Here we go. Geb. This is Heru Ptah R1. Geb, Lord of the gods, commanded that the 9 Netter, Lord of the Netter, commanded that the 9 Netter gather to him. I guess that's the 9 principles gathering to one principle, right? The 9 Netter gathered to him. He judged between Heru and Set. He ended their quarrel. What did he do? He made Set king of Upper Kemet and the land of Upper Kemet up to the place where he was born. I guess the principal was born somewhere. Up to the place where he was born, which is Su. And Geb made Heru king of Lower Kemet in the land. This is really Meh and Rezi. There was no word Kemet at the time. To Rez and Mehi in the lower land, but we'll say Kemet for people to understand instead of saying Egypt. Lower Kemet up to the place which his father was drowned. Here we go, which is the division of the 2 lands. Thus Heru stood over one region, that's a plot of land, and Set stood over the other region, a plot of land, and they made peace over the 2 lands. At Ayin, that was the vision of the 2 lands. Geb's word to Set, go to the place, the land, which you were born. Set, Upper Kemet. Geb's word to Heru, go to the place in which your father was drowned. Heru, Lower Kemet. Mehi and Rez. Geb's words to Heru and Set, I have separated you. Lower and Upper Kemet. Here's the origin of what created Lower and Upper Kemet. Then it seemed wrong that the portion of Heru was like the portion of Set. So Geb gave to Heru his inheritance, for he is the son of the firstborn son. Geb's word to the Paut, I have appointed. Geb issuing out lots and land as the lord of the Netiru. You see, a boon which the king grants Geb, lord of the land. Lord of the land. You see that? There's Geb, lord of the land. Let's shrink it down. Here we go. So boom. Even before there was a Per Heru, which was teaching man about burial and rebirth from the earth, Geb was the Lord who had the power to allot and give lots and land and property to the other Netiru. He was the original landlord. He's the original lord of the land. Only Geb, the male. Neith wasn't a lord of the land. Set wasn't a lord of the land. Heru wasn't a lord of the land. It was a male that was the landlord, the lord that lots portions of the earth, land, earth, Geb. There is where your landlord, who was originally a god, came from. Because remember, the definition of a landlord, one of the definitions was a god. Tehuti breaks Psyops psychological operations. Geb, the original lord who allotted land to the Netiru, creating your landlord concept of today, which stayed as a male because only Geb, the male, was over allotting the lands. Nut wasn't allotting land. Set wasn't allotting land. Heru, Sekhmet wasn't allotting land. Nebtet wasn't allotting land. It was for Geb, the landlord, who allotted the lands that created Upper and Lower Kemet. It was one specific being. Okay? It was Geb. So he's the original landlord concept allotting the lands. Here we go. Woo, let's go. And because you were being rebirthed, oh my goodness. Octavius Spy, Nutha, I gave you Go ask somebody else about Geb. Let's see what you get. Here we go. And because you were, who wasn't one of my students, and because you were being rebirthed out of the earth, which was Geb, as a new child into the realm of light immortality, guess what the word for son and daughter was in Kemet? What's the word for son and daughter, and what's the relevance of it? Wait, did I skip a page? Hold on, let me go up. So guess what the word for son and daughter was? It was Seh. Why are you pointing this out, Tehuti? It was Seh. It was a goose. You see that? Thy son, Eru, Seh. So boom, what is that? The goose of Geb. Look on Geb's head. Huh? That's the earth? That's earth on his head? Look at look at Geb's head. That's the word for the child, the Sa and the Sat, son and daughter, because he represents the rebirth out of the earth. There is the same word, son and daughter. Boom, that's the goose of Geb. So when you see Geb, what do you see? You see the Sa symbol, you know, as in Sa Netter. Sa Netter, you need to come to the House of Attend and learn more about your name. Here we go. You see the Sa. The Sa is the goose or the duck. Sa with the son or daughter. When it's Sa, when it's Sat. Here we go. But why the goose, everybody? Go ask your Kemetic teacher. I'm going to ask Jabari, what's the 14 parts? You're not ready for the answer. It's 42, but you're not ready. But why the goose and why the duck? Why does the goose and the duck tie into the earth and being reborn as a reborn child and the soul, Ba, ascending out of the body? Yes, good question. Ask your Kemetic teacher prior to the Tehuti teachings, prior to my pod classes. Ask them, where is his dated record teaching where he was that predate the Tehuti pod class or Tehuti's teaching on Geb, the goose, and the earth, where he teaches that why is Geb's symbol the goose if he represents earth? Huh? Making sense of why who he's calling the god of the principle of earth is symbolized by a duck. Ask your Kemetic teacher and tell him when he gives you the answer, tell him to show you the answer before today's date. Where did he log that? Where's his book? Where's his class? Where did he log that? Don't go back and watch this now and say, we see the goose, the duck is the childbirth, the Geb transforming out of the earth next. Show us that before this date. You said Geb was the earth. He has a duck on his head. Huh? The earth duck? Can you teach on that? They can't. They can't teach on it. Why? Because they don't get deep into what the ancestors wrote. Huh? Geb is earth, Geb is earth, Geb is earth, Geb is earth. The planet Earth? Huh? He or she can't. He or she can't tell you that if they just teach Geb is the earth, why is he not shown with an earth symbol on the top of his head? Why is he being shown with a bird on the top of his head? My loyal students may remember me bringing this information to the world some years ago, and it is a small recorded documented. The goose on his head represents the child, also represents rebirth into the afterlife, because unlike the other birds, what is unique about the goose? The geese, ducks, and water birds don't have a nest in the trees. They lay their eggs on the earth. I'm gonna step away for just a moment. You see the difference? Unlike your falcon, unlike your hawk, Heru, unlike your hummingbird, the eggs, which represent rebirth of the goose and the duck, where do they lay their eggs? Huh? You ever see a goose walking up in a tree? No. They lay their eggs on the earth. Their birth children are associated with earth, Geb again. I'm gonna step away for just a second. Huh? My teacher taught me the Egyptians are black, and then that was it. Here we go. I'll be right back. We're back. Here we go. Ready? Let's go. Ready? Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. All right. So there we go. So the geese and the ducks, they lay their white eggs, on the ground. That's what is the distinction between them and the other birds, like hawks, eagles, and crows, and all those other birds have nests. The white of the egg represents the same color of what people are calling the mummification, which is the wrapping, which the name is actually not mummification, it's sahu or sahut, which I brought to the world of the exact same word for egg. So I started revealing to everybody that the same word you're using for mummification, the word mummification and the word egg are totally different in English, but in the original language, which is why they had to change it, the word for mummification was the same word for egg. Egg and mummification, the mummified body, are the same word. It's sahu. And I brought that and people say, what? Yes, and that's why the mummification wrapping, flax, the seneb, is white. It represents a rebirth. Remember being born again, born back into the cradle, which is where you originally came from. So the exact same word for egg was the same word for mummification. The original word for mummy are the exact same word. The mummy, type of mummy, was the preparation of which the soul was to come out of, while the body stayed preserved and the soul moved on and flew or ascended into the immoral realms. It ascended. So here's the word. There it is. Boom. Tehuti, you're making it up. Yep. Me and Budge made it up. So here's the word for cover or wrapping, to envelope, which is sa. And notice it's shown white. Remember, the flax starts off as green. And here's sa. There's the sa, which is what? Egg. Same word for mummification or wrapping is the same word for egg. It represents birth. Or that which put the seed in the egg, which is what? The testicle. So when you look at sahut, it also means testicle. It all deals with the reproduction. Egg, testicle, and the wrapping for rebirth again. Biological imperative. Here we go. And that's what images, and also what images did we use in the ancient Meta language when speaking about ascending out of our body? That was wrapped. Let me take you. So what images did we use when we talk about speaking of the body, coming out of the body that was wrapped? Let me take you to the oldest book of immortality, the Purim Haru, chapter 77. Here we go. Ooh. Oh, that is funny, man. So that is funny. I'm afraid of a guy who only talks about Hebrews and Egyptians being black. Not one ancient teaching coming from this. Nothing. Huh? No meta enter, none of this. I'm petrified. Here we go, boom. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Woo! So, how do we describe it? Here we go. May I rise, even I, in the Shesha chamber, like what? A hawk of gold coming forth from. There's the egg. See the same word for mummy is egg. Sahut. May I fly. May I alight. What's the image of coming out of the body? The goose. Do you see it, everybody? Do you see the goose? That's the ascension, being born again. You see that? Boom, the goose of Geb. There it is on his head. There's the duck and the goose on the ground, laying it on the Geb. May I fly, may I ascend. And you see I have the gold arrows pointing to the goose, the egg from which you are born out of. Now the goose has opened its wings because it represents that you're ascending now, being reborn. Thus the child restarting and continuing simultaneously, coming out of earth, the burial area. You see now it's ascending, so that the goose, which wings were closed, is now into what's called the pa. Now called the pa, and the pa, the wings are now open because now the goose is ascending. What's the word pa? Pa is the word of paut. What does paut mean? Paut means the original substance. It means the original primordial substance. Go back and type in, look for the word primordial substance or original substance in the Purim Haru, and the word there is pa and paut. Paut and Pa. Let me drop an extra jewel for you. So Pa and Paut is the word for original substance. It is also the word for the goose that flies, which represents your Ba ascending. May I fly, may I fly. Why? Because your Ba is going back to its original spot, because the Ba was the original substance that you came from. So when somebody say, what are you? What are you? What are you? So what is the substance of what makes you up? What? What are you? What is that? That word what is describing the definition of the thing. So when you say I am or what is, guess how you say what in the meta-letter? Pa, poo. What are you? Like poo-ook. Poo-ook. What are you? Poo-ook. The poo, because that's the what you are. That's what you originated as, the paut. The paut is the word for the original substance, and it's the same word poo, which is the word for flying out of the body. May I rise, as the goose. Preparation, transformation of you ascending, symbolic of Geb, the earth god, the earth coming out of the earth, and the duck, the goose, which lays its egg where? On the earth as opposed to the nest. Tehuti, you made it up. Yep. Yep, you made it up. What do you teach on it? Nothing. Here we go. So there's the goose of Geb. May I fly, which is what? Pa, which means what is Pa. Pa, what is Pu'uk? Pa'uk. Pa, which is what? The substance of something. Pa'ut. May is the word for you ascending out. That's what you are. That's you ascending out. So here we go, everybody. Boom, 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 boom. May I fly, like the duck egg. The baby that comes in the duck egg. Okay, as you. This is totally different from Mother Earth, isn't it? Huh? As you are now the great ascending goose, which also represents noise that a goose makes to wake up a farmer. Remember, I taught that on the Killer Pre-Show, and I taught that 30 years ago, but I taught that on the Killer Pre-Show as far as the internet. The goose makes the noise that wakes up the farmer, or in other words, an awakening into consciousness. Because remember, I did the class that shows the goose was the original alarm clock, and the goose is used as a security alarm by security companies. It represents waking you up and being alert in a conscious state. You take on the role as the great protector, just as the goose is the great protector of its young. Have you ever noticed, everybody, that a goose will fight your dog? A goose will fight you. Goose go around a geese's children. That goose will run up to you and fight you, and they can't even hurt you. But it's afraid of nothing. The goose in ancient Kemet and all over the world is the ancient symbol of a mother protecting. It will fight, and it can't even hurt you. It will run after you, running away from it, and you're like, but the goose can't even hurt me. But it will fight a dog, a cat. They'll fight a monkey. They're not even fighting. They're just chasing things around. It's the goose is a symbol of a protector of the young. Okay, so does the Geb goose associated with the egg, and the protector, as we see here in the Purim Haru chapter 59. Here we go. What does that say? I watch and guard. The egg as what? The cackler. What's that? The goose. That's what wakes you up in the morning. It makes a loud noise and wakes up who? The farmer that does what? That plows the arable land. So this was called the nekek, the great cackler. That was the goose representing waking you up. That was your protection. That was the first. That was your guard dog, your guard goose. Okay, here we go. I watch and guard egg, that of the cackler, the goose. Great, it groweth, I grow. It lives, I live. It smells air, I smell air. The Asar. Chapter of giving breath in the netherworld, saith Asar Ani. I am what? The egg in the great goose, the great cackler. I watch and guard. So you see, the Geb goose is associated with resurrection. The Geb goose is associated with coming out of the body, and the Geb goose is associated with protecting the egg which is what geese do, and the Geb goose is associated with the cackler, the great sound that it makes to wake up the farm in the morning if a wolf or dogs try to break into the farm area. You know, the ones that are over the arable land. You now receive the bread in which typo, in which the realm which represents the fuel, and that realm represents the fuel necessary. It may not be a typo. Necessary to continue the journey. This is why the word for bread was the same shape as the immortal triangular tomb of immortality that people call the pyramid. The word was techeh. So what's the symbol shape of the structure of immortality? It's the pyramid. And what is that? It's also the word for bread. See the word bread? Techeh is the aku, to give. What does the word bread mean? Techeh, cake, but also the word for eternity. Techeh, eternity, bread, and the journey. That's the journey that you're making. Why is this happening? Why? Because ancient man was a hunter and gatherer before he was a farmer. All he could do was hunt, gather, move, and then he learned how to farm. Carbohydrates became one of the main foods in Kemet. But carbohydrates came from the hunter and gatherer that would gather carbohydrates. Come to the screen. Ooh, wee boy. The hunter and gatherer would. What's happening here? Here it is. The hunter and gatherer would gather carbohydrates, food, because carbohydrates was used for fuel. And where would the man store it? On the side of the man and woman store it on the side of his belly. Have you ever noticed that your front belly can be flat? I teach this to the people that I fitness train. You're like, Tehuti, the front of my stomach is flat right here, but I got this stuff on the side. Why is the side hanging off? The side has this pinchable stuff, these love handles, but I can almost see a six-pack on the front, but the side has. Anybody ever notice that? We'll look in the mirror. You can grab your sides, but the front is like, how come the front is so tough? The sides is where you store the carbohydrates. As an original hunter and gatherer, you'd have to store carbohydrates, and the carbohydrates would give you the ability to move because you were always on the move. Always on the move. This was before set up civilization and farms and cities and villages. This one we were just on the move, getting the fruits, getting the carbohydrates, so we could go on our journey. So that's the word for techeh was the word for bread, because bread became the most popular food in Kemet, and also one of the most popular things put on the food offering. Why? Because it was a high carbohydrate that was used for making a journey, eating bread, eating carbs. Anybody that exercises, listen, eat your carbs before you exercise, and after you exercise to refuel your glycogen levels, eat your carbohydrates. Again, you can eat fast carbohydrates. Fast carbohydrates go into your system faster, and then slow carbohydrates throughout the day. That's the bread. Bread is carbohydrates to keep you on a journey. So the ancient ones knew that the same word for eternity, techeh, because that was the journey you were on, the journey of Geb, is the same word for bread, and it's the same word for journey, only in Metanetter. This cannot exist in any other language. Only in Metanetter is the word bread, the same word for eternity, and the same word for journey. Here it is, everybody. Tehuti, you put that in the dictionary. Here it is. Bread for the journey. Techeh. What's the journey? The journey is you coming out of your body. What's that? That's what they call the section they call the Valley of the King, which I revealed years ago for the first time in history. The true name of the Valley of the King was Seket Tama'at. Seket Tama'at, the area of the memory of the vision. Seket Tama'at, which was what? The mountain, a mountainous area where the light would come in through the mountains. Which is why if you look at the word techeh, which means eternity, what is that? The two Manu mountains in the Purim Haru. There's the two mountains side by side right there, and there's the fire coming from the middle, right? That represents the ascension from between the two mountains, and we would see the sun ascending between the two mountains, and that they had the Valley of the Kings, an area built for the soul, for the pharaohs to be preserved. Where? In mountains for the resurrection. As you make your journey, the techeh, which is what? What's the word for journey? Look what's happening. Huh? There's the goose again. Hello. Hello, because that's what's making the journey. The journey, the goose opening its wings, because the journey, the first start of the journey is the ascension. Huh? Hello, only in the Metanetter can the word for bread, journey, eternity, and the image of goose be all one thing, all going back to Geb. Huh? Not like Mother Nature, is it? Mother Earth, huh? Of which this bread, quote unquote, bread fuel was associated with Geb Earth and the ascension process because the Earth opening was likened to a mouth. The Earth opening was likened to a mouth. As a matter of fact, the same word for opening or utterance, the same word for mouth is Ray, which is an opening symbol. The opening, which is where you would be ejaculated or ejected, or sent out of the body. You come through an opening, symbolic of a gate, was like a mouth. As you go through, then the opening of your mouth as you receive the bread, because the opening represents the opening of the mouth, which is a gateway to go out of, like as in sending words and frequencies, talking to somebody, saying something. And then also the mouth receives. The mouth gives words, and the mouth also receives. It's a two-way, it's a palindrome. So the mouth in Kemet was the mouth of something that gives you and also receives. What does it receive? Food. What does it give you? Words. Which, if they're powerful, what are they called? Food. You ever notice that? What are words called when they're powerful and they help you? Food for thought. They're called food. Words are called foods. What the Bible say? Man shall not live off of bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth. That's where the concept came from, because words were food. Words were food. They were energy. They were information. They were food. They call it food for thought, but it also receives the food. It's a two-way thing. The mouth gives off words and also uses also an opening. An opening what? An opening that represents life. Why does it represent life? Simple. Because if you close off this, what happens to you? You can still breathe through your nose, but try to eat through it. Here we go. You die. Close your mouth, you die. What do they say? Closed mouths are never fed. Bing bong. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. We're still going? Are we still going? Huh? My teacher taught me this after he taught me the Egyptians were black for 52 hours a week, of which this bread fuel was associated with the Geb Earth and the ascension process, because the Earth opening was likened into a mouth as you go through, then the opening of your mouth as you receive bread, all connected to Geb Earth that is seen clearly here in the Metet and Shar. It's called, that people call the coffin text, in spell 4 and spell 20. Tehuti, when did you read all this? I might sleep about 4 in the morning. Here we go. Spell 4. Here we go. Earth opens its mouth for you. Geb throws open his jaws. You see the jaws associated with the mouth? Geb throws open his jaws on your account, because that's the Earth opening. The Earth opening was associated with mouth opening. It's associated with Jeb's jaws opening up on your account. May you eat your bread. You see the bread now associated with Jeb? May you eat your bread and receive your plenty. So the Jeb, the feeding, the Ka feeding off its pure energetic projectable double, was associated with bread, the food that goes into you, but also the representation of opening of the mouth for you to escape, because Jeb throws open his jaws on your account as the Earth opens up for you to move out through it, through the process, and then you open up your mouth, symbolic of you're now able to take the energetic, pure energetic double of the food that was laid there for you, for your altar, from your family and friends. Bing, bong. Jeb will open for you your blind eyes. He will straighten for you your bent knees. There will be given to you your heart. There's the Eve that's under the ribs again, and which you had from your mother, your heart, Heta, which belongs to your body. Your soul was upon the earth. Your corpse was upon the ground. There's the ground again. There will be bread. There's the bread again for your body. There's Jeb and the bread. Water for your throat. Sweet air for your nostrils. There's Jeb being associated with the feeding process that takes place right here when the food is put on the altar, and the pure energetic projectable double echo of the food that's placed on the altar can be fed upon, like it says in the Purim Haru, that the Ka feeds upon the doubles of the food that's put on the altar. That's why they're putting physical food on the altar, because the spirit doesn't bite the physical food. It eats the energy that's a projectable double that comes echoed out from the food. So Jeb is associated with the bread, the Techa, eternity, the bread, the journey. That's what this whole process of Earth, the Earth God was about the journey. So you can fly out, ascend out of the body. Woo! What? Huh? What you chat about, boy? Here we go. So this Geb, who is the Lord of the land. Geb, who is the Lord of the land. Typo, not but that the ascended ones, and he's owning the plot because the Earth itself is the planet making Geb the original landlord. The plant making the original landlord concept. Sorry, the Earth itself, the actual planet Earth is the planet, but the original Geb concept are the plots of land, not the entire planet. Look, a few typos here, because he was the originally controller of lots that he gave you and divided amongst Heru and Set. And he was the great guardian. He was the great guardian associated with providing the bread. Remember? He was the great guardian associated with providing the bread. And he was the landlord. There it is again. Geb throws open his jaws on your account. May you eat your bread. Receive your plenty, your food that comes on the offering table. Geb will open for you your blind eyes. I'll go down to the bottom here. There will be bread for you. So Geb is associated with the landlord, the lord over the land, and also the bread. And he was also the guardian. That's what the goose is. He was the guardian as well. Over the sahu, over the egg, which is you. See, I watch and guard. Watch and guard the egg. Who's watching and guarding the egg? As what? The cackler. There's the goose. There's the Geb, the animal of Geb. I watch and guard the great calculator. Let me string it down for you. You see that? The great calculator. Lord of the lands. Geb is the Lord of the lands. He's the landlord, and he's the great guardian, and he's over the bread, the food that you receive in the afterlife. That's Geb. Oh, don't worry. The Matrix knows all of this and uses it to play games with you. I never did tell you. Remember at the beginning of the class, I told you I was going to talk about what the landlord definition originally was, which was outside of gender. Is gender male because of Geb. But I never did tell you what the definition of lord was in landlord, did I? I never did tell you that, right? You have the original landlord, the protector, the guardian, and the one who's over the bread is protecting you, even to the point where it says he opens his jaws and you are protected so that you can receive the food. I never did tell you what the definition of lord was in landlord, did I? Here we go. Ready, everybody? Here's Geb the landlord. Here's landlord. What's this? Lord of the land, which is what? A god. A god, which is what? One who guards the loaves. Red loaf. The god over the land, the landlord over the lots of land, the owner of the lots of land, the property, the god who guards the loaves of bread. Hotep, I am done. There we go. Woo! Matrix broken, everybody. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on whether it be July 4th, Thanksgiving, Krispy Kreme, or if you have learned anything or if this has had any type of impact and has advanced your recent current understanding of this specific subject matter, then please send your tip of reciprocity and appreciation, Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockSV. It can be called Grounded by Geb, Mother Heaven, Landlord, or any creative title that you can come up with for this class. If any part of this class was educational to you, support Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Hotep, I am done. 2 hours and 20 minutes. There's your answer. Hesama At, Octavia Sly. There's your answer. I'm gonna go to the chat. Oh my goodness. Woo. See how everybody liked it. I'm gonna put the link in the room for the supporters to jump in. Everybody who saw this class, support the Tehuti Park. Support this. What do we even call this? What is this called? Is this an answer to a question? Support this Geb movie. Support this like we supported the Avengers and Duncan Hines Pizza Hut. Support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. I'm gonna put the link in the room for the team to jump in. I'm running out of breath. 55 people watching. Do not leave the class without at least sending a support saying thank you. I appreciated this because that number stayed at 50 for the 2 hours. That means 50 people stayed glued for 2 hours. Absorbing this for 2 hours means that it was enjoyed. So please support what you enjoyed. Because if you didn't like it, the numbers wouldn't stay the same. I'm glad you appreciated this, and this will keep on going for years until all this is gray. So welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Hey everybody, how you doing? You may not understand me. I may not have teeth. I have to get veneer. Welcome to boom, hotel. I'm done. I'll be 92 years old. Please. This is the life journey. This is what the nets are here for. This is what I'm here for. Support the Tehuti Podcast. Before you leave, just say thank you, Tehuti. Thank you. This was whatever you thought of the class. Type it in. And just Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. There's a link in the bottom. Support the Tehuti Podcast, and hope you all. Oh man. Okay. Saba Ranks. Hey, Saba Ranks. I think he just turned 60 something today. Shout out to Saba Ranks. Ooh, two Tehuti, two in the Teru. That's right, everybody. Jump in the room. I'm sending my hope reciprocity first. Yes, send your reciprocity and then jump in the room. 51 people to 55 people watching. The numbers just dropped to 50. 5 went pure. Support the podcast, everybody. All the people that have been with us for years. Come on. DRI, Lisa, Boots, Stranger, Rio. Those who've been watching this from the mud, from when it first started. When I did the first class with Mighty Hebrew, watch it turn into this. You watch years and years of this every pod class over and over again. The only breaks I take is if somebody passes away. I took a break when somebody passed away. There was a hole in my foot. I had water in my lungs. These are the reasons I take off the pod class. I had water in my lungs, 1. Somebody died, 2. I couldn't think properly. I had a hole going directly through my foot you could put your finger in. And I had to go do protective rituals. It was the only time Tehuti could break off of the pod class. Oh my gosh. Woo! Support the Tehuti pod class. Cash App, PayPal, that Rocky SB. I'm breaking down. And I'm building up. I remember this name here. Shout out to Rafi777. Netta Rafi77. I remember that name from time ago. I'm not sure where, but it looks familiar. Shout out to Rafi. Ooh, you're right. They copied everything from Tamaray. Logos, call them logo. That's right. The Lord. Lord Jesus, another Lord take from, I did a class on that. Bethlehem, House of Bread. I did that class in 95. Hello. Hey. What were you doing in 95?
I was in that church, Saba.
I was teaching on the bread loaf and all this in 95. Oh my gosh. Oh, greetings, Amun and Amonette. Everybody will jump on the panel. Let me take this off the screen. I'm going to check the cash apps. I know today's class is going to be motivating to keep this going, everybody. Come on. Krispy Kremes doesn't have to ask for one support. KFC has never knocked at your door. They're making billions a day. Popeyes. Church's chicken is trash. And they're making millions. How you doing, Amonette? What were you doing in 85? Was I teaching you in 85? Where were you at in 85? Were you in the Net occur with that moon?
Yes.
And the Net occur together? I can't wait till we're born. We're going to meet each other. Wait till grade 6 Kenosha. You wait. I can't hug you. Oh my goodness, man. Okay, how are y'all doing, man? I'm taking it down.
We're doing great, Saba. 12 for this beautiful class. 12 for all of your hard work. 12 for the way that you put the class together. You answered the question and then went in depth on Geb, who he is, what he represents, and how it ties into our immortality. So I really appreciate this class of you going above and beyond the answer to the question for all the work you put in for this answer. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Has anybody ever seen a Kemetic teacher do a class on Geb who wasn't my student? Since the internet has been created, has there been a class on Geb based on what the ancestors taught? All the way up to the goose, all the way up to all of this, the Meseten Shar. No, because the people that are teaching on these things are surface level and they don't truly care about the netter. But I'm glad you appreciate it, Amun. And Amunet, what do you got to say from the Netter Kirk?
Greetings to Sabatuti for this Nefer class. This is the best and only perfect class on Geb I've ever seen. I appreciate you for all of your hard work and you being the Netter you are and being in this Nefer frequency. I appreciate you bringing this forth and that I'm able to have this in my life. Very, very helpful, and I'm very thankful for you.
Man, I was gonna send Octavia to the other channel. Say, hey, man, there was a class on Geb already. And let me skip this question. But this wasn't even about. Thank you for that. But this class was about. It was harder than just doing a class on Geb because this class was about Mother Earth versus Geb. What happened? What was the transition? So it was a class on Geb, but had to transition out of the matrix, break down the two Earths and everything, and how the planet isn't really Earth. If Earth is one of the four elements, then 3% doesn't make the planet, and the Earth is mostly water. So why don't we call the planet water? The ancients actually did. The ancients didn't call the planet the actual whole planet. They didn't call it Earth. They called it Tiamat. And Tiamat means water. It means chaotic waters. So the ancients knew that when talking about the arable land, that's Earth, but when talking about the planet, that's actually water. This is planet water, not planet Earth. But all right, everybody. Oh man, I'm still teaching. Stop. All right, I'm glad you guys appreciate it. Woo! What was Stranger doing? 85. Oh, 85. I wasn't even. I'm talking about 95. What were you doing in 95? I was a toddler spinning on a cardboard in Queens. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go to the support, everybody. What were we doing in 95, Stranger? 95, what was going on in 95? All right, I'm gonna go to this. Let's go to the support because we see people disappearing. They took that, man. They took that. I'm gonna go build my own movement. Let me just take this flash here. Here we go. Who actually appreciated this class? We're gonna go to the Cash Apps and the PayPals and let everybody see who actually appreciated this class, everybody. Let's go and see. So first off, we got the person who sent the question in, which was Nutheh Sama'at. He's the first one we're going to read off. He's the one that sent the question in, and he sent in this extra. Oop. And it says, oh, wait, what's this? Why is it highlighted? That's strange. Okay, Nutheh Sama'at. This is the brother who asked the question. And Nutheh Sama'at, you support almost every podcast. You can definitely feel free to come up to the panel and let us know what did you think of this answer for you. How was this answer? Oh, podcast info. Hold on, everybody. Let me fix this. Podcast info. Nope, we don't want podcast info. We want the July 17th class support. Here we go. All right, Nutheh Sama'at. Let's go ahead and show this. Are you in the room that has Sama'at? All right, there it is. Can you go ahead and read that? I'll read it. It's one word. Cool. Shout out to Nutheh Sama'at who sent this support. Usually over $20 gets some noise, but since you're the one that sent in the original donation and sent in support on top of that, let's give him a hand clap for the two supports. Woo! Shout out to all those who appreciate this podcast, the House of a 10, Um, well, okay, now we got what do we got here? We got it's interesting how the cash apps are coming through. I'll read this that's from the two. I'm gonna read that. That's actually under these ones. So we're gonna go to, okay, where are the monster supporters? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Let me scroll down. Where are the Israel Hoyley, aka Medusa Neb? Let's go. Here we go, everybody. What was this class worth to you? And at the end of the supports, I'm gonna give an announcement about the Menetter classes and how you can all get them back. Live. Here we go, boom, boom, boom. So we got Medusa Neb jumping in, consistent supporter. Medusa Neb, who came to Tehuti as Israel, came as Israel and left as Medu. You know, he didn't leave. That's the other guy. Here we go. Shout out to Israel Hoyley, who is Medusa Neb. Go ahead and read that for us, Amunet, please.
$25 from Israel Hoyley for support.
Give him a hand clap, please. 99% Mercy support. What supports you? Thank you, Medicine Neb. Thank you, Medicine Neb. Let's go to any other big ones. Let me see. Angela, straight out the gates. This class had gates in it. The gates of Jeb and the gates of Newt. Oof. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Angela, straight out the gates. Everybody, please, especially the common people that have been coming for years, please send in your supports. 55 people watching. All of you send in your supports. The supports have been a little low, and a lot of people have abandoned, people have left. They're still watching because the number's still the exact same. But the Isfet in them is so evil that they watch, but they no matter what they do, it's evil, because either they're watching and not supporting, which they called evil, or they're not watching the truth, which is evil. Both are. Their last testimony was that this is the truth, so you're not watching the truth, or you're watching the truth and not supporting it, which you said was evil. So it's a weird world everybody put themselves in. Here we go, Angela straight out the gates. She is wonderful, consistent. Eminette, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. $25 from Angela Gates for Mary Ma'at with a feather and 2 Eve.
Give her some big noise, please.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Okay. Stranger was spinning on a cardboard. He was breakdancing. Okay. That's nice. Okay. All right, everybody, we're reading more support that was sent in. We got big vapes. Nutpoop, come on the panel and talk to these people about the class, the support. Call out the people have been around for years. Every pod class. If you're watching, you should be supporting. Because you've seen this develop. And you know that it's nowhere else. All right, we got who's it? Psyops. Read that for me, Eminette.
$5 from Patabo Damo for set Psyops tip.
because give him a clap for that as a tip. Okay. Where's everybody reciprocity today? Nukpu. I'm gonna read this one, then I'm gonna read Amun Amunes, and I'm gonna step away for just a minute. Sorry. Thinking of it, funny. All right, read this for us. Amun, please.
999 from Kemet Tru for Hotep Saba Tehuti. Dua for my rent breakdown. Once again, Ma'at with a blue eye.
Thank you. I wonder which Ren. He'll talk when he comes up. Which Ren did I do for him?
Might have been Pooh.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that must have been it. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Amun and Amunet. Let's read this one here. Let me step away for just a minute. And go excuse me. Oh my goodness. Where is it? Okay, here we go. All right. Amun and Amunet, read for us, please.
$45 for this Nefer class on Mother Earth and Geb. Hotep Mary, the Black Eve.
All right, give yourself some big noise. Thank you.
Is Jabari getting this type of question?
No. Who's that sending that through? Sonetter?
Yeah, it's Sonetter.
Okay. All right, beautiful family. I'm going to step off for just a moment. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. I'm going to talk to him. Nukku, come up on the panel, talk to them. When I come back, we're going to read the rest of these supports. Peace and love. We'll be right back, everybody. Peace.
Peace and love, Saba. Enjoy your break.
Thank you.
And you. Go out to the great Saba Tehuti, Hotep Uncle Seneb. All you do, great Saba. For this beautiful class. Everybody, please support our wonderful Saba Tehuti. If you're here watching the class now, if you were watching earlier, if you're watching the entire class, there's definitely things within this class that interest you and require your support because you're giving your attention to something here that you're interested in that someone else is putting their hard work into to making. So be honest with yourself and send in support to the Cash App or the PayPal. As Albert said multiple times, we support everything else. I mean, if you go to the store and you need something to eat, you pay for it. If you don't, and you risk the consequences, you commit a crime. So to come here and think that you can just watch and steal, it is not right, that is evil. But what is right is to know that you're watching something that benefits you and you support it. For people that watch this because they love Ma'at and they're truly trying to learn and imbue themselves. Even people that watch it for entertainment, no matter which person you are, it's still worth support. People have to pay for streaming services like Netflix and various different things like that, and all that has, for the most part, is entertainment. People still pay for it. In this world, there's always, and in other worlds as well, there's always a reciprocity system, a system where one thing is given, and that you are required to give something back. So, like Saba said, just sending a support, saying thank you. It has to be something that all of us here watching have learned in this class, whether you're into the Medu Neter aspect, part of our ancestors, or something like the beginning of the class, where Saba shows how we call this planet we're on Earth, when in all reality, Earth is the soil. So how could this planet be called Earth? It doesn't make any sense when most of the planet is water. Everybody calls this planet, in English at least, Earth. So if you're someone who speaks this language and you never thought about that, that in itself, that's worth support. You can easily pass it on to your children or people around you and make it a little jewel to give people. That's definitely worth a donation. I think at least thank you. And then there's obviously the much deeper aspect of this entire class, which has to do with immortality, which has to do with you living on beyond this life, being able to resurrect and live again in another realm, be able to still contact your descendants, your friends, and to even be able to function in that next realm and talk to your ancestors. That in itself is so important too. That's worth so much support. If you're somebody that's listening and it's your first time hearing something like that, and you understand it, that really should be something that moves you, that changes you, something that really would affect the way you think about things in life. And when I first felt that way, and every time Saba teaches in general, Amunet and I, we send our donation, our support. We know that Saba Tuti is working hard to put these answers together while he has everything else to do. You think about it, all of us here in the pod class, while we're at work, doing whatever we do throughout the week to make money to sustain ourselves, while we're at work at our jobs, we don't have the time or the intelligence to look into all of these things the way Saba does, or even look and read certain things in general. And while we're at work, while we're doing what we're doing at work, taking care of your family, whatever it may be, Saba Tuti is in his house doing the things he needs to do, and at the same time putting together this information for us while we are doing things that that prevent us from being able to do the research we need to do, like how Saba is showing. And like I said, we don't even have the intelligence to do the research that he's doing. So while we're doing what we do, he does what he does for us. And that is worth so much support. But try your best to put yourself in Saba Tuti's perspective. You have your life, you're doing things that you have to do for yourself, and then you take a certain time out of each day to do something for someone else. The time comes where you show these other people something you did for them, and then only a certain amount of these people show you an action of love through a donation, through various different means that they care about it. People that don't send it, I mean, if you put in so much work to make something like a class like this, if you put in so much work to make something for people, and only a certain amount of people support, you're going to feel a little down. And if you really care about the knowledge here, you really care about Saba Tuti, and you want him to feel appreciated, you want to show that you care about him and love him, one of the easiest ways is through the Cash App, through the PayPal. I mean, really think about it. In the Matrix, people for their birthday and holidays and all these different things, everybody, when somebody gets something, it always has some sort of financial value to it, whether it's literal currency or something bought with money. It shows that someone traded their time for that currency, traded their intelligence for that currency, and they're using their time, their knowledge to get something, may it be the money itself or an object, and give it over to another person to show their appreciation for that. So if you really care about Sabatuti, you really care about the information that's being presented here, send in support because it does so much. One of the most beautiful things is we can show Saba that we appreciate him, appreciate what he's doing while we're having to live in the matrix at work or whatever everyone is doing. We can show Sabatuti that we appreciate him. That's very powerful. That means a lot because he's putting in so much time into it. And time is something that we can't get back. So really put yourself in, well, try your best to put yourself in his shoes, because at the same time, he also has so many other things going on. So much going on. I heard earlier he said he's something about going back on Kill a Priest and the Medu classes, and that if he was to do both at the same time, that's a lot. That in itself shows that what Saba does in his life is already a lot. So for him to make these classes for us, I mean, that means a lot. That means a lot to me. It means a lot to Amina. I know it means a lot to the other supporters. And if you're somebody that's coming here, that finds yourself coming here watching over and over, send in the support, show your appreciation. Saba said, just say thank you, because he's putting in a lot of time to make these classes, and that's just focusing on the time. And then you can look at the quality of the way he's using his time with these by making these classes and what he does in his own personal life. You care about Saba Tehuti. Saba Tehuti has to do things for himself, so he's in the right frequency to make the class. So then that goes into making the class as well. It's not just the amount of time he takes to put the class together, it's the amount of time he takes to take care of himself, to take care of his family, because he has to make sure himself and everyone around him is in the correct frequency for him to even work on the class. So there's so much time going into it to teach us. That means a lot. I remember in the beginning of the pod class, Saba was not as motivated to teach all of us because he didn't think people wanted the information, that people wanted the knowledge. We do not want Saba to feel that way again. We want him to stay motivated to continue teaching us, because no matter what, he's going to stay in Mod. He's going to continue learning. He's going to continue making these classes for himself and for his family. And the only people that would miss out would be us, or the people basically that don't support, because I know Saba would organize something for those that do support. But basically, if you are watching now and you have not sent in support, or you not have sent in support for a while, really think about all the things I said. Think about how much time Saba is really putting in for this and where it's coming from. What's his agenda? His agenda is to help us improve ourselves, to help us evolve within, evolve our ka and our ba. And to me, that means so much, and I'm very appreciative of Saba doing all the things that he does to come and present these classes, all the things he does in his personal life to build himself up to be able to present these classes. And if you're somebody who is hearing what I'm saying and you understand it, but you don't support, you are literally evil. That's all you are, is evil. I mean, there's always going to be haters out there. There's always going to be evil people out there. But for those who did not think about it the way I am saying, really think about the time that Saba, as a living netter with emotions, feelings, a consciousness, how he feels when he puts in so much time. He went straight through this entire class. I would not be surprised if he went over the amount of time it took for him to eat a meal and things of that sort. Sabo went through this entire class. He made this entire class, and he needs some way for people to show appreciation, which the best way is the support, the PayPal. Like I said, we're all at work doing what we do. Saba's here working to expand himself and us. That's such a beautiful thing. So if you're one of the people that never thought about that, send in support, because Saba Tutti really puts in a lot of time, puts in a lot of dedication. We can't comprehend it. We really can't. But we can't comprehend all the energy he puts into making these classes, but we know that it's a lot. We know that Saba does a lot of stuff, and for him to have the pod class in itself is a miracle. With all that he's been through in his life, he tells us in the beginning of every podcast, the fact that he's made it here, the fact that he has time to put the podcast together and present it to us, the fact that the podcast can be the length that it is and the depth that it is, that's all a miracle, and that's definitely worth support. It's worth consistent support, because what Saba is giving us, it's important. There's a reason why people keep coming back. There's a reason why people keep watching over and over and over and over. It's similar to the same reason why we always need to drink water or eat food. It's because what Saba gives us is life. And once you see that, you understand that you have to give something back. So these are all beautiful reasons to support our great Saba Tehuti. The information that he's bringing forth is unique and is nowhere else to be found. Only here from Saba Tehuti. If you hear anybody else talking about it, it came from Saba. That's why he says on this date he said so and so, because you'll notice after Saba says something, other people will say it. And we should always support the source where the things came from, where the information came from, which is our Saba Tehuti. So for that, Saba, I am thankful for you teaching this class, for you putting all the time you put into this class, because I think I infer that it takes a lot, and I'm appreciative that I have a place to come to and learn on the deepest level, and to be able to see things like how Saba shows the sources, parts of the coffin text, all these different things Saba shows. I don't have time throughout the entire week to read like every single book I have over and over and over to try to get different insight on it or try to memorize different passages. But Saba's doing the work while I have to do things that I have to do to survive. While Saba's doing that work, I get to come here on Saturday, or when I talk to Saba other times as well. And from the way he spent his time, he's able to provide me, Amunet, and other people life-saving information that I'm extremely thankful for. So to all very much, great Saba. Everybody, please support our Saba Tehuti. PayPal at the bottom, the Cash App. Really easy to create one. Really easy. I remember when I was younger, and somebody probably, I think they paid for some sort of meal for me, and they asked me if I had Cash App. I didn't have Cash App at the time, but I knew that I had to pay this person back because it's the honorable thing to do. I made a Cash App. It was really that easy. I mean, really that easy. So then I just paid the person back. And when you have something in you, like morals, a conscience, that moves you to do things, creating a Cash App or a PayPal, that's definitely something that can be done to support our Saba Tehuti. It's real easy to go and text inside the PayPal. And if you really, for some reason, did not have the money to support this month or this week or something, send Saba Tehuti a text message. Let him know. because then at least he knows you appreciate the class, but you just do not have the financial means to support the class. I mean, I would think everybody has $5 to spend, $10, $15. But if you really were just like no money this month, you're in the negative in your budget or something, send Sabatuti a message and let him know, because then at least he knows you support the class, and if you could support, you would support. So everybody who does have the means to show appreciation, please show appreciation, because Saba is here building us up. He's making us more knowledgeable, podcast by podcast. These podcasts are so powerful, so important. Podcast like this is so important for so many different reasons. One of the reasons that I focused on with this podcast is when Saba always has a podcast like this one, it was about Mother Earth, that whole concept. It really turned into a lot about Geb. When I watch a class like this, it gives me insight on the netter, and then when I read the text, when the netter pops up, or when it talks about the Geb, the mound, things like that, now I have a better understanding because of a class like this. So it makes it easier for me to read the text, read the papyri, and it's really a beautiful thing, because if you're someone who reads the papyri, reads the coffin text or the Perm Haroon, you can tell when you read something and you're like, this sounds great, but I have no idea what this means. It's like, you know, it's special, you know, it's something important, but you just do not know what it means. And then it's hard to like understand possibly what's happening a little after that or before that, and definitely during what the part you're reading. When you have a class like this, now you can read certain parts. It's like, oh, that's what that's talking about right there. And you get this like free flow feeling where you feel like you're in the frequency of our ancestors and you're really understanding what they were saying. It's this beautiful feeling, especially because what our ancestors have taught and put down is so deep and beautiful. The energy is an energy of a continuation. When you read the text and you understand because of what Saba has taught, it's like you get this feeling of, because a lot of it is about immortality, so you get this feeling of, I continue, I keep going, I'm forever. And it's this beautiful feeling. So when Saba has a class like this about Geb, it allows me to look in the text and feel that feeling when I read certain parts. That's very beautiful to me. That's very important to me. And I hope it's beautiful to everyone else as well who studies the teachings, who studies the Nile Valley, studies Ma'at. Once again, Saba, I'm appreciative of you for this class, for going over the things that you do in this class, for everything, all classes being a continuation of the classes before. That's a beautiful thing as well. For breaking the psyops, even psyops that don't seem like they're, even psyops that are real hidden, or matrices that are real hidden, like the Earth one. I've never thought about that. That's something else too that everybody should think about. How many people heard that and were like, oh yeah, you know, he's right. If you know your age, like if you're like 40 years old or something, and you went, oh, you know, Saba's right. Why do they call it Earth when most of it's water? You had about like 30 years to figure that out, and you didn't. So at that point, it's time to bow your head and go, Sabatuti, you saw that and I didn't. Here's my support for you. Here's my support to show you I appreciate you for figuring that out when I had all these years and I never thought about it. Me personally, I never thought about that. And that one was hidden in plain sight, like just there. Never thought about it. So I'm appreciative that Saba brings forth all types of matrices and psyops, ones that people might think about or know about, like the weekend or how they call it the week and stuff like that, or something just like Earth. Never thought about that one. So something like that to bow your head, put your head down, humble yourself, and go, wow, Sabatudi's brain really works different than all of ours. And not just all of us watching, everybody on the internet. You'll never find anyone else say the Earth thing that Saba said today. That in itself, that's unique. That is special right there. And if you are true to yourself, if you truly want to improve, you truly want to grow, and you will go, oh, this is the person I'm going to follow. This is the person I'm going to at least show support to. Because if anybody deserves support, it's somebody like Saba, somebody who thinks the way he does, who is honest the way that he is, and lives the way that he does. So, well, again, great Saba Tehuti. Welcome. We're to sing Kesbetu. We'll tap Uncle Jasaneb. I would love to hear your beautiful words, how you're doing, and what you think about the class.
Oh, tap Uncle Jasaneb. Can I be heard clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Tua, Uncle Jasaneb. Nefer Medu, as always. Tua, Uncle Jasaneb. Tua, Moon and Amunet. Tua, to Uncle Jasaneb. Tua, Nefer, Netra, Tehuti, Amen, Hotep, Ra, Uncle Jasaneb. To everybody on the chat, everybody watching. Tua, Uncle Jasaneb. Yeah, this was a Nefer class as usual. It was Nefer to hear about Geb or Geb, Netra Geb. And the breakdown that Saba did is always phenomenal. Always throwing in so many different little jewels in there. Very explained it very well in details for the basic person to understand the difference of why we got bamboozled into thinking Mother Nature opposed to the original, the original title to Geb. And it was never how Saba broke that down with the earth, with the soil, breaking down like different parts of what the earth is, the geo and things like that. So, there's a lot of details in there. And then to bring it back to, the original sense of it, how we got veered off into the wrong direction. So it was a never experience as always. I'm glad I was able to listen through it throughout the whole period of time. I was jumping around, but I was able to listen to it as much as I could. So it was never how Saba went through it all in one shot. And yeah, my Ren, it was like he was saying a whole bunch of my Rens in here. It wasn't just the poo. So that was never. But he said about the poo. He also said about Sa, which is also part of my Ren, and which is the Sahu, and about also the egg and the protection. And so it was a never thing, the Seneb as well. And then he also broke down the Nupu aspect of it with the ducks, the crackler. It brought me back to that class. So, Uncle Jasaneb, Saba.
Hey,
never.
Yeah, yes. The poo, the flying duck, and it was a lot. Thank you all for your beautiful words. Thank you, Emily. I heard a little bit, maybe a lot of what you said in the background. And you're absolutely right. Thank you for that. I do have a life outside of of this, and yes, I do set a lot of my life out to the side in order to do this. and it's for the people. This is what I would used to. This is what I would do for my naturds. Maybe not as extensive, but because so many people here involved. But yeah, I could do this for my naturds and just live my life and my church, my inner family that's here and around me, and teach them and do public lectures at that place we had the event at, and continue on to train fitness trainers and people on TV and all that good stuff. But I'm doing this for the people, and the people obviously love it because it stays 55 views consistently. So thank you for that. We're gonna go on. Let's go on to the support. Let's see what the support is. Let me go back. Keep the momentum up of the support. You all keep supporting. I appreciate all of you, and let's continue to go on and see what the support is. Look, did you send another one called "May I Fly, May I Light"? Is that new? Is Kemet Geb Tru here? I can't see anything.
Tua, yes, Saba, I did.
Okay, good. I'm about to read that right now. Coming in from Kemet Geb Tru. Let's keep the momentum up. Let's keep the energy up. Let's keep the supports going up. Let's see who wants to continue this. And at the end of this, I'm gonna say the update on the MEDNETer classes and what it's gonna take to have them come back. And hopefully everybody wants them back. But for now, let's go and read these beautiful supports coming in from Kemet Geb Tru Nukpu, who loves the pod class, loves this phenomenon, and loves this experience and wants it to continue. If you support, it means that you want this to continue. That's it. Quite simple. Those who support want it to continue. Those who don't could care less whether it continues or not. Right? It's pretty simple. I appreciate all those who are supporting, who want to keep this continuing, because after this is gone, hopefully this will never be gone, but if this is gone, what actually do you have? What actually is out there? Go ahead and read that for us, Kemet Geb Tru, please.
Otep, this from myself, Nukpu, Kemet Geb Tru, Nupata Sa Min Ma'at. I sent in Hotep, Pa Ni, Kenen, Ni, which is in MEDNETer, for May I Fly, May I Alight, and then I put the stars or light, Ma'at, with the all-seeing eye, or the eye of Ma'at, the eye of Heru, with the 9999. Hotep, Uncle Dustin.
Beautiful. Hotep, thank you. Thank you very much for the great continuous support. You support more than once. And thank you for all that's continuous all the way back from the Killer Priest days. If I do go on Killer Priest again, it's gonna be interesting, because I know all of you are gonna flood the chat plus the new people that are there. It's gonna be it's gonna be like we time travel back. It's gonna be fun if I can go back there again, if I have the energy to do that again. Thank you, Kemet Geb Tru. And I was listening to it, you were saying your name, and I was like, oh, that sounds the new Patah. Okay. All right. Thank you, Kemet Geb Tru. Thank you, Kemet Geb Tru, the new Patah. And go ahead and give some noise for that.
Oh, but this class was an out-of-body experience.
I'm representing HOUSEOFATTON right now. Y'all see?
Wait, hold on. Wait, what was that? I missed that. I missed that. Play that last part again. What was that?
I'm representing HOUSEOFATTON right now. Y'all see?
I was like, who's that old mature voice? Okay, yeah. Okay, we got all kind of sound bites. Amun and Amunet. I know you all must just, in your free time, just like collect, post, share. I know this is like, I'm getting new sound bites like every class. Thank you both. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, let's go, everybody. We get the supports coming in. Let's see who wants the podcast to continue. I know somebody wants the podcast to continue. And Pooh. And Pooh wants the podcast to continue. Tehuti, he'll pop up later. He's probably here somewhere. Ampu wants the class to continue. Let's see what Ampu says. Ampu sent me a message a couple of days ago. He was scanning through. He's really become a reptile enthusiast. He's scanning through some reptile videos, and he's like, he sent me a message. Tehuti, I saw the reptile show. I catch it. He sent me a video of me at one of the reptile shows. Shout out to Ampu. He has his own reptile family over there. Appreciate you, good brother. And I don't know how you spotted me, how you found that video. It was recent too. Shout out to you. Okay. All right, Amonette. Could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. $20 from Anpu Ma'at Heka for thank you for the knowledge. For the knowledge.
Thank you. And you all tell me, I'm not seeing the chat right now, but tell me if you see Ampu say anything in the chat. If you do see him say something, I'll put it on the screen. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ampu, for this great support, and thank you, Amonette, for reading it.
You're welcome.
All right. Boom, give us some noise.
Thank you for the knowledge.
All right, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, the support is coming in. People appreciate the pod class. Let me see if let me go in order. Back in order again. See if I skipped anybody. We have I did Israel Edge of the Gates. Oh, we got Harass Did, aka Sarah Jean, aka Miss 555, aka sometimes Miss 55, aka sometimes Miss 155. She likes the fives, and we have her sending great support. She is consistent. Shout out to you, Harass. I hope things are fine and moving at in the direction you want. She has been here all the way since all the way really in the beginning. She was here before there was a pod class. Like most of you. And I have an urge. I don't know how I'm going to get the energy or the time, but I might have an urge to try to do that again. I don't know how, what's going to happen, but I have an urge to create that synergy. It's just not the same. I click back on the show. There's like somebody named Crip Jesus. I don't know what's going on. Cook Crunch TV. I don't know who these. All these like superhero named Crunch and all these weird names. I don't know, but we need to get back that beautiful frequency. Shout out to. So we'll see what's gonna happen. I something about the Killer Pre-Show in my teachings. There's something about it, because even Tehuti, who came, wasn't at the Killer Pre-Show with all of you, but just was flipping through YouTube and saw a clip of me on Killer Priest and immediately came here. There's some frequency with the Killer Pre-Show and people that are in tune with my teachings, because he said he was just flipping through YouTube and saw me and he's here. Interesting. Okay. Go ahead and read that. Well, nothing to read? There's a Mott Feather. Okay. Coming in from Sarah Jean, who's harassed. The Mott Feather, $30. Give her some big noise, please. Miss Consistent.
Yes, the Hekau really works. Yeah, bro, this class was an out of body experience.
I love the House of Atten.
All right. Also, Tehuti, if you're listening, I got your email way down at the bottom. I got your email about the music for the pod class, and that should go out to you either tonight or tomorrow, if you're listening. All right, we got who else we have? Who else do we have here that I haven't read yet? Let me go back. Do I see the Jed? Robert E. Let me see. Angela. Okay. Robert E. Williams. Vortex Ninja. Vortex Ninja. How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do this? We have to make. Let me see. Am I gonna do Metanator class return? Metanator class return back on Killer Priest and go to events with Minty. I remember one time the teacher I had. I remember he was teaching, and then there was a live show on television, and he was there too. It was very strange. I don't know. I'm like, wait, you're here? Hold on. This show is live? This thing on TV is live? It was interesting things I've seen, but maybe I got to make more of myself, like he did. All right. Okay, we got Robert E. Williams. Let's go ahead and show this. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. Kemet, go ahead and read that for us, please.
Sure. It's from Neferson Robert E. Williams Jr. He sent in $33.72. Min Ma'at. Support for the pod class. Min Ma'at. Uncle Justin Nev.
Uncle Justin Nev, thank you for reading that for us. Kemet, appreciate that. And I'm gonna give Robert E. Williams some big noise, please. Thank you so much.
I came to overcome before I'm gone. I saw the proof and let Miles be born. Then after that I live forever. You disagree, you say never. Then follow me. I'm century to century. You remember me in history, not a mystery or memory.
Come join us, House of Atten, Ancient Tehuti and the Teru. Back to the source, we the original Axemen.
Where's Atef? Atef, heal up and come on back. Oh, Atef on the panel was pure hype. Especially on Fridays and when he used to come when it was earlier. He talked just like that in the breaks. Y'all gotta support that. Y'all don't know what he was hype. Atef, heal up. Come on back. I hope you're doing well out there. I hope you're recovering. By the way, everybody, Atef still sends in his support. Sometimes it comes in after the pod class. That's why you don't see me reading it out. It comes in. It comes in a little bit after. He had to lower it due to situations, but Atef is still out there supporting and healing. So good energy out to Atef. Please heal up. I don't have the details, but I heard it's bad. Whatever happened to him. Heal up, Atef. I hope you're doing good, my good brother. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to all those who are continuing this mission. Oh, Zep Tepi. Peace to all those who are continuing this, even in their times when things are tough. Hey, Zep Tepi. Peace to you. Hope you enjoyed this class if you got to see it. And definitely I'm telling all the people that have been around for years, send in support no matter what it is. Send in anything. What's this say here? His name is Frank Gary. Oh no. He doesn't believe anything about ancient Kemet, but he wants to be called Sinai. Okay. Interesting world. Interesting world. All right. I'd love one day for everybody to be in one room together. Let's have a day. Imagine a day with me, Jabari, Chaka, Akmos, everybody in the pod class, Sonetter, all in a room. That would be an interesting. That would be an Ip Man movie. Everybody seen Ip Man where he's fighting all the guys with the bags? No, that would be Ip Man. You know about Ip Man, Emma?
Yes.
I know Kesbetu. Kesbetu, you know about Ip Man? Of course, right? Yeah, of course. All right. Shout out to everybody who's a part of this beautiful experience. All right, we got I think I see the Jet in here. The Jet here it is. Here's the Jet in here. The Jet today. Boat. Cool. I want everybody, please, if you can, those continuous supporters who've been around for years, try to up your support a little bit. Try to up your support if you can, if it's possible, because a lot of ISFET and negative things are trying to definitely slow up the pod class as far as support wise. A lot of strange things are different strange things are happening. They're all a rebound effect of people that left so abruptly that it was just it caused a chain reaction, a spontaneous chain reaction. Things are being cleared up though, but for all the people that have been supporting for a long time, see if you can up your support a little bit, because I don't know what happened to a lot of people. Lisa, who's the brother again? Who's the brother? Owen Hythe. So many people just what happened to Tiny 23 experience. I don't know. That's odd. It's odd. But everybody who is continuing, appreciate, love all of you. You're keeping this motivated and moving. Thank you so much. I'm trying to look for the support I just got. I guess I have to do it manually. All right, shout out to the Jed, and it says the Jed and Retetua. What is this? The Jed and Retetua. All right. Where is it? There they are. The Jed and Retetua. Okay. I'm gonna let you read this. Eminette, read it for us, please. Platonic entanglement.
$30 for Tua for today's class from Dejed and Retet Tua with a Hanu Fist, a Purple Ebe, and Ra.
Thank you for reading that, Amunet, and give the Jed and Retet Tua some noise, please.
You're very welcome.
Yes, that's how we really work. Matrix juice. Am I out or not? I don't know my out. Spirit to the neck.
Immediately, spirit to their neck. This is the boat, man. This is where it is. This is the truth, man.
Min Ma'at. Hotep, I am done. I can't tell the difference between Kespetu's sound bites or if they're saying it. It's like the exact same tone. I can't even tell. Other sound bites I can tell, but Kespetu's sound bites sound like he's really there saying it. Thank you for all those wonderful sound bites, Amunet. Appreciate all the sounds, all the excitement, all the sound bites are our memories too. So they're all days of memorable experiences. Shout out to you all for all the wonderful, wonderful sound bites. Shout out to okay, wonderful. Shout out to Amunet and Nana. Surprised me with, I don't know. I'm gonna go back Oh, I can't. The website's down. I'm gonna go back to the newsletter when Ahati made it, and I'll go back to go to this. Because, Beth, do you remember the newsletter that was on the website? It was like one page. It was Ahati wrote one thing in the beginning. Wait till you see this thing, man. Wait till you see this newsletter has live interaction. This newsletter has live interaction, all kind of things. Eminet and Nana went crazy. They went crazy on this. This is I'll let, of course, Nana do all the announcements and everything for that, but I got a sneak preview by surprise, and I missed 2 pages, and I'm impressed. There's 2 pages that she couldn't find, and I was impressed with what I saw. So Nana's in the refresh. What is that? Hold on. All kind of stuff happening in this place. All right, thank you all. Thank you, Eminet. Great job, great job. And it's not even fully done yet, but great. What I see is commendable. Amun, did you get a chance to peek? Did you look at it yet?
Yes, I've seen it. It's great.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Oh, good job. Okay. All right.
Medu and Nini.
Yay. Tua to you and Nini to you. Great work. Okay. We're gonna go down now. We got the Jed. We did Ampu. Who is next, everybody? Where's the support? What is that it? No. That can't be it. Let me magnify. Robert E. Williams. Okay, I'm gonna scroll down. So let me scroll down more. Vortex. Here we go. Amun and Amunet. Did that happen twice? No, it happened twice. Nukpu. Did you send another one that says oh no, you didn't. That's not you. It's not. I read that already. All right, shout out to Vortex Ninja. Vortex to the Ninja. Everybody's watching Tehuti Pod class. Support the Tehuti Pod. Not just support. Send in your question. All the new people, the old people. I think I only have 2 more questions to answer. I have Dr. LaRoche sent in a new one, and LaRoche sent in a new one, and I have one from Amun. I have 3-Eye Atlas if the rest of the people help Nukwu with the question you didn't even want. He didn't even want the question, and he's the only one that supported. Crazy. All right, 3-Eye Atlas, let's go. All right, that's funny. Nukwu, shout out to you, Nukwu. You keep getting you keep putting in for people and then getting left. Yeah, this is like the 3rd time, right? You put in for people to come to the panel, got left. Put in for people to come to the panel again, got left. Put in for the 3-Eye Atlas and got left. Yeah, that's strange. But shout out to you for putting in. You keep getting abandoned though, but that's all right. Okay, we got coming in from Vortex Ninja, who came back. He was on a little leave from us. He came back. His donation amount is a little lower, but at least it's consistent. And once he is able to, I'm sure he'll get back to what he used to do. I appreciate all that he gives, because he was definitely someone who would support every single pod class, around $25 or so every class, even if it was the last minute of the class. So shout out to Vortex Ninja for support. Thank you, Vortex Ninja, if you're listening. I'll tell you to type something in the chat, but I think you are a ninja, so you can never find out who you are. But shout out to Vortex Ninja. Thank you. All right, we have who's this? Interesting how the cash apps are now. Robert E. Williams, Vortex Ninja, Amunet, Nukwu again, Nukwu again. Is that it? No. That's all the support for the night? No. Wait. Sarah? Robert E. Williams, Vortex Ninja, Nook twice, Everyone M1S, The Jed, and the Tattoo as one. And Pooh. And who is this? Fetu Kemba. Where's Maharu? Maharu, are you still in that situation? If you're listening, are you must be still in that situation. Used to be Maharu's support used to be always the biggest of every support. So whatever situation you're in, I hope you get out of it and do what you can. You've been the highest consistent supporter, I think, of the whole Tehuti pod class. The next one after you is Tehuti. But every single support from Maharu is like 50 to 150 every single class. Now to you, Maharu. Hope everything gets good. All right. Who's this now? This is Fetu Kemba. All right, go ahead and read that for us. It's not showing. Who read the last one, please? Who read the last support?
I think it was me.
Anybody there? Okay. Thank you, Eminem.
You're welcome.
Okay. And so, Kesbetu, could you read your brother's support right here? Your good brother.
Sure.
You two remind me of each other. Oh, you're muffled up again. Uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hear you.
Okay. This from the Camson Center, Kepai, and then 919 for Tua Saba for Tehuti. I'm in set.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you for that, Kesbetu, and appreciate that. Thank you for the great support. He may not even be awake. Thank you, Fetu, if you can hear us, but you're in the Netherlands, so you're. I think the class starts in the wee hours of the morning, some time that's way beyond. I think the class starts at like 3 in the morning for him. Shout out to you for even being able to stay up. What's that?
He's in the Netherlands. He's also in the Netherlands.
He's in the Netherlands. At least 3 times a week, me and Nana say that. There's like no escape in this house. 3 times a week we quote Amun. Something could happen. Like, where are you? What are you doing? I'm in the Netherlands. Are you in the kitchen? I'm in the Netherlands. Are you sleeping? I'm in the Netherlands. Amun's quote is forever in this household.
That's how I am too. Okay.
What do you say, Kesbetu? What do you say?
I'm the same way, Saba.
You're in the Netherlands, or you quote Amun? Which way?
Yeah, I be quoting Amun in my head. I be laughing to myself.
Yeah. And the Netherlands. Okay, we got the next supporter coming up. Who is this? It's gonna surprise me. I just need the top. It says PayPal. I don't see a name yet. Custom made tees. Custom made tees. Here's what I want you to do. Custom made tees for me. Are you in the chat? If you all see custom made tees, his name is I am Kadzani in the chat. Thank you for upping up your support. I appreciate that. I do notice that you're doing that, whether you're ordering a Mended class or not. Let me know if anybody sees custom made tees in the chat. Type in anything. Let's give custom made tees I am Kadzani some big noise. I'm going to put it up on the screen. We're going to give him some big noise once it's able to go up on the screen. Custom made tees. Is he there?
Yes, he said here, Saba.
Okay. Oh, Maharu says, yes. Hanu Saba, yes. Hanu, yes, Saba, working on it. And I fully trust you. I fully trust you, Maharu. You're a supporter, amount supporter number one. Like your support is always 50, sometimes 200. It was like every single pod class, 5150, 5150. So I know if anything changed, I know it's something you're working on. So wonderful, work on it. If you need any advice from me to help you work on it, keep just contact me. This one says Hanu Sab Tehuti. Oh, same message. Okay, I am Kazani. This is a message for you. Do this for me. I'm gonna put the email on the screen, please. The mystical television. Thank you. Okay, I am Kazani. You can hear me? He typed something. It's 5 in the morning. What are you doing up at 5 in the morning? I am Kazani. Is that like are you just up all night, or is that when you wake up? I look forward to you in the class. So I am Kazani. Message for you. Email that email, and in the email, I want you to put for me all the MetaNetter classes that you have already. I have MetaNetter class I can send to you, but I want to know what you have, and then so I don't send you a double of what you already have. I'm going to send you something. I have a petabytes class I could send you. You could get that tonight. There's a couple others, but I don't know what you have already. So just email me that. Email me. I have class, and then I'll sort them out. Whatever I don't see, I'll find that and then send you that to make up for that class. The 21, something that you ordered that is not accessible right now. Okay, he says, I get up each morning at 5. You're good. More than my great grandfather that did that. 2, I will do, Saba. Get up every morning at 5. You're something else. Okay. My great grandfather used to get up at 5, start his day at 5 or 4 in the morning. 83 years old, and he's a tree climber. He's a tree climber and a farmer at 83 years old, and will crush your hand with a handshake. And his hand is like 2 times the size of a regular man. I don't know what that man is. He's like a brick. I don't know. Straight Jamaican jeans. All right. Okay, we're gonna go for oh, where'd it go? I am Kazani, right? I am Kazani gave us support. How come it's not showing? Let me go ahead and do this again manually. Okay, I am Kazani. It's showing on my screen. I'm gonna try again to put this on the screen. Here we go. Shout out to I am Kazani, and I'm gonna go ahead and try manually again to put it on the screen. It's not showing up. Hey, that's strange. Huh, okay. I wonder why that is. I'm going to save it again. It's showing up here on my but it's not coming on the screen. Okay, let me see what's happening here. We got a StreamYard. We have a StreamYard glitch. Let's fix the StreamYard glitch. Let's see. I'm Kazani. There it is. Boom. Fixed it. Hopefully it'll show and not say red. See? Wonderful. Fix. There it is. All right. Amunet, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. 2442 from I'm Kuzani for Tua Sabatuti. In these testing times, I live for Ma'at with an eye emoji, ear, nose, brain, mouth, and the 2 hands. Uncle Justin Neb with the snake emoji. Peace and love. I'm Kuzani.
Thank you for that long read and all those images. Appreciate you, Amunet, for reading that.
You're very welcome. Appreciate you too.
Yay. And go ahead and give Custom AT some big noise, please.
watching a master at work.
Damn.
Okay, thank you. Is Amun gone? Is he asleep or he just stepped away for a minute?
He just stepped away for a minute.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. All right, everybody. I think that's all the support I see for now. 50 people watch the podcast, and it's the same 12 to 15 people from Kill the Priest. It's amazing. It's a miracle. I don't know what kind of, it's a reverse miracle. 55 people watching the podcast for the whole 2-hour class, and all the support are from the same people from Kill the Priest from 4 years ago. I don't know how that mathematics works. I don't know if people have a conscience. I'm not sure what this world is all about. But I appreciate all those people that continue to support. I look forward to those who will support maybe after the class closes down and they come a little later. Maybe Tehuti will come later. I'm going to go ahead and make the announcement now about the Magnetic class. I don't know if the Jet is around. I haven't seen him since I ended the class. I don't know who is listening, but hopefully hopefully word will get out. We only have 2 weeks to do so. So as you see at the bottom, there's important announcements on the return of Medu Magic classes. Okay, so there's a lot less people now than that are even here. Then we're coming to the class. There's about 4 people that aren't even around anymore. 5, 6. I don't know how he was getting his free, but there's 6 people. Tehuti abused me. So there's I tell you, everybody, I got this brother. I haven't talked to him in a while. He's a battle rapper. I told him he's amazing last time I saw him. That was years ago. But he always said this thing. He said, "Do you believe in a parallel universe?" Shout out to Danny. I haven't seen him in a long time. But yeah, that's the world. I live in a parallel universe. Like there's like 2 different worlds going on with me. But at any rate, so the Meta classes, the panel holds 8 to 9 people. 8 to 9 people. I will start the Meta class back. The classes will be $30. The recordings will be $25. Hold on a second, please. Come on. We're at war here. Fly war. Okay. The Meta classes will be $30. The recordings will be $25. And if you all want the Meta class back, there are going to be it's going to be even more advanced than before. There's different things that I'm going to add to it pertaining to the Meta that's not just in the Purim Haru. And so the class will hold 9 people, including myself. I think the panel holds 10 people, 9 people, including myself. Those who want the Meta class back, the first 8 people that I see send support, the Meta class will start. I'm not going to start the Meta class with 2 people, 3 people in it. I'm not going to go through that. We've been at this for 4 years now. There should be people knocking down the doors to get the only class that I ever opened up, not to the public, for spiritual teachings, practices, and things that I don't teach. And everybody's like, bring the Meta class. I miss the Meta class back. I wanted to upload these. That's what's been slowing things down. I'm not. Robert Williams sent me the classes, but it was like 170 gigs, some craziness that the computer could not handle. So he sent it to me bit by bit. And I wanted to have those in order, uploaded to the ICE drive, and then continue the class just for my mind's sake. But it doesn't look like I'll be getting the classes in the speed of time that I need. So I'm just going to tell everybody that those who want, you can send your support and just put for MetaNetter class. And once I see the first certain number of people, that week the MetaNetter class will begin. And those will be the first people that will be allowed in. If it's a week that you can't come, of course you'll get the recording. I'm still working on the recording because it was done through it was done through an OBS. My computer, I don't know. I may make Amunet do the recording, and I'll see how I'm going to do this. But at any rate, MetaNetter class will be coming back. For those who wanted to come back, send your support, put MetaNetter class, and once that certain amount of people build up, that same week, it will happen. Until then, I'm going to be working on maybe connecting back with Killer Priest. And even if I'm not there that often, but at least building up the energy that we had, because it seems like the Killer Priest podcraft has a synergy of people that want Tehuti's teachings. I have more people coming from them than Sonetter, than any other channels I've been on a lot of different channels, and it's that particular channel, something about that frequency where people just adhere to the alignment of my teaching. So look out for that. I'll be talking to him shortly about that. Maharu says classes are Hikau. First Tut was par EE. And Karas Uben Ra. And hands were keys that opened Salvador. The wonderful language of Maharu. I know there's a lot of jewels in there mixed in. It's Maharu language. I'm glad you like it. That's Maharu's favorite classes, MetaNetter classes. And Mincy said perfect timing. Oh yes, I have memories when I go back and look at those classes and see. It started off. It was just me. I don't know. I'm gonna look at the first classes. I don't remember you all in it, unless you all can't. No, right? It was Annie, Arcad Infinite, who's a Tef, Ahati, and Menku, something like that. But and Nana was like, Amuna. I said, yeah, Amuna was there since Killer Priest. They must have been in it, but I didn't see you in it. No, that's interesting. I don't know what happened, but it was good to go back to those memories and see Minty. Minty, you did magic. Whether Minty could Tehutimos. Oh yes, Tehutimos was there. Yeah. Oh my goodness. But Minty did magic. She made sure she was there. I got the recording, even when it wasn't within her means. She did magic. Minty was determined. MetaNetter class was her thing. She had her pen and pad doing the homework. Shout out to everybody who enjoyed MetaNetter classes. I want to bring them back for that closeness also that we had. That was private. Close teachings. We need that. I see. So everybody, when you send your support, I'll count up how many send, and as soon as that happens, boom, MetaNetter class begins. All right, let's see if any more support came in. Everybody, is that Oh, okay. There's Dr. LaRoche, and who's this? There was another one sent in. It was who? Okay, I got Dr. LaRoche, and I thought I saw another one come in. That was before the pod class. But let me just go up to Dr. LaRoche, that's for sure. Maybe the other one was Octavia. I thought I saw another one, though. But okay, here we go. Who's this? This is coming in. We're going to give some big monster noise for a question sent in from Dr. LaRoche. with his monster support as usual. Here we go. I'm going to add this. A new question in. This gives us the second question, a second question to answer for the pod class. I'm going to put from Jan 17th. Dr. LaRoche. Get ready to make some big, huge noise. This is the biggest support in of this week's pod class. That's announced on today's pod class, unless Tehuti comes in and out of nowhere and throws a question in. But this is the biggest one, so we're gonna go ahead and read. I wonder why it's not coming up. Let me the computer is glitching. Oh wow. I may have to reboot my computer, everybody. Let me see. It is not even letting me pull up anything. Let me see. January 17th pod class. Okay, January 26th pod class. Let's see if this shows up. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche for this large donation and a question attached. Here it is. It showed up. Okay. Let's get ready to get some big monster noise to the largest donation of the night so far. Dr. LaRoche. Here we go. So right now it just says Viva Reciprocity because the actual writing is in the email. So let's go ahead and first give some monster noise to Dr. LaRoche, please. Let's go. Here we go.
Never everything is beautiful in life.
Spirit of the neck, spirit of the neck, spirit of the back, spirit of the head.
Is Jabari getting these type of questions?
Bing bong. Min ma'at. Just like the animals, I stay the same.
Makaru. Thank you for the knowledge. Blick it.
Oh, yo, hey, spirit to the neck right now. Spirit to the neck.
Come join us, House of Atten, ancient Tehuti and teachings on the Teru. Back to the source, we the original Axemen.
My aunt or not? Yo, no, my aunt. Spirit to the neck.
Okay, excellent. Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. LaRoche. Now we're going to read his pod class question. And thank you, Amun and Amonette, for all the great sounds that were played. I appreciate both of you. Did you say Niniuk? There's a lag or something.
Yes, Niniuk Samba.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Now let's go to the question from Dr. LaRoche. And the pod class question is, and it's come with an attachment from a Dropbox. With an AI overview. What is this? AI is AI is okay. Now for this question, Q for question. Q. AI is like cockroaches. So you know what AI tries to do to your message? To take your messages. It says, would you like us to combine and rewrite it or some crazy. I was like, what? They want me to combine. If you send two messages and I miss them, they'll ask me if I want to merge them and AI rewrite it. No, thank you. AI is everywhere. AI is business and everywhere, sticking his nose in everything. Dr. LaRoche had this question, and AI is summarizing it in his email. AI overview is in the email. How? All right, go ahead and go ahead and read that for us, Amonette, please.
It says, Anki Emat Saba, please do a podcast on are there similarities in the Kemetic teachings and voodoo? Please look at this text.
And then look what AI knows. Who did AI write this for? Look at this. Like somebody went and looked it up. You see that? Wow. Do you remember? Okay, Daniel, Dr. Roach, I'm going to get to that. Yes, absolutely. You remember the podcast? Oh, I was on Sonnetter. And somebody looked up AI and was telling us what was happening on Sonnetter with all of us on the panel. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I'm out of here, man. I got to go in the woods, man. You all put me in the backyard in Kenosha, so I'm going to be in the put me in a tree. All right. Oh my goodness, man. It's crazy. AI is taking over. All right, everybody. Is that it for the support of the Tehuti podcast tonight? Is that it? Let me scroll up. I thought there was another one. There's Omar sent in $50, but I can't convert it because it's only going to Canadian bank accounts. All right, we have a first. What's this? This is the first man enter. Oh. AI codes totally unauthorized. Oh my goodness. Yeah, AI is. Whew. The only thing about AI that keeps people on top is that AI can't create anything. Lucky for us. AI can only work with what already exists. So it can't come up with a concept on its own, or else we'd be done. If AI ever figures out a concept that pertains to it building its AI brotherhood, and that we're just servants. When that comes, when AI can create, I'm living in the woods. I'm living in the woods. I'm homeless. I'm living in the woods. All right, we got a payment in from I'm going on no computer, nothing. Have my rent. I'm gonna go back to what I was when I was 7. I'm with the Beavers. All right, we got Amonette as the first ones immediately to put in. I don't know where they grabbed this from. They went into the Aladdin lamp account. Here. In a couple of seconds, I already seen their name pop up. And here's Amun and Amonette are requesting Meta class. Like I said, when I get a certain amount of people, the Meta class will begin. If I don't, I'm just going to turn Amonette's one-on-ones into Meta classes. So, all right, so here we go. We got Amun and Amonette. Let me see if I can put it on the screen. Okay, where's Amonette? The computer is glitching. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna fix this. Amonette for bring back men in the class. Okay. I'm gonna have seat number 1. I'm gonna label the seats too. I'm gonna label the seats because I know at the end of this there's gonna be 2 people. Let me fix this. I know at the end of this there's gonna be 2 people that are going to send in on the same day, and it's going to be the 9th seat. The seats are going to be taken. There's going to be 1 seat left, 9 seats, and 2 people are going to send in, and I'm going to say to 1 person, boom, 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 boom. So, but I'm gonna have seat number 1. They're not playing around. Here we go. Go ahead and read that first, Amunet and Amunet.
$60 for Bring Back Medu Netter class, Amun and Amunet.
Woo! Thank you for reading that, and thank you for the support, pre-support. I didn't even teach the class yet. Thank you for the pre-support, and give yourselves some big noise, please.
You.
You are watching a master at
I love the House of Atton. Is Jabari getting these type of questions?
No. Spirit of the neck, spirit of the neck, spirit of the back, spirit of the head.
I'm representing the House of Atton right now. Y'all see?
Hotep, I am done. Oh my goodness, that was fun. Thank you, Amunet, for your support. I think Maharu said he sent in his already. Did he? Let me see what Maharu said. Oh, I am Kazani's first. I appreciate the Medu Netter recordings, as I cannot make the classes due to time differences. Hopefully I can still order the classes. Absolutely, you're first. You're one of the first in line. You because you always order the classes. So absolutely, you'll get it in the raw recorded form, or you'll get it in the depending on where I am in the process. You'll get the raw recorded form, which is actually the best form because then it's yours. It can't be there's no compromise with the link or anything crazy. And then you can what I advise everybody is I can send them the raw recording until it's all uploaded, and then you just put it on your Google Drive or your cloud. Put it on your cloud, and you can take it off your computer if you want to save the space, and then that's your cloud. So you definitely are first in line. Maharu said, already sent my Hotep Saba. Really? That's fast. Men in the class is coming back. 8B. Uncle Justin M. Okay, everybody's getting hype. Okay, let me see. Already sent in your. Uh-oh. See, I already know who the 8 people are going to be. I already know who the 8 people are going to be. Anyway, it's already. First letter pops up out of nowhere. What for the letter thing? KL. I don't know what that is. But... All right. Shout out to I've already seen this. Okay. There's some glitches happening. Okay. I already know who the 8 are going to be. That's good though. You are so consistent. The 8 people who already know that it's going to be. You are consistent. I know as soon as Sarah hears this announcement, she's one of the 8. I already know. Okay. Oh, let me save this properly. This is Kemet Tru. Oh, I have to put. Let me fix the title here. So we got Amunet for. Is for New Medu. Naku. New Medu. I know Robert E. Williams already. He's one of the orderers. New Medu. Save. Okay, we got the next person here. Maharu said 2 months ago. Maharu, you sent for a minute class 2 months before I made the announcement that I was doing it again. Magic. Did I say 2 months ago for everybody sent in for new meta? Or you just have to make the request? I think I remember something like that. Okay, shout out to Maharu who prophesized, who foresaw that there'd be meta classes, and he already sent 2 months before I made the announcement. He said I spoke on it. Okay. I did speak on 2 months ago that I'm thinking of bringing them back. And Maharu jumped on it right there. Maharu said 2 months ago, Saba, for magical classes, I will send again. Okay. Okay, Maharu's laughing. Okay. All right, we have Kemet Geb Tru. I'm trying to get on the stream. A lot of glitches happening tonight. I'll do it manually then. Okay, XL Dr. LaRoche. Go here. I wonder why there's so many glitches going on. Let's see. Here it is. All right. Coming in with the pre-order for the Manetta class. We have Kemet Geb Tru. All right, go ahead and read that for us. Kemet Geb Tru, please.
Okay, this is the new Medu. I'm already in the class, you know. The new Medu.
What you say? You said you're already in the class. What? Cut off.
Yeah, I'm in the class because you're titling it new Medu.
Oh, I was about to type it too as NU as well. Okay. All right, go ahead. Can you read that?
Yeah. For myself, Nuku, Kemet Geb Tru, New Pata, Saben Ma'at. I sent them 3 for Hotet Saba, Medu, Nectar, Magic, Clap, in the emoji with the tongue out, covering my face, laughing, Mary Ma'at with the hoop. Who got the net?
Mary Ma'at with the what?
With the coup.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. All right. And he said Uncle Justin Ebb at the end?
Sir, who got the net?
All right.
Excited for
You got cut off again. What did you say at the end? It's cutting you, chopping you.
what's up? I'm excited for these classes.
Yeah. Wonderful. Okay. Give him some big noise, please.
Yeah, bro, this class is out of body experience. Makeru. Immediately straight to their neck. This is the boat, man. This is where it is. This is the truth, man.
The Netaru. That's how you say it.
Oh my goodness, man. Thank you, Kemet Geb Tru. I was thinking, thank you, Kemet Geb Tru. I appreciate your support, beforehand support. And I was thinking about you today. What is this? I'll mention it later. I'll mention it later. But I was thinking about you today, Kemet Geb Tru, about something. I'll mention it later. But I was thinking about you today. Something about you. I'll tell you a little later. But you've been wandering in the ethers around here, in the mental plane. You've been flying around my apartment. All right, everybody. Okay. Oh, I got you. I'm Kazani. You have ordered up to class 21. Oh, I see. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna send you. Let me see. I'll see if I can send it through WeTransfer. I'm gonna send you the amazing petabytes memory class. Remember a couple of classes ago, I did a class on memory, and I said, if you all want this memory class, it's called the petabytes memory class. It was started by Minty. Minty has something about memory, or something happened with Minty, and it turned into a petabytes memory amazing class. I'm gonna go ahead and send that class to you. That is wonderful for memory, practice, and ritual. That's one of my favorite classes. Minty sparked it with some type of question, and it went into the human brain compared to the computer brain, and then I think I went over how to memorize things, little memory things you can practice, all kind of things. You'll love it. I'm gonna send that to you. I'm Kazani. I'll go ahead and send that to you. Yeah, yeah, you're gonna enjoy that. You're gonna have fun with that all night, all day. He says, I am looking forward to Memory Saket. I am looking forward to the Memory Saket one, definitely, yeah. Yep, okay. All right, everybody, is that it for tonight? I heard a do. Is that support? Or is that some fake clickbait?
I saw Darren Brown do some of the techniques from that class.
Really?
Yes. The memory techniques.
You saw him do the, you said you saw him do it. You mean he showed what he was doing for his memory as well? Or he showed the method?
Yes, he used the same technique. He did not go into detail in it, which was very interesting, but he showed his piece of paper with the technique on it.
Really interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, all right. Because Darren Brown usually doesn't show anything. He doesn't reveal anything at all. We can't find one. He almost tricked me. It was a Darren Brown how to do magic or something. I looked at it, I was like, this isn't what he does. What is this? This is not. He doesn't teach anybody. I don't know anybody that knows what Darren Brown is doing. He's doing some. He is the top. He is the top. He tried to explain it one time. He said, I came from the oceans when the vampires came. I came from the shores when the vampires came. Something. I was like, what? I came up the shores when the vampires came to this land. That was his explanation. All right. So, I'm Kazani says, I am looking forward to the Memories Saket one, definitely. He says, I didn't want to jump the sequence. Okay. Nice. He's putting up fire. Okay, everybody. I think that's it. Is that it? I'm going to reset the class. Is that it for the pod class for tonight? All supporters have supported. Will there be more that comes? I know Daryl usually comes in either later the next day with the 508. Basta Tut. That's 2 cent support. Let me find Basta Tut. He sent in double and it was big. That's right. There it is. Got you. Got it. Okay. I knew there was one that was large. Here it is. Okay, now for the largest support sent in for the night. He's actually sent in for support that he missed. Very honorable, and here it is. So he sent in, and he put the dates. And he put this date, and he put a missed one. Shout out to Bastard Tut. He's 100% reliable. That's my attribute for Bastard Tut. He is reliable. If something happens last minute, when he came through and bought all the food for the event, almost at the last minute, like without Bastard Tut, like nobody would have eaten. I wonder if anybody realized that, but without Bastard Tut, Nookpoo, he wouldn't have been running off with chicken rolls and what'd you eat, Nookpoo? I saw people kind of plates, saving plates.
I had a whole bunch of plates, and that's leftovers.
What'd you say?
I took so many leftovers. I had plates. I had trays.
I saw you with trays, plates. I saw people running off like pirates, running off with like 4 plates, and like, this is a buffet.
I had a buffet the next day.
What'd you say?
I had a buffet the next day with that food.
Yeah, my plate was this big. I don't know if anybody's seen my plate. It was that big, and I ate it at the rent ceremony. It was this big. Cold piece of chicken and some steamed rice. I saw everybody running off with pirate plates. I was like, what? Okay, enjoy. But that's all Bastard Tut. All that was on Bastard Tut. The rest of it was House of a 10 funds. The House of a 10 and ticket funds, but that food was 100% Bastard Tut. We would have been starving. Maharu said, Uncle Justin and Bastard Tut holding a pet fort. Yep, he definitely held the stomach fort. Shout out to him and Titi. Him and Titi here arranged it. I love seeing him and Titi together. They look like brother and sister. They look like some kind of Samoan Hawaiian brotherhood, sisterhood. All right, we got Bastard Tut, Maka Ox Effect. Let's go ahead and show this wonderful support that this young brother, consistent, reliable, always showing up, always a part of everything. Let me see if I can put this on the screen. I don't even read. I'm wondering if I should. I don't read what people give at the pathways. When people give me those envelopes, I may look at it. Thank you. Sometimes I don't look at what's in there fully till sometimes days later. But Bastard Tut, he increases his each time, and it's already a large amount. Shout out to Bastard Tut. I don't know if he's doing something on the side, because he looks like he just works at a convenience shop, but his money doesn't say that. I don't know what he's doing, but shout out to Bastard Tut. I don't know if he's selling anything else in there that's not a part of the store. Whatever he's doing, keep it up. Keep it up, Bastard Tut. You are excellent. And here's Bastard Tut's support. This is to make up for what he missed. We're gonna give him some monster noise. Here it is. Here we go. Amunet, go ahead and read that for us, please.
$120.72 for podcast support for 110.26 and 117.26. Dua Saba from Bastard Tut, Maka Ox Effect.
Bastard Tut, Maka Ox Effect, to you. And go ahead and give him some monster noise. Give him all the sounds. Everything.
Humans are asked to play by their rules.
Neb never owns. Everything is beautiful in life.
You are watching a master at work.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
And yes, that's how we really work.
Just like animals, I stay the same. What's happening at Eddie Matrix?
Oh, you don't know it? Hey, spirit to the net right now. Spirit to the net. Is Jabari getting this type of question?
Come join us. House of Atten, ancient Tehuti and teachings of the Teru. Back to the source. We the original Axemen.
Yeah, but this class was an out of body experience.
I was in the nickel too.
I'm representing House of Atten right now. Y'all see?
Bing bong.
Netaru. Netaru. That's how you say it.
Spear to the neck, spear to the neck, spear to the back, spear to the head. Hotep, I am done. All right, that was an orchestra, a symphony. Shout out to Baka Tid Baka Oxenspec for the tremendous support, largest support of the evening. Multiple two supports combined into one. Shout out to you, Basatut. You are excellent as always and majorly dependable. And everybody appreciated you for what you did for the pathways. You saved the food situation. That's a big situation because people will not enjoy themselves if they're there for 9 hours hungry. You know, so I appreciate that. Keep up the great work and the consistency. And if you can, see if you can come to the, even if you have to come to the panel in that storefront, that's fine. Come on to the panel. That's absolutely fine if you're in the storefront environment. All right, everybody. That was the support I was looking for. I knew there was one more other than Dr. LaRoche. That was the big one I was looking for. All right, everybody, we are ready to do the closeout because I do not see any other support coming in. If you send support in after the pod class closes, like Amun Min Rastud Atun did a couple classes ago, Ephraim Kemaat, I will announce it and say, hey, they came in. Shout out to all of you that supported while the podcast is going on, and shout out to all those who have the heart to support, even when there's not pressure of people telling them to send support. When you're watching it on a Wednesday, nobody knows you're watching it. Nobody knows what's happening. It's up to your own heart to say, I couldn't make it on Saturday, but I appreciate it the same on Wednesday. It's not like I appreciate it more on Saturday than I do because the day is called Wednesday. It's the same podcast. So send support even if you see it on a Wednesday. I will never know whether you see it or not. It's just your own conscience and your own even own heart. I appreciate all those who continue to keep this flowing and going because I literally live off of magic doing this. It's a magical situation, and it's because I put all my energy into this. If I divide my energy up, things will change. It's very concentrated because I'm like a magnifying glass when it beams in the sun and it makes that heat. That's what I'm putting into these podcasts. Yes, I do have a life outside of the podcast. If everybody could imagine living your life, how you live, whatever you're doing in life, and having to put class like this together on top of your life, It's unimaginable because it's just unimaginable. I appreciate those who have an inkling of what it may be like to do something like this. And shout out to all the people in the chat in the beginning, a bunch of negative comments I got glimpses of. Shout out to all of you, because every time somebody comes against Tehuti, it's never finite. It's never coherent on a particular teaching that was proven wrong. It's all BS. Who you think you are? It's like a angry drunk ex or something. Who you think you are, man? There's never anybody. There's nobody saying. And this particular situation, this right here, was incorrect. They can't do it with truth. All they can do is just pure anger and emotion, and I love it. To bring it more. I need it. I've screenshotted sometimes to bring it more. It just proves that there's nothing that can be said about it, because the teaching is on a level that nobody cares about. So if I'm teaching about the Metet and Shar, first of all, you don't even know what that is. It's like you don't even know what's wrong or right about the teachings, because you never opened up the coffin text to go through it must feel really strange going up against Tehuti, because you never really even was into, you never seen the teachings before. It's like, I want to be against them, but I actually never read this chapter. I never read line 1025 of the pyramid text to even be able to go against it. I just want to be against Tehuti. So I'm going to say, this is BS. He's making it up. You're embarrassing. You're embarrassing Ma'at. Tell me what the word Ma'at means. So show me the amount of times Ma'at is mentioned in the Purim Haru, and tell me what the English translation of it is. Let's start from there. What does Ma'at mean? It means order. Open up the Purim Haru, and let's see if the word order is in the Purim Haru more than what I said Ma'at means. People are arguing me, they don't even know what Ma'at means. So shout out to all those who come with that type of frequency. It's just a testimony and a testament again that there's been nobody that's come up against the House of a 10, or that's been in the House of a 10 and left it, that ever presented anything wrong with the teaching. One person did. His name was Kemet Geb Tru. He said, Tehuti said there's a Sphinx on Mars. He said that on a Sonetter show a couple years ago. I've been talking about the Sphinx and the objects on Mars since Killer Priest. That was my first class. I came on. How many classes I did on the objects on Mars on the Killer Priest show? How many times have I shown? And you're coming 3 years into the podcast saying, I'm leaving the House of a 10 because he's speaking about the Sphinx on Mars. No. He would have left the House of a 10 before there was even a podcast. He would have left since Killer Priest. What are you really leaving for? So no one has presented a teaching saying, you know what? I found such and such flaws in the teachings, and it's just not sitting with me right. And I'm going to step off, do my own thing, and maybe I understand the teaching a little differently. Nobody, not a person, and that's such a testimony. I really, and if there was somebody, I honestly would tell all of you. I would. Okay, gotta get a big juggernaut wizard just stood up in front of me, like, turn the light off. So he was like, it's like half the size of his bedroom. Turn the light off. It's huge. His jaw's like this. Turn it off. So that's a testimony. Thank you, everybody. Those who've left the House of a 10, those who try to debate, those who battled, I've never pointed out a teaching, and that is just a testimony. So thank you all for that. If you come into the pod class, I will tell everybody this as well. I guarantee my students will send in a $50 donation combined, even $60 combined, to see me talk to anyone who's in objection for 25 minutes. Who would send in a donation to see somebody up here with Tehuti to see if they can handle me? And everything will be totally fair. I'm the most fair. I don't know how to be biased and like mute people and all those strange things. Like, no, I will put up a timer. 2 minutes. I did it with Mighty Hebrew. It went very well for me. So go back to Killer Priest and watch. I'm very, very fair. It's 2 minutes. And I had Mighty Hebrew laughing at his own self. So I invite all those who are against, all those who are for, come up and present. Say, no, in Africa, we always had a Mother Earth. We always taught about, what's her name? What's that one I taught about? I forgot now. Muta. What's that one? I did a whole class on the female. What's her name?
Mami Wata?
Yeah, Mami Wata. In Africa, we believed in Mami Wata. We taught that Set was a jackal. Like, just come up. Come on up. And I'll talk to you even calmer than I'm talking now. You saw me on Sonetter. I never had to raise my voice one time, and it was like 8 guys on me. So shout out to everybody who's for and against it. I appreciate. Much love to everybody. It's needed. I enjoy war. I enjoy warring against Isfet. So I even though I'm calm and relaxed and all that, I like to confront Isfet and expose it. That's what the podcast are about. Almost every podcast is a war with the Psyops. So you see that I love this. And come on into the realm and just come talk with me. Maharu said, my mut told me past life she lived on Mars. I stand on my aunt, truth for my mut. Shout out to Maharu. Shout out to Maharu. Peace and love to you and your mut. And peace and love the fact that you can continue a relationship with her even though she passed. So we're going to do, everybody, we're going to go into the opening. No, that's my morning thing. No, we're not. We're gonna go into the everyone's last word. I mean, the Thursday. We don't do it here. We're gonna go into everybody's beautiful closing statements and wonderful words to close out the podcast. I'm gonna check one more time for the support. If any came in, okay, none came in. I'm gonna step off for just a moment. You all build for a minute. I'll be back in 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes. And then we'll go ahead and do a wonderful closeout. And Minty, I knew that you were going to be here today. It was important for you to be here, and you've been here the longest that you've ever been here in months. And I wanted that to make that announcement for you and to you. So I'm going to step off, everybody. Peace and love. I'll be right back in a couple of minutes. I never do a class on minutes.
Peace, Hotep Saba.
Peace and love.
Peace.
Hotep Uncle just send that to you. Saba Tidem Hotep Ra. Ramunet. Respect to everybody listening and watching, to all the supporters. Please support our great Saba Tidem Hotep Ra for this beautiful class that he has presented to us tonight. All great Saba. Respect to. Are you feeling about the Medu Magic classes coming back? What do you think about it? Are you excited?
Excited. I never thought it would happen again. It's definitely mind blowing. Like, this is something I would never thought. And also on South, going back to Killer Priest, that's another phenomenal to me. Something I would never expect Saba to do again. And it's a Netflix experience, so I'm excited. Yeah, man. I can't wait for it.
I'm excited too. I didn't expect Saba to go back on Killer Priest either. Really hope it happens. There it goes. Killer Priest is really good. There's so many different things that made it really good. even though so many people try to debate Saba, like Rasul and Kepra and Iron Sheik, all these people, it was really good to see Saba speak to them in person. I feel like that's a really big thing, to see him interact with them in person. And then even as time went on, like, relationships be formed in certain ways. Like Rasul, when Saba first came on, Rasul was being rude, disrespectful. Then sometimes you'd be like, okay, I agree. Then he'd be disrespectful again. But then as time went on, like there'd be times where you'd see Rasul, like with Holy Ghost class, the Travis Scott one, Rasul was into it. He loved it. And to see how someone can disagree with Saba, and then Saba stands on the truth, stands on Ma'at, but that doesn't become personal to where Saba's like, no, I won't teach you or anything like that. Like as time goes on, Rasul came around a little bit. He still went back in this fed, but you could see the relationship be formed and the way that Saba handled everybody that went on there, and the times where they would build with each other and different information would be dropped. It was a very, very beautiful, close, tight setting. I feel like that appeals to a lot of people because you get to see multiple cause, multiple personalities, multiple people interact with each other. And some people say their opinions, others like Saba say their facts. And then you get to see how everybody reacts to each other. So I'm excited for Saba to go back on Killer Priest. Hope that some of the other people go on there, and I hope that that's some sort of consistency, because that's what really starts to build it. Consistency. And I love how Saba, like on Killer Priest, also shows that it's about the truth, is about the facts. He does not care who you are. Stands on Mob. You have Iron Sheik going there. Some people might look up to Iron Sheik because he's in the hip hop world and stuff. Saba stands on Mob. There's someone even more, quote unquote, famous, Lord Jamar. He goes on. A lot of people will just hear what he's saying and say, "Oh, Lord Jamar is saying this. It has to be true. It has to be true." Oh, Saba stood on Mob, and he was strong and brave in the face of his fate, no matter how influential the person can seem, no matter how influential the person is to other people. And it was beautiful. There's these inside jokes that developed with the whole flat earth and AB and all this other stuff. So I'm excited for Saba to go on there as well, and I hope it's consistent, and definitely think it will be great because a lot of people came from there. Another important thing about Killer Priest 2 is, versus somewhere like Saw Netter, everyone watching Saw Netter, they're looking for a debate. They're looking for people to argue. They're looking for someone to argue the opinion that they have personally, or they want to argue against someone else's opinion. In Killer Priest, people are kind of watching it just to listen, learn, quote unquote, like hang out. They're just relaxing, listening to it. So when someone like Saba goes on there and there's knowledge, people aren't there expecting a debate. Like they're not ready to fight or hop on the panel and ask this person something. They're just listening. So when Saba comes on, it really appeals to all those people. I think it'll be very beautiful, and it happens consistently. That order is restored. Killer Priest, the golden days were back when Saba was going on. So yes. Go out to Killer Priest. Thank you to Killer Priest for creating your platform, your channel, having Saba Tehuti on it, and all the beautiful things that were happening back during those kind of COVID days and stuff. There's a lot of great classes that were on there. Some of them were taken down. Can't find the one with Nancy Pelosi and the butterfly mask. Can't find that one. Oh, there's a lot of them that I can't find, but there's also a lot of good ones. You got Saba talking about CERN on there. There's so many fire ones. I was talking about Moon on there, and the Ptolemies, and you got the Holy Ghost. So many different things that Saba's taught to kill a priest. Welcome back, Great Saba.
Yeah. The Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost classes. The subconscious COVID classes where I would drop the Holy Ghost, the conscious COVID classes. The one on Tamarica, and the one on Travis Scott. Those, Nancy Pelosi and the mask. I guess they figured that out. Then they got rid of that. Okay, one moment, everyone. Do one more thing. Then I'm drink some water. Come back. We'll have our last word. Hold on.
I remember Saba showed, I think it was Newsom, the governor of California, back of his, I think it was Twitter. They had the finger, it was all distorted and stuff to look like the FBI symbol or PDFs. Man, Saba, I remember he used to go on there and he would say, they might take this one down. He would say the information anyways. There is some very, very powerful facts. They took down the astrology one too. I have no idea why. I remember Saba finally went in and destroyed astrology, and our ancestors didn't do it. That's when Santana was there. There's a lot of facts on there. I'm surprised the CERN one is still up. That one was good. The Mandela effect, seeing other people react to it, that was really good. Welcome back, Saba.
Oh, man. It was beautiful. It was beautiful watching the priest react when he show up to the sea. He'd be in the kitchen, just chowing down on chicken and whatever he's eating, and he'd be in there just jumping as I'm dropping through off camera. It was really beautiful. And yes, there wasn't an energy to fight. There was one energy to fight, but it was like a court gesture. So it wasn't it was a good balance to that energy to fight. It was so obviously immature that it made me stand out more, even not even trying to, but just to see that the Russell brother behave like that, it made me look even calmer because I wasn't reacting to it. That was a great dynamic. And then Kemet was in the middle. He was like challenging. He was for me, against me, but never going too far off the deep end to try to confront me. It was a great mixture. Rasul, Kemet, me, and Kill the Priest. And even the Santana guy, he came with the hype. Man, it was great. AD was a character, even though he was the engineer. He's one of the people there. He's one of the voices talking to. It was great. Were you gonna say Kemet Geb Tru?
No, I was saying AD, and also Mojito.
AD, the cat, all type of stuff. It was great. I wish we had the after party on camera. You all missed when the Killer Priest podcast craft was shut down. And it was us just building without being watched on TV, all type of stuff. That was still going. It was still a lot of uncensored stuff, a lot of joking. What's that?
The rated R version.
The who? Rated R.
The rated R, yeah.
Yeah, we find paperwork of Russell from his doctor and all kind of Russell's wanted by the psychiatric ward, all kind of stuff would break out. After the show was done, all type of stuff that would have been not allowed, and just it There was all kind of people in the background too that you all couldn't see. There was people in the background that you all could not see. They were sitting on the couch. It was good. It was good. Shout out to Killer Priest. I enjoyed every day that I went, talking to the Sophia lady, making her glitch. I make people glitch on the show. The only thing I missed is me and Billy Carson somehow could never. I don't know. He'd walk through the doorway. I'd walk out. He'd walk in. I'd walk in. I don't know what was happening there, but that's something I need to go back for too. A conversation breaking down those topics with him and me talking, and he's good at just talking. And then of course I'm gonna come in with all the evidence, and that would be a blowout. So it's all gonna happen. Okay, everybody, let's say some beautiful closing words, positive words. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit, and you all can I'm gonna change the music to this. Or is it this? Okay. All right, everybody. I'll check the Cash Apps and PayPal one last time. Maybe there was one last person. Nope. All right. Let's say some wonderful words and close out this excellent experience once again.
Hotep Anguja Seneb, Imariuk to you, Grace Sabatuti, Mun Hotep Ra. For the Tef, Hotep Mary, to you, your net turts, for holding up your Jed, standing with their Ka, their EE hands, to all of your animals, all your students, all the supporters, go for this beautiful class, for all the time you put into making this class, for all the time you put into presenting this class, for answering the class in the way that you did. The answer, you could have made it short, but you extended it and made it very informational, and I'm appreciative of that. I'm appreciative that you broke the matrix, calling this planet Earth. That makes no sense. And for going deep into Geb.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said planet Earth and sense? Something cut you out.
Oh, 12 for breaking the planet Earth matrix. That makes no sense. It made no sense. Like why we call it Earth.
You said that.
Yeah. Like it makes no sense why we call this planet Earth. So 12 for breaking that matrix.
Yeah. I got it now. Okay.
Go for that. 12 for going into detail on Geb, what he represents, connecting why people call him Mother Earth now, and why our ancestors called Earth the Father, because what Earth really is. That makes a lot more sense now, puts things in perspective. One of those things where I would have looked at it, maybe my brain was trying to make up some reason or something, because I don't know the etymology of Earth, but now I know what it means. So 12 for that. 12 for all the detail you put into the class. I appreciate you, Grace Sabatuti. 12 for bringing back the Medu Magic Monday classes. I'm very appreciative of that. I'm looking forward to seeing first class is going to be about. I'm excited, and I hope that you do end up going on Kill a Priest and that it happens consistently if that's what you want as well. And I definitely hope that more people come to the pod class because of it, that spreads the information, the knowledge. Your energy is potent. Tua, for all that you do, Grace Sabatuti, I appreciate you so much. And I will end with this adoration for you. Tehuti, Rek, Neter, Sahu, En, At, Tehuti, thou knowest eternity, the Neter who thinks about time and eternity. Hehu, Her, Sekef, Mi, Imau, Hurt. With millions under his guidance, your splendor is like the splendor of heaven. Hotep, Seneb, Yimariuk, of a Nefer Ket, Reconstruction, Sleep, Nefer Upesh. Hotep, Seneb.
Seneb. Could you read the first part of that again?
Yes, I can. Tehuti Rek, Neter, Sa'u en at he. Tehuti, thou knowest eternity, the netter who thinks about time and eternity.
Is that in the morning message too?
Sometimes it is.
Yes, I was. That sounds familiar. I think I just read that. I was like, you reading the morning message? Okay, excellent. And I don't, maybe it's to Amunet. I don't remember, but I screenshotted. That part stood out to me. I like that part too. But there was another part too for these beautiful messages. A lot of things. As I look in them, it's like I see something different. And now you all put new with the arrow. This is new. Read this one. Look at this. And so it's like I see these new things, and it's beautiful. Tua for all the great messages. Tua, I appreciate your great appreciation and support that you constantly give, because each support that you give represents how much you want this to continue. That's actually what the support is to me. It's showing me that the person wants this to continue. That's literally what support is. It's something that keeps something standing up, like a pillar. It supports the spine, supports the body. So I appreciate that you want this. And as you said, I think it was you that said this earlier, that yes, in the beginning, I didn't want to do this. I didn't think anybody wanted it. And you said to people, don't let Tehuti get back to that stage again. And it's true. And it's absolutely true. In the beginning, I didn't feel this was wanted. And the support just showed me that it's wanted. And if I was a millionaire, I would still be asking for the support, because the money aspect is one thing, but how would I know anybody appreciates it? I could have $80 million right now, and somebody who just has $10, if they send that to me, it shows me what they're giving, what it was to them. It's not that I have 80 million. Well, I have nothing close to them or near that, but it's what was that to you? What did that take from you? And that's what really keeps me motivated. Like I said, if Elon Musk, a billionaire, if he gave $2,000, thank you very much, but it wouldn't mean as much to me as a homeless person giving their last $10, giving it $10 and saying that's all I had, and I probably end up giving it right back to them. But the fact that they gave it means that they want this to happen. So I appreciate those who want this to continue. It means a lot to me, because I know that I'm the last one standing holding up the netter. Other than you, my students, but as far as the leadership of it, bringing this, I am the only one, and I give praise to that every morning. There's 7 to 8 billion people on the planet Earth, and no one is teaching on the Natira but me. If there's others teaching on it, let us please let us see. But it's the Natiru and the world on my back. And I want to know if anybody cares about the textual teachings, not just how fascinating the pyramids look, not the gold on King Tut, not all the rings that the pharaohs may have had. What was the teachings? So you make it known to me, and Amunet makes it known to me, that you all care about the Natiru. They didn't waste their time putting in. Go watch. I want all of you to go back. Go watch those videos on YouTube. There's no talking in them. They're just screening and showing different parts of Kemet in the temple. There's a lot of them. Sometimes they're like 2 hours long. And look at the intricacies as it scrolls through, and realize that those people could have never argued. Those people could have, there would be no time for brawls and like the amount of time it takes to do that, it would have to be the entire day to do that. And there's no way that I'm going to think that they did all of that for people not to appreciate that today. and we're impressed at a guy that can slam dunk a ball with his tongue out. So, so you know, we appreciate Weekend at the Burnings or something. So, Tua, for you letting me know, and Amonette, we'll get to her soon. But Tua, for you letting me know that you want this. That's the important thing to me.
You knew Grace Saba. Tua for your beautiful words.
Nini, up to you. Nini, up to you. Saba needs to there's a couple comments here. Saba needs to chat with Mr. Carson. Yes. that would be if I did what I did on Killer Priest, I went on the Billy Carson channel. I don't think there'd be room on the panel for anybody. Official Bigardi says Rahubat Saba Tehuti Amenhotep, original member of the Triad of Atumre. You remember that? Well, I guess it's in my introduction, but Rahubat. Let me see if it looks familiar. I can't tell. Official Bigardi. Peace to Official Bigardi. I don't know if you may have known me back in the day, but peace to you. Official. Am I saying that right? Bigardi. With the Rahubat. I've heard Rahubat. Rahubat. Shout out to you. Okay, Amonette, go ahead and give us some wonderful words, please.
What's up, Uncle Justineb, to our great Atef, Amunet's great Atef, our great father, Tehuti, for every single thing that you have done today and every single thing that you have done in the past. I appreciate all of your Nefer creations that give life and resurrect both Amun and I and our family. I appreciate every single thing that you have done to help me in my mental, my inner world, and Amun's inner world as well, and our surroundings, and how much that you've done to change our life, our family life. Absolutely everything in our life is changed in such a beautiful way because of you, and I think about that often, very, very often, about how much has changed, how much you impact us daily, and how you have saved our life and continue to save our life every single day in so many powerful ways. And I feel it all in my Ebe very, very deeply. This is extremely powerful. All the things that you do on this earth is treasured by all of us here who support you. And I want this to continue forever and ever. And your memory will last forever and ever for all that you are doing for the Netter, for yourself, your Nefer out, and all of your students. And I appreciate you very, very much. Like, I appreciate life itself. So does Amun. And we love you very, very greatly. And we appreciate your Nefer existence, your health, your life, your protection, and for all Nefer things that sustain you. So Tua very much for absolutely everything. And I will end with this utterance to you. Amun and Amunet shasu emket tuhuti pertz neter emaset imet. Hutsen her out and tuhuti or hetep her ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the netter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. What's up, Mary Heh, Okaja Seneb, Yimariuk, and I hope you have a very Nefer Kek, a Nefer Upesh, and may it be very relaxing and rewarding for all the things that you have done today. To you.
Nini Uk, wonderful, 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 heartfelt words. I really enjoyed the part where you said forever and ever, and we want this to always be here. And it can for our forever, meaning that I will continue to teach all of everybody. I will continue to guide, even if it's not to the extent of the PA class, but I will continue to guide as long as people are loyal, disciplined, genuine, and supportive, until we're all 80 years old, until we're all on our deathbeds, and I give the last Medu class floating away in the ocean, or I don't know. I'm not sure how I'm going to go, but I will do this forever, and then whatever's recorded on YouTube, that will be the forever for the children, our descendants, or people that didn't get to experience this in this living world. I want this to be forever as well, because they will forever be talking about the Akus, the pyramids. There's never going to be a time when they stop talking about King Tut. So that part was it was all beautiful, but that part stood out to me. Nini, to you for everything that you appreciate me for. And I will definitely continue whatever I'm doing. If time goes by and nobody wants to Meta class, you two, Kemet Geb, and a couple others, Maharu, will always get it. If it's just 4 people, I'll do it for the 4. I know you all are just you all are forever. You all are forever. And if anything goes off with you all, I know that you got possessed. There's no way in the world that I expect, if you all start acting up weird, and I know that something exorcist time to call, I'll call the Pope. Kemet Geb, call the Pope. Call the guy from Exorcist, guy that twists his head in a circle. Whoever. So I know that's a possession. So continue the greatness. Continue all you do for Nana. Continue all you do for Amun. All you do for me, and you will be always in your glory states. And you and Amun will always be in your glory states. Wonderful, great words.
Well, very much for your life-giving words, and Nini.
Wonderful. Okay, smiling people, we're on to Kemet Geb. I think he's had his hands in the cross symbol off and on the entire class. So, go ahead, Kemet Geb, and let me see one thing here. This sounds very familiar. I don't know. Bigga Dre sounds really very familiar. Shout out to Bigga Dre. That rings the bell. I don't know how and where, but that sounds like I remember you from somewhere. Bigga Dre. Very familiar to my ears. This one, not so much, but this is a beautiful name. Anuki Amun Sen Hotep Ra. I don't remember that name at all. Beautiful name. This name definitely rings some type of memory. All right, shout out to Bigga Dre. Shout out to you. And I'm going to let Nukpu. Maharu's having a ball in here. He's thanking everybody. Henu and Minty. Henu Bas Satut. Netter Axe to Cathars? I don't know what that is. Kaffers? I don't know. All right. Shout out to you, Maharu. Okay, we're going on to Kemet Geb. Give us some beautiful words, Kemet Geb.
What's up, Saba? Dr. Ned, good morning, Amunet. What's everybody in the chat? Everybody here, still awoke, alive, in my eyes. So up for today, class.
Sorry, one moment, Kemet Geb. Tell me something. Come close to the. Are you on your phone or computer?
Yeah, I'm on my phone. Does it sound better now?
Oh yes. What did you just do? See that? I can hear you. The last one was a little iffy.
Yeah, nah.
Now I can't see
you. I'm speaking on the speakerphone, but I'm here.
Okay,
but
go ahead, now I can hear you clear now, much better.
So yeah, today's class was Nefer. Nefer breakdown. You spoke about this in the past before. We're breaking it down today with more details, precise to very Nefer. Breaking down the matrix of uh, Mother Earth, breaking that down. Perfect example, giving it with the soil and earth, with giving the difference with the etymology and things of that nature. So that was very Nefer what you did. Putting in the little the little jewels that you were bringing in as well. My Ren, I heard my Ren like 3 or 4 different Rens in here, so I definitely enjoy this class. Every class, like I said, now I'm picking up my Ren constantly, and even though you're not intentionally doing it, I'm picking it up. It's like you said, I'm in the ethers. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the mental plane out there where you're at. So it's definitely I definitely see it manifesting. But yeah, do a Sava for. I'm excited for the Metal Magics coming up. The Metal Magic classes. I knew that we were winding up to it. I'm excited that things happened the way it happened. It was a little ishfet, but I'm glad that it came out a better solution. And you going into Killer Priest Podcraft once again. That's going to be a Nefer experience. Willingly, people gravitate to your knowledge and wisdom once again, and do come into the pod class, like Amun mentioned, and get a lot more people to comprehend where you're coming from. And Killer Priest Podcraft is more welcoming environment. How Amun mentioned earlier, like it's more like a lounge hangout, which it makes a lot of sense, and we're all welcome there. We all come from there, so it's a Nefer experience to go through that. And like Amun said, willingly, it's a consistent, thing that happens constantly. So to that, and also to Sanetta coming up in here right now, trying to pull you into that house over there, But it's a thing to show that this is the toughest environment for sure, because not everybody that can hang over here. Even everybody wants to peek and sneak, but it's not easy to keep up with this. So for that consistency that you do show, Saba, and for making this entertaining as always, making it enjoyable. But I'm definitely enjoying this. I'm gonna read the Metal Netter. I'm gonna start with the chapter. I'm gonna read a little bit. I'm thinking about reading like a little bit of it every other time that I come on the panel. So I'm gonna start doing that real quick. Tua Ra Tef Uben F M Kut Tet Ent Pet. Adoration of Ra when riseth he in horizon eastern of heaven. So that's the next Saba. Just keep it short. Next time I'll read a little longer, but Tua Saba, Justin Nev, Mary Ma.
Wonderful. Was that the first line of the Purim Haru?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it sounded like it. Okay, excellent. And when we get into the Mennonite classes, everybody remember the base of it is we're going through the entire Purim Haru. That's what I'm doing. I'm walking you through. If they lead to magic rituals or whatever they lead to, they lead to. But my goal is to have everybody familiar with the Purim Haru, so that when you're home with it, you can always turn to the pages and be familiar with how to add that to your practice and understanding. So Tua, for reading that first line, reminds me of the first Manetta class. Remember, it took us 2 months to get off line 2 or so. I don't know. It took months to get off. Months to get to line 3. Every word was broken down, built up. It was all wonderful. Tua, to you for your beautiful consistency. You have been, I like all of your phases. The first name you had when you were in Killer Priest, I like that guy. I like that guy. The Nukpu, I like that guy. Every name that you had has a different history. And all of it was exciting. I remember you very well. You're one of the most memorable people
I was telling Nana, I don't remember much of anybody in the chat. I don't remember anybody. I remember you though. I remember you and I remember Robert, but I remember you clearly. You were the hypest comedic person. This hype. So you keep up all of what you do, all your wonderful energy, your frequency is so pure that it shocked me today. Somebody told me you said you were driving, and I couldn't. It just hit me that you drive. I don't know. For some reason, I don't know. I can't see you driving. I see you like I don't know, in like a pod moving from place to place in like a star pod. So that's just the energy you give off. I can't see you like in a Lamborghini tilt seated back or whatever. I don't know what car you got, Toyota, whatever it is. But I just can't see you in anything with gas coming out of it. Get this gas away from me. Spirits of the gas. This is pollution. So that's a pure vibe you give off. Continue it. Keep on going. Nukpu, I'm going to be so happy at the day when feminine energy comes into your life that echoes. I need to see Nukpuet, Kesbetet, Patahet, Sahet, Minet, Matet. I need to see you. And I look forward to see that completion. And that's going to be a lucky female that gets to be in your pure Ma'at presence. And I think about it all the time. I think about it a lot. You keep up your good work. Keep up your good presence. And I look forward to seeing you. I look forward to the day for all of you when I do the pod class and I say, see you such and such on Kill the Priest and see you this day in the Men in the class. Remember those days? It was like the pod class wasn't just it. It was like the pod class or the see you in the Meru, see you in here. And so I look forward to that day where I'll be saying see you all on different days of the week. So keep up your great work. You are wonderful. Uncle Justin M. Shinama to you. Okay. All right, everyone. 1 second. Let me tell Nana something. Hold on. Nana is no longer. She is with Jeb, transforming. I don't know where she is. She's in a mound somewhere. Can't read. Now she's right beside me. Can't hear anything I'm saying. She is in REM mode. Gone. I'll have to wake her up later. Okay, everybody. We're gonna go ahead and say the affirmation. I miss the great days when the Tef was in here. He'd say the affirmation with us. Heal up, brother Atef. Heal up. Don't let the situation overwhelm you. Heal up. Everybody loves your energy.
And I'm going to tell you this. Once I began one.
Tell me this. Say something. But shout out to Atef. Heal up, good brother. You're of the unique, and you keep on striving, being strong. Stay strong in your family too. I'm gonna check see if there's any last cash app. Nope. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and close out with the affirmation on the count of 3, and then I'll go big screen. Let's start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki ma'at un NS. Nin tet aset and ma'at min, habapet and ma'at, her, and hu kiwi, per ikut. I live for ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Excellent. Okay. Get your rest, Amun and Amunet. Is tomorrow SWG meeting?
Yes.
All right. You all enjoy that. Get your rest, and Hotep and Nefru Pesh for now. Peace to you.
Hotep Nefru Pesh.
What's up, Nefru Pesh?
Excellent. And Kesbetu, Hotep, Nefru Pesh to you. Get a good rest. Are you going? Is tomorrow the one where it's for men too? Okay.
Party in the mall, Saba. I expect you there too, Saba.
Oh, what'd you say? You're muffled again. Go back where it's just your head.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to the party. I expect you there too, Saba.
After I take care of about 35 animals, possibly. Okay. All right, Kesbetu, peace.
Saba, have you ever heard of Rasul's music before?
I've only kept hearing that he does music, and every time when Killer Priest would play something, it was a group, so I couldn't tell which one was Rasul. Lost Children of Babylon, but I never heard him individually, no.
Okay, yeah, you gotta hear him. You'll be surprised. You'll be like, yo, this ain't Rasul.
Okay. What'd you say?
It's a Nefer thing. Once you hear it, you'll comprehend Rasul a little bit better. You'll be like, okay, I see what I gotta work on.
Now I see what I gotta work with?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see. Maybe if I go back on the Killer Priest show, when I go back, I'm sure sometimes he'll play I'll ask him to play his track. And we'll see. But okay, Kesbetu, I'm going to wish you good night, Nefru Pesh, and I'm going to close out, go big screen. Big screen in it. Amun Khan says that's true. Maharu's hanging in there to the very end of class. Nefer. All right, everyone. Let me close up. Wonderful podcast for those who just tuned in. Press rewind if you're wondering what you missed. It's okay because you didn't miss anything but the live. It is gonna be uploaded to YouTube, and you'll be able to see it any time of the day. It was Mother Earth or Father Earth, the Psyops that removed the soul from one of the Earths. That you'll understand once you see which Earth the real deity was associated with. The Heavenly Mother. The Heavenly Mother. Beautiful. Enjoy the class when you watch it. Geb, the Earth God in Kemet. Scientists refer to the Natiru once again. I have again twice. Once again and again. Once again. The first to we had an important announcement. Return of Meta classes. They are coming back. The first 8 people to give support for it. It's $30 a class, $25 for the recording. The first 8 people, and the class will start that week. If you want it, just send a Cash App or a PayPal. Say MetaNetter seat or anything about MetaNetter class, and you are absolutely in. After it gets to 8 people, 9 people, that's the amount of people I can hold in the room. All right, Tehuti the Saba, the first in history to reveal what Earth God meant, while others were teaching. Geb was just a principle, very, very important. And it's absolutely true. When I was teaching on Geb and teaching these things, there was no one around focused on Geb or any of the Natiru as any type of sentient beings, or even any true elaboration on Geb as you saw tonight, with his symbol not being the earth, but his symbol being a duck and a goose, and beautiful, beautiful minds of the ancient ones demonstrated in the class tonight. It was a beautiful class. You all enjoy the replay. Excellent. Support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If you want to see this continue, everybody who watched should support. Similar to if I come to the pod class, you're saying Tehuti should be teaching. It would make sense. Imagine I came to the pod class just like this. No, I'll support by teaching in 2 weeks. I'm just going to sit here like this. I can't do that. I have to be min ma'at. So echo that energy. And just like I can't come to the class and just be like this and stare at you, have the same conscience and the same honesty and say, hey, I can't come to the class and watch Tehuti for 2 hours, elaborate on what's never been elaborated on before, and not participate by sending support. And every 2 hours, he's supporting me with his beautiful knowledge. And I know that people enjoy it because the numbers stay at 55 for the whole 2 hours. That means nobody's leaving. You're locked in for the whole 2 hours. It goes down from 55 to about 45 or something, and it goes back up, and it stays right there and goes up. So support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Peace and love, everyone. Kemet Geb Tru is excited. Hotep Medu Magic classes are back. The axes are out. Support. Ask questions here. And again, it's not just about just sending in support. Send in a question. In the Cash App and the PayPal, I set up a system where your question can be put in there. So it's not just you sending support, but you're going to send in something that's going to turn into a future pod class that you can keep forever. And it's going to be custom made for you and answered in a way that you've never heard of before. So send questions into the Tehuti pod class. Peace and love, everyone. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. This is Aset Hejet Ba'ati, which is Aset. Aset Hejet is the white because she is the pale color. And Ma'ati is the double vision. The double vision. So, Hotep to everyone. Hetepu, those who enjoyed the class. And Amun Amunet are giving their peace and love. Peace and love to you. Peace and love, everybody. I'm glad you appreciated this. You are wonderful and awesome. And keep up the good work. Keep the pod class going. See you next pod class. Peace and love.
Cinco minutos.